the job site to make it look like they're doing something, to create the appearance of activity so that the investors will think that they're operating swiftly, that the building is coming together on schedule. This is what he is good at. That's what he has always been good at. He doesn't really come from that world. He realistically comes from the world of branding and marketing and television. And when you saw on day one, Tom Homan making all of these television appearances, when you saw him on the ground with Dr. Phil in Chicago, when you saw ICE trucks and vans and personnel all over the country, when they reported the numbers every single day, it fell under that category. That was PR. That was marketing. That was television. They were not arresting a large, massive number of people. Not one single day in the past 2 weeks have they arrested. In those 2 weeks, they have not done anything to remedy the situation, which is that they do not have the facilities to hold these people. So all of these systemic problems that were there before Trump won the election, before Biden left office, are still very much there. Have not been accounted for, were not resolved during the transition, were not accounted for facilities because they don't have enough room for them. And their solution is they're going to ask Congress for the money. And it's like I said at the very beginning, it's like I said from the start, you do not have 4 years to ramp things up. People think that the Trump administration has 1, 2, 3, 4 full years from January 2025 until January 2029 to get all these people out. You don't. You do not have 4 years, and I'll tell you why. First of all, the lame duck period in 2028 and 2029 doesn't count. So that's already minus 3 months. You're down 3 months from 4 years. But then you also have the midterm elections right in the middle. And we all know how that goes. Every election, they tell us we cannot do the more extreme policies, the more conservative policies, because we have to consider those middle of the road independent voters, those moderate voters for the election. Every cycle, they tell us that. Every campaign, they say, we're going to do all these things, but just for now, we have to appease those moderates. Then they don't do it the year after, and then the year after that, it's back to the same campaign logic. Have to appease those moderates. So the midterms are next year. It's February 2025. Realistically, in about a little over 1 year, maybe less, the Republicans are going to have to start to think about how they're going to keep or possibly expand their majorities in the House and Senate. And consider some of the things you've seen over the past couple of weeks. With all of these mass demonstrations in Los Angeles and elsewhere, when you see these people on social media talking about ICE raids and their friends being deported, there is going to be mounting public pressure. If or when the ICE deportations escalate and get more severe than they already are, the resistance will increase in proportion. And it will crescendo over time. It will accumulate, such that by next year, it is going to be politically untenable to run a competitive campaign in the midterms while also having real mass deportations. And it's like I said last night, we're deporting fewer than 1,000 people per day. Realistically, we need to deport 3,000 to 6,000 per day or more than that. Do you think that if we ramp things up over the year, those kinds of numbers are sustainable in an extremely competitive midterm election year? Is our Republican House and Senate going to appropriate that money when they're counting on moderate voters to turn out to return to them their majorities in 2026, or even to give them more power? I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think the administration is going to sacrifice their majorities doing that. So you have to ask yourself, if the mass deportations didn't start in January, if they're not here in the first week of February, when are they going to arrive exactly? During the midterm election year? What about in 2028 during a presidential election year when Vance is running? In 2027, after more likely than not, Republicans lose the House, and then the Democrats have subpoena power and they have the power to use appropriations as leverage? If it doesn't happen this year, it isn't going to happen. If it's not going to increase exponentially this year, it isn't going to happen at all. And if it doesn't happen at all, then what was the point of all of this? To secure the border? Don't get me wrong. I think securing the border was noble, and Trump has done it. It's very effective so far. But we have had 10 million illegals come in 4 years. Securing the border is too little too late. Biden brought in enough illegal immigrants for his term and for this term. Securing the border now doesn't really change the fundamental equation if they don't reduce legal immigration and if they don't start deporting illegals. So taking all of this together, this is extremely, extremely disappointing. And again, they telegraphed it from the very beginning. Vance and Trump and others in the GOP said from the start, there was no plan. People said, how are you going to do it? How is this going to play out? How are you going to overcome some of these systemic problems? And they said, we're going to prioritize the violent criminals, those 1.4 illegals that they can remove immediately, and then we'll think about doing more. That was code for they were never going to do anything more than that. They said, we're going to count on people to self-deport. We're going to deport about 1 million criminals. Then we're going to count on others to self-deport. That's what Mitt Romney said in 2012. It doesn't happen. So this is where we are with deportations. And we'll have to see what Congress says about this. This is what I said last week. The next big hurdle where the rubber meets the road, the next big thorny issue where there's going to be pressure is going to be when Congress tries to pass Trump's agenda with potentially 2 reconciliation bills and then a separate bill for the tax cut. The House and the Senate have no plan for this. They still have no roadmap. They have no timeline for this. They don't know how they're going to do it. They don't know what's going to be in it. And the deadline is in March. So we'll revisit this issue, assumedly throughout February. We're going to be talking about the numbers as they go up or down, if they're able to secure more detention space. But when this is really going to reach a critical point is when Congress decides what is going to be in these big funding bills and whether there'll be billions of dollars for ICE to do its job. And I don't think that if they need the Democrat votes to get these bills passed, that it's going to be in there. And that is the case. So those are the deportations, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. I want to get into the good stuff, which is this press conference today with Trump and Netanyahu. So this was Donald Trump's first press conference, his first visit with a foreign leader since becoming president. And no surprise, his first foreign visit was with the Prime Minister of Israel. Because why wouldn't it be? And I said this last night, but consider, when John Thune became the head of the Senate, when he became the Senate Majority Leader for the Republicans in December, the first call he made was to the Prime Minister of Israel. When Marco Rubio was confirmed as Secretary of State last week, his first call was to the Prime Minister of Israel. And Donald Trump, when he is inaugurated, his first visit with a foreign leader was with the Prime Minister of Israel, the Senate Majority Leader, the upper chamber of our legislative body, the head of our diplomatic mission, the Secretary of State, and the President of the United States. Their first call in every case was to the Prime Minister of Israel, not to the European Union, NATO, General Secretary, not to Japan, Australia, the United Kingdom, Canada, Mexico, not an adversary, in every case to Israel. And that should have been Yet another indication of where things were going. Trump meets with Netanyahu today, and on the docket were three critical issues, three really big issues. And I laid them out this morning and on the show last night. They are, one, the conflict in Gaza, as well as the West Bank, the other disputed Palestinian territory. Two, Iran and its nuclear program, and specifically whether Israel would launch unilateral or joint strikes with the United States against Iran's nuclear complex and other infrastructure. And then three, the fate of the Abraham Accords and Saudi Arabia's normalization with Israel. Those are the three major issues: Gaza and the West Bank, what to do with Iran, and how they're going to put diplomacy with Saudi Arabia back on track for some of these bigger projects. And we actually didn't get too much information about the latter two. We got no new policy about Iran. We got no new policy about Saudi Arabia, although we did get sort of an interesting statement. And at a number of meetings, apparently, the Israelis screened for Trump their October 7th snuff film. So after October 7th, they made all these ridiculous false claims. They said that Hamas was cooking babies in ovens. They said that Hamas was decapitating dozens of babies. They said that Hamas was mass raping Israeli women. No evidence has surfaced in the year and a half since the conflict started for any of those claims. But afterward, they put together this propaganda film proving it, and they've been screening it for doubters. They're now calling them actually October 7th deniers. So just like you have a Holocaust denier, acted the liberation of the camps, fiction, and recorded it to create propaganda, just like they made Schindler's List. Now for October 7th, they're making their snuff films, they're making their reenactments to prove the validity of this latest atrocity propaganda. So that was part of the meetings. And then Trump went into action, signed some policies, and did a press conference. And like I said, it was a day of concessions. We'll get into the biggest concession, the headline, which was this proposal on Gaza. Trump announced that the Palestinians would be expelled from Gaza into Jordan, Egypt, maybe other Arab countries, and also shockingly said that the United States would actually administer the Gaza Strip and even potentially the West Bank. So we'll talk about that. But among other things, there were other concessions as well. Trump said he would withdraw the United States from the UNRWA, which is the United Nations agency that administers humanitarian aid to Palestine. If the United States pulls out of that, and if other countries pull out again, which they had done last year, that means there's no humanitarian assistance for Palestine. These people that have been blockaded, deprived of food, medicine, water, electricity, fuel. If you cut off funding to the UNRWA, these people are cooked. It's over. And that actually happened last year. The Israelis went to the international institutions, they went to the United Nations, and they said that they found Hamas operatives operating inside the UNRWA. So all the European governments and the United States sanctioned and stopped funding the UNRWA. It was a lie. It came out months later, after all of the governments cut off the funding, that Israel lied. There was no evidence that the UNRWA was in bed with Hamas. They made it up. The European governments challenged them to produce evidence, and they couldn't do it. So all the governments resumed the funding. But in the meantime, many Palestinians starved to death. Many Palestinians died due to a lack of medical care. These people were killed by the lie. And now the Trump administration has pulled out of the UNRWA again. In addition to that, Trump reinstated the maximum pressure campaign on Iran and specifically said that he can tell other countries outside of the United States not to buy Iran's oil. And this was the MO during the first Trump administration. In the first Trump administration, they withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. And they brought back the crushing U.S. sanctions on Iran's economy, specifically on their oil. But in the first term, it went even further than that. Trump enforced secondary sanctions, which are sanctions on firms and countries that continue buying Iran's oil. So in other words, even though the United States is applying this crushing pressure on Iran, they're also then going to apply crushing pressure on any other country and any other firm that does not stop buying and selling to Iran. And this choked off Iran's revenue because they rely on oil and other energy exports for 80% of their government's revenue. So that was the playbook in the first term. It has come back in full force for the second term. And understand the goal of that policy is either to, one, force Iran to capitulate and make a deal, which I don't necessarily disagree with. More likely, however, the real goal of a maximum pressure campaign is to implode the Iranian society. If you sanction their energy, and if you apply secondary sanctions on other countries or firms that buy their energy, the Iranian government goes bankrupt. Their currency explodes. And when that happens, their society starts to revolt, and the whole society itself starts to implode. And what we're talking about is a form of soft regime change. You don't have to go in and bomb everybody and invade with 200,000 ground troops if you can collapse the government from outside by bankrupting the entire country. And this is something that we tried to do to Iraq. It's something we tried to do to other countries. And make no mistake about it, in the first term, that is what they were pursuing. It was a form of backdoor regime change with a combination of sanctions as well as covert CIA operations, as well as, in some cases, direct military intervention against Iran's proxies. The goal was to bring down the government and bring about a regime change. So that's coming back as well. And then, like I said, the big ticket item, and this is going to be the bulk of what we'll talk about tonight, was Trump's proposal for Gaza. And this came as a surprise to many. Almost nobody in Conservative Inc. is even talking about it because they don't know what to say about it. It's obviously in contravention of the America First principle and agenda. This is something that Trump did not promise or even talk about during the campaign, at least not explicitly. And so now many conservatives don't know exactly what to say. But this is something that I've been talking about for as long as the war in Gaza has been going on. Today, Donald Trump said that, yes, he confirmed after saying it several times in the last 2 weeks since the inauguration, that yes, he will forcibly expel up to 1.8 million Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. He said, and he will expel them into Egypt, Jordan, maybe into one place, maybe a dozen places. He said, but they are all going to be removed from the Strip, and they will not be permitted to come back. And then he said for the day after all the Palestinians are kicked out, after they're jammed down the throats of Egypt and Jordan, he said then the United States is going to take over the Gaza Strip. And the United States is going to do a cleanup operation. He said, we're going to go in and clean the debris. We're going to remove the unexploded ordnance and mines. We're going to go in there and rebuild the entire thing. That's like a $50 billion investment, maybe more. I mean, it's totally massive. This would be like a multi-decade, multi-billion dollar development. And we're on cleanup crew. We're basically cleaning up Israel's mess. This was the proposal given today at the press conference. And this is what he said. This is from the New York Times. It says, quote, President Trump declared on Tuesday he would seek to permanently displace the entire Palestinian population of Gaza and take over the devastated seaside enclave as a U.S. territory. Hosting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel at the White House, Mr. Trump said that all 2 million Palestinians should be moved to countries like Egypt and Jordan. Those are the two treaty allies of Israel. Hosting Prime Minister Netanyahu Trump said at an evening news conference, quote, "The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip and we will do a job with it too. We will own it and be responsible for disposing of unexploded munitions and rebuilding Gaza into a mecca, no pun intended, for jobs and tourism." He later clarified that the world's people who will settle the Strip will be the ones to live in Gaza once the U.S. finishes rebuilding it. He says the Palestinians can be among them, adding that it will be an international area. He suggested that the nations in the region could refinance the resettlement of Gazans to new places that would provide better living conditions, either as a single territory or as many as a dozen. Asked how many Palestinians he had in mind, he said all of them, and if necessary, we will send U.S. troops. So let's talk about Gaza. Let's talk about what's going on here. After October 7th, 2023, 15 months ago, this is what Israel said they would do. It was leaked to the press, and initially there were questions about the authenticity of the documents, but Israel came out and confirmed their authenticity. The Israeli government said that they would kick all the Palestinians out. This was a proposal that was drawn up in the weeks after the October 7th attack. It became apparent within months that that is the plan they were pursuing. And we know that because the Israeli bombing campaign in Gaza was basically designed to systematically destroy all of the infrastructure. And I talked about this with Alex Jones on InfoWars right after the war started. Israel's destroyed 60% of the buildings in Gaza, the hospitals, the schools, the farmland, the major cities. And you ask yourself, what is the goal of all of the ordnance, which exceeds, by the way, the bombing in World War II? It exceeds the amount of explosive material dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. You have to ask yourself, why would Israel drop so many explosives? Why destroy so many buildings? Why, even once they had cleared certain buildings or areas of Hamas militants, why would they continue to demolish buildings there? Why would they force the population to move from the north to the south in a sweeping motion? It was apparent by the mode, the manner in which they were carrying out the campaign, that the goal was to, quite literally, from like a development point of view in the vocabulary of a contractor, to demolish the Strip. Because if Israel dropped so many bombs and destroyed so many buildings, then it would become impossible for the Palestinians to resettle the Strip. That's the whole point. If Israel had carried out targeted operations against the militants, if they had not dropped so much ordnance, then it would actually be one among other options that the Palestinians would return home. But if the Israelis destroyed all the homes, then what's the path of least resistance? What is the only and the easiest and the obvious solution? They have to be resettled somewhere else. So this was very obvious from the very beginning. Anybody that wasn't seriously talking about ethnic cleansing, genocide, population transfer in late 2023 or at some point in 2024 was either too stupid and not paying attention, or they were lying. There was talk throughout 2023 and 2024, and even this year, about a permanent ceasefire, a permanent resolution to the conflict. It was never in the cards. And you knew that by how Israel was moving, and you even knew that by what was said in their leaked documents. And there was even a newer document that came out last year called the General's Plan, where they said that they would give notice to every Palestinian in the north that they would be killing everybody inside, and they had a limited time to move. And once the Palestinians left, they would go in and kill everybody who they would assume were Hamas, and then they would annex the North Gaza Strip, north of the Netzarim corridor. They said that in like July. They said that over the summer. So this was very clear from the start that this entire conflict in Gaza, limited in Gaza, was about removing that population, which gives credence, by the way, to the idea that the entire thing was a fiction, that the October 7th attack was either premeditated or allowed to happen in advance, that the Israelis either stood, worst case scenario, maybe they actually contributed to the killing, which is what some evidence from the ground suggests, based on the fact that so many cars and buildings were destroyed. There were reports that there were entire households filled with families who were blown up by Israeli tanks. And this is why the propaganda is so critical. When you understand, and you could see in a very short period of time, a little bit over a year, you can see from start to finish how they operate, which is they fabricate an atrocity. They, with intelligence, either stand down and allow an atrocity to take place. They contribute to it. Maybe they fabricate it and it's either a complete fiction or they carry it out with a false flag themselves. But it starts with a fake, phony atrocity. They wave the bloody shirt. They raise the flag of the 6 million, the 1,200, the 40 beheaded babies, the babies in oven, the people that were raised of a major city, and then achieve a political solution with the United States to take the territory, or at the minimum to deprive their enemies of the territory. And you could see from start to finish how this was achieved. And it's interesting that they say October 7th denier. It's interesting that they use that word because that is the same word that they used for the Holocaust. And it would follow, by analogy, that if October 7th is to the Holocaust what Gaza was to the creation of the state of Israel, then you could see what role the Holocaust narrative has played in the post-World War II order. You can see what role the Holocaust played and that narrative played in policies that benefited Jews and the state of Israel at the time of its creation, at the time of its conception. You could maybe even see an analogy in 9/11. You could see an analogy in other causes for wars throughout the last 100 years. If they're willing and able to do it, if you can see the logic behind it, all you have to do is fill in the blanks in every other conflict. What is the October 7th of the creation of the state of Israel? What was the goal in the 48 war or World War II? All you have to do then is fill in the blanks. And anyway, that's a detour. But that is where we are with Gaza. Now, before Trump got into office, he sent his envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, to negotiate a ceasefire. Everybody thought this was an end to the war in Gaza. Everybody said, all of the pro-Trump people said, I suppose those anti-Zionist schizophrenic cranks were finally disproven. It looks like BAP was right about everything, and all of those fears about a war with Iran or annexation of Gaza were overblown. Well, if you paid attention, the Israelis only agreed to one phase out of a 3-phase deal. And it turns out that that was never in dispute. There was a short-term ceasefire in November 2023. Hostages in exchange for a temporary truce. That's phase 1 of this deal. But Netanyahu never agreed to a second, third phase of the deal or any kind of permanent ceasefire with Hamas remaining in power or without Hamas being utterly eradicated. So everybody thought this deal would end the conflict, but the Israelis never intended to end the conflict. They agreed to a short-term truce so that they could return some hostages, a short-term truce to give Trump something to celebrate, to give him some credit for his people. They wanted to give him a win because Trump, they see him as a partner. But they said today at the press conference that they fully intend to win the war by finishing the fight. At the press conference, Netanyahu said, this war ends when we win. And what winning means for them is that Hamas is eradicated. And that means they're going back in. That means the fighting resumes. And when the fighting resumes and they kill all of the Hamas militants and they retake full control of the Strip, The ultimate conclusion of the fighting will be what they planned from the beginning, which is to take all of the people out of the Strip. And that's sort of the rub. The Trump administration, their official policy now, this was not an off-the-cuff remark. Trump read a pre-written statement that said that the United States will annex the Strip. The rub is that the war is not over. The fighting is still going on. So when exactly does the United States take control of the Strip? Do we take control before Israel defeats Hamas? Will we be deploying U.S. soldiers on the ground? Do we take control after Israel has defeated Hamas and taken over the Strip? And will we be conducting a counterinsurgency? Are we taking over before the Palestinians are expelled, and that's our job? Or are the Israelis going to do it and we come in afterward? There's a lot of questions about this, but either way, it draws us into the conflict. It sounds like we're going to be doing some fighting. And a reporter asked Trump, will you put U.S. boots on the ground? And Trump said, and I quote, if necessary, we will do that. And almost assuredly, they will. If this is a serious proposal, if the United States is annexing Gaza, then that means we're carrying out the deportations. That means we're going to be fighting a counterinsurgency. We're going to have to deploy U.S. assets to secure the withdrawal of the Palestinians and the investment that pours in. Maybe we build a military base, and that's the basis of a new mega city, a new smart city in Gaza. But this is the proposal. And there's a bigger point here about why Trump got elected. And this is the larger point, because the details are actually less important. The Israelis are going to get their way. There is no resolution to this or the other conflicts in the Middle East as long as Trump is in office, where the Israelis do not get everything that they want. So the details, as far as I'm concerned, they're just going to be worked out between Trump and Netanyahu, the two best friends that ever were. Here's the larger point, and this is something that people need to understand. Trump was backed by the Jews to get into office. After October 7th, all of the pro-Israel Jewish billionaires, it didn't matter whether they were Republicans or Democrats, whether they were liberals or conservatives, they all started to support Trump. People like Bill Ackman, commentators like Ben Shapiro, people like Miriam Adelson, every one of the major Jewish leaders in the United States fell in line behind Trump after October 7th. And if that doesn't tell you what was happening from the start, I don't know what does. Billionaires support politicians with their money because they expect something in return. It's called quid pro quo. That's our democracy. You want to run for president, you need $1 billion. Who has got $100 million to give to a presidential candidate out of their discretionary fund? Who's got $100 million in cash to give to that guy that wants to be president to raise his $1 to $2 billion? Billionaires. Billionaires have that kind of money. That's why we call them oligarchs. Because if a Senate candidate needs $15 million, if a congressional candidate needs $1 million, if a president needs $100 million, it is billionaires that have the means to pony up. So if we want to understand government policy, we have to understand billionaire policy. If we want to understand what we're getting from the major parties, what we're getting from Congress or from the president, what we're getting from the government, we have to understand the billionaires' economic interests. And that's why it becomes far more important who is backing the campaign rather than what the campaign is saying. Because whoever is providing the money, you can be sure they will get what they want from that politician that they are giving their patronage. And unlike the political parties, the billionaires change their allegiances all the time. The billionaires will support Democrats one year, Republicans another. They'll support one Republican candidate this year and a different Republican candidate the next. And Miriam Adelson who all wound up becoming Trump donors in 2024. They supported Ron DeSantis and then Nikki Haley in 2023. So what matters is not what a particular politician is saying or what the party is saying or what the campaign is saying. What matters is the economic interests of the oligarchs and the billionaires that are providing the money for them. And we were being told throughout 2024 that that kind of analysis was irrelevant. We were being told that it didn't matter that Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million. We were told that she was being taken for a ride and not us. When Trump said America first, but took money from an Israeli first billionaire, we were being told by pro-Trump influencers that in light of this contradiction, it was Miriam Adelson who would be drawing the short end of the stick. If Trump says America first, but gets $100 million from a billionaire expecting Israel first, well, only one of those countries can be put first. Only one country can be happy. It's either the American base, which is who the America First rhetoric is for, or the Israelis, who are represented by the Israel First money. And we were being told by shills on the internet that when all is said and done, when Trump gets into office, it would be revealed that, in fact, it was the billionaires paying for who are tricked by the campaign, who are being given all this rhetoric and words by the campaign that would be drawing Adelson, who would have been betrayed, Adelson, who would have been surprised at what she was getting, the woman who gave $100 million, not the people that gave their individual vote out of 70-some million votes. And so the reason that I have to take a victory lap, the reason these people need to be humiliated, the reason it is important that these people are humiliated and mocked, that they are hated, that they're shown to be either stupid or dishonest, is because they were wrong. And their wrongness has consequences. They are, in effect, whether they are intentionally or not, consciously or not, in effect, they are here to sell the interests of billionaires to middle-class voters. They are here, you could say even more precisely, they are here to sell the interests of Israeli Jewish billionaires to white voters. Whites are being genocided. Whites are losing their country. Whites are being replaced. They are voting for Republicans, thinking Republicans will reverse this. They're being sold that fantasy by people who are being paid by the Israelis. And that is who the Republican Party is working for. And that is at the center of the tension between me and everybody else. That is what is at the center of the tension between the Groypers, the America Firsters, and everybody else. It is that there is a glut of Jewish money, Israeli money, and the Republican Party has been controlled by Israelis for decades, has been for decades. And the Republicans are pursuing something like a new Southern strategy. You know what the Southern strategy was? For decades, the Southerners, white Southerners, were loyal Democratic voters. How did they become reliable Republicans? Well, there's an idea, and it's debated, that Republicans like Nixon leaned into racism. They told the white Southerners, or they played into white Southerners' racial anxieties and grievances to earn their votes, even though the Republicans were working against their economic interests. Even though the Republicans became free traders and opened up NAFTA to destroy our car industry, even though Republicans came in and deindustrialized America, they used racial grievance to sell the interests of the billionaires, to sell the interests of the military-industrial complex, the war hawks, the free market, Wall Street people, the financial people. And there's something similar happening now. where the Republican Party is going to white people and deliberately playing to their racial anxieties when they talk about Rotterdam in the United Kingdom, when they talk about Muslims in the UK, when they talk about mass deportations. You see, these things are connected. When we talk about how on the same day, illegals are being released from ICE detention centers, but Trump is promising an annexation of Gaza, it's related. These things are connected. The GOP is controlled by Israel, and people are being paid to tell you, vote Republican, because the Republicans are going to help the white people. And once we vote for them, we're being told it's the Israelis that are going to be surprised. They're in for the surprise. It'll be different this time. This time they'll draw the short end of the stick. We'll get mass deportations, and they won't get what they want. But when has that ever been the case? Certainly not then, certainly not now, after today, certainly not ever. And I am very skeptical of anybody who is either too stupid or too dishonest to participate in the foisting upon young white men of this Trump Trojan horse, and specifically the artifice that is known as J.D. Vance. Anybody that is telling you about the good Jews, anyone that is telling you about J.D. Vance and Trump and how they're actually surprisingly good this time, I'm very skeptical of anybody saying that. And in particular, these white nationalists. And what I find so funny, I really do, there is a distinct white nationalist faction. You could call it Peter Brimelow, Jared Taylor. You could say it's people like Scott Greer and William Regnery and the usual suspects. And let's just use those guys as an example. Amren, V. Dare, Regnery. These guys have been white nationalists for decades. They don't talk about Israel. They've said that we're going to work with the Jews, with the Israelis, to push white nationalism or white interests. And that's why they never talk about how the Jews control the GOP. That's why they don't really talk about how the Jews influence Trump. And they think that in this strategy, one day, the Jews are going to let them have their day. They think that one day the Jews are going to let the United States shut off immigration or do the mass deportations or one among other things. But they're always getting tricked. They're never promoted. The second that Jared Taylor started criticizing Trump, he was excoriated on Twitter. And for all of the Israel sucking that Patrick Casey has been doing, he's still complaining about how nobody will hire him because of his past. And it goes on and on and on like this. There is no substitute for taking your own side. Taking your own side. The Republicans, Trump, is not on my side. If Trump is signing executive orders to deport anti-Semites, if Trump can't say white people ever, if Trump is talking about increasing legal immigration, if he's pro-gay, he's not on my side. None of that is on my side. And ostensibly, there might be overlap, and certainly there is. But as far as my core interests, which are white identity, white genocide, removing this Jewish power in America, getting sovereignty back from the Israelis, he's not only not on my side, he's on the other side. I'll give you another example. A couple of weeks ago, Elon Musk was talking about how Pakistanis are raping British people. And I said, you know, Elon Musk really isn't ideologically a white nationalist. We know that. He just got done attacking hateful racists in the GOP who don't want Indians to replace the Mexicans coming into our country. I said, so clearly, when Elon talks about the Pakistani rape gangs, it's not about the white genocide happening in the UK. It's about the fact that it's Muslims, because he's pro-Indian and he's pro-multiculturalism or multiracialism. I said, so we should be skeptical of those narratives. And people like Keith Woods and Joel Davis said, no, you got it all wrong. This is a net positive for him to talk about these issues. It took Elon one day to clarify, no, I'm not talking about all South Asians. I'm only talking about Pakistanis. In other words, Indians come right in. It's the Pakistanis that are the problem. And then today, all of Joel Davis's friends from Australia got banned on X. All of the white nationalist, anti-Israel people in Australia, in a coordinated bandwave, were permanently suspended on Twitter, on X. And so for all of, and here we are again, for all of the talk that is coming from Elon and Trump about immigration and white people and all these things, they're consistently doing things that are contrary to the actual radical faction, censoring us, removing our check marks, hurting us in the algorithm, and when push comes to shove, not actually promoting what is in the best interest of white people in government policy. H-1B visas are not in our best interest, as one example. So that is the larger point. We were being told all year last year that people like myself were making too much of a fuss about the Jewish influence coalescing around Trump. These people that obviously supported Trump and influenced the election to let Trump win because they knew he would pay them back in what was good for Israel. It was obvious. It was all too easy to predict that. But they told us it would be worth it. They said it was overblown. They said, again, we were exaggerating how much of a big deal that would be. Those people were wrong. And more likely than not, they were paid to lie. More likely than not, the people that were telling you not to look at the money, not to look at the billionaires, not to look at the conspicuous Israeli involvement in narratives about the frat bro uprising, who are all Jewish frat bros, not to be suspicious about the deportations of anti-Semites, all these pro-Israel appointments like Elise Stefanik, Marco Rubio, among others. They were probably being paid to lie about those things. Now, I do want to get into the actual proposal about Gaza itself. So Trump says that America will annex the Strip and turn it into a development that will be for international people, people of the world. And that may sound fresh, that may sound new, but it actually comes from a document promulgated by the office of Benjamin Netanyahu in December 2023. And he wrote a paper called Gaza 2035. This is 2 months after October 7th. And it says that he'll be removed, and they want to build a smart city in Gaza, what is effectively a smart city. Bring in solar panels, take advantage of the reserves of energy that have been discovered off the coast of Gaza, bring in investment. They want to call it a trust for the administration of Gaza. Bring in international partners, most likely like Saudi Arabia, maybe Japan, the United States, and pour in tons of investment to make the Gaza Strip something like Singapore or Dubai or like the Line in Saudi Arabia. And then incorporate this Gaza smart city into the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. And if you don't know what that is, if you haven't been following this, it is the politics of pipelines, railways, trade corridors. That is what is determinative in the geoeconomics or the geopolitics of the Middle East. Ever since China instituted its Belt and Road Initiative, which is building ports and highways and infrastructure to reorient trade routes towards China from Central Asia, Africa, the Middle East, the United States has been looking for a substitute, for an alternative to compete with the BRI. And what they developed in the Biden administration after the Abraham Accords was something they called the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. They want to connect India to Western Europe through a series of ports, rail, highway, among other things, that cuts through the entire Middle East. It's supposed to go through the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, out through Israel, and then into ports in Europe. And that is supposed to tie Europe through the Middle East and all of those Middle Eastern countries collecting money in the process, connecting them to India so that they could cut China out of the supply chain and redirect all of those trade routes back to Europe. It's a huge investment. It's a huge undertaking. And it tells you about how the politics have evolved there. In the first Trump administration, they inked the Abraham Accords, which had the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, another Gulf country, normalize relations with Israel. and the Emirates and possibly Bahrain would be a part of this economic corridor. In the Biden administration, Biden picked up on Trump's momentum with the Abraham Accords, and his plan was to bring Saudi Arabia into that deal and have Saudi Arabia normalize ties with Israel. Now, if the Emirates and then Saudi Arabia normalize ties with Israel, this would clear the way for the development of this economic corridor. If India and Israel have good relations, Jordan is already a treaty ally of Israel. If Europe has good relations with Israel, all they needed was the Emirates and then Saudi Arabia to establish a diplomatic relationship with Israel for the rail and the ports to be constructed that would link all the countries, and they could all make money, and they'd all be a part of a distinct economic bloc. At least that was the plan. And then Hamas had to come in and upset everything. They attacked Israel because they were effectively cut out of the deal. And that is what has, no pun intended, derailed Saudi normalization and then therefore the IMEC corridor. And the purpose of the IMEC corridor was not only to make all these countries rich, but it was also supposed to drive diplomacy between Israel and these other countries. If Israel has rail with Saudi Arabia, they can both make money. And if they could both make money, then they will establish friendlier relations. Now Netanyahu, a month into the war in Gaza, puts out a blueprint to create a smart city, a smart port city with solar and natural gas and maybe desalination and other things, an international free trade zone administered by a trust in the Gaza Strip, right there, right by all their other ports. And I think that is the point of all of this. It is to turn Gaza into a hub of international trade. Now, when Trump says that America will annex Gaza, I don't believe that will be the final deal. And I would seriously doubt that Trump would deploy troops, although it wouldn't surprise me, honestly. And who knows if all the Palestinians will be expelled. But there is no doubt about it that a plan has been in the works for a long time to effectively force a controlled demolition of the Strip with the people inside of it. They had their designs on Gaza from the very beginning. Israel has wanted that territory from the very beginning. They wanted everything west of the Jordan River, and that includes Gaza. And now, not only do they want to remove all the people and take control of the Strip, in order to remove the people, they're going to demolish it and then, seizing the opportunity, turn it into a free trade zone, international trust, smart city, which will be a major international hub for this railway, for this rail and shipping corridor that they've been planning for decades. That's the goal. And when Trump says it's going to be for the world community and we're going to own it, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the mega deal, the grand bargain that sews together the Middle East. He's going to bring Saudi Arabia in. They're going to remove the Palestinians, establish a trust, and turn Gaza into some kind of a smart city for Israelis and Emiratis and people of the world. And this is their goal, to create regional hegemony. And by the way, they've got plans to build more of these elsewhere in the Middle East. They have said, this is part of the plan. Israel said in their plan, this is out of the Prime Minister's office, their Gaza 2035 plan, that they want to replicate this in other areas that have been destroyed, like Yemen, like Syria, like Iraq, like Lebanon. They want to franchise this out elsewhere in the Middle East and basically set up colonies. This is the Greater Israel plan that they've been talking about from the very beginning. And at the end of the day, people ask me, why do you care so much about this? Why does all of that matter? Maybe that sounds good. They are pursuing ruthlessly a strategy for world domination. Israel is trying to become a world power. At the convergence of the three continents of the world island, with its hands in Russia, the United States, increasingly in Japan and Korea, in Europe, elsewhere, Israel is trying to become an imperial power. And they are doing these extraordinary plans to achieve that we are paying for. They're reaping the benefit and we're paying the cost. And here's the case in point. Israel destroyed Gaza We have to go in and clean it up. Israel destroyed Gaza. They have walls around their country. They have mass deportations. They have ethnic bases for citizenship. We have to take all the refugees. The Muslims are going to blame us and attack us. We had to pay for it. We paid billions for them to destroy Gaza. Now we're going to pay billions to clean it up. And in the end, we're not even going to have it. They're going to have it. And in the end, we're going to get blamed for it. We paid for it. We clean it up. And we don't even get it. Just like what we did to Iraq, just like what we did to Syria, Libya, just like what we've done across the entire region. That's parasitism. They're hurting us and diminishing us so that they can grow stronger. And they're doing it through this fifth column in the United States of Jewish billionaires that paid for Trump to get elected so that he could see this through. That was the plan. Why did all of the Jewish billionaires have their epiphany and change of heart after October 7th? It's because they recognized that Trump alone would come in and allow Israel to do whatever it wanted to in the region and to help itself. That's a problem. And anybody that told you that Trump 2024 was about anything other than that was either too stupid or they were in on it. It's as simple as that. People like Laura Loomer. You know, Laura Loomer, in the beginning, if you remember, she said, Nick is obsessed with Israel. We need to vote for Trump for other things. You know, now she's mad that she didn't get a job. She's not mad for the same reasons. She loves this stuff. She's eating this stuff up. She's mad because she didn't get a job. And just like all these other people are too. So anyway, so that's what I have to say about the whole situation. There's no surprises here. No surprises. They've been telegraphing this from the beginning. Last year in May, there was a report in Haaretz that said Miriam Adelson's price tag for helping Trump is the West Bank. And everybody said, oh, that's just a left-wing blog. That's just speculation. It was real. And now what is next on the horizon are the other issues. Within 4 weeks, Trump has said he'll make a decision about what to do with the West Bank and then what to do about Iran. And I continue to believe that Israel will not allow the United States to seek a peaceful off-ramp in our maximum pressure brinksmanship with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And if you look at what Israel has been doing in the West Bank, operations they've been carrying out for the past year and a half, the goal is to give the West Bank the Gaza treatment as well. And the question is, as always, who benefits here? I wish we were doing these things in America. Could we not do this to Greenland? Could we not do this to Canada for real? Could the United States not have any kind of territorial expansion? Could the United States not have mass deportations? Israel kills 100,000 people. Israel bulldozes their land, expels them, turns it into a smart city. And we can't store more than 40,000 illegal immigrants, and it doesn't seem to be a priority. And we're paying for it. We're paying for them to do it, and we can't do anything. And people say, well, what do you want to happen? That's unrealistic. All I want is for the American president to have plans that are as ambitious for our interests as they are for Israel's interest. If Israel could expel and kill all these people with the whole world watching and protesting and criticizing, why can't we deport people? Why can't we have a serious country? Why do we still have to go through these jurisdictions? Why is our government unserious about those things? People say, well, it's good enough. It's lesser of two evils. You know, these idiots are willing to settle for scraps that fall from Israel's table. Israel controls all these parties, all these right-wing parties. And all these right-wing parties are giving Israel a feast. They're paying for Israel to have a feast. And you have people telling us to be happy with the crumbs that fall off that table. If the United Kingdom and Germany and France and Italy and the United States give Israel total diplomatic support, then maybe we could stop taking some Muslims and illegal immigrants for a short period of time. Meanwhile, Israel is bulldozing everything and killing all their enemies, and no one's coming in, and it's a dictatorship. You know, we just can't be the stupid country anymore. We can't be stupid about this. We need to be America first. And all it took was 2 weeks to see that this was not that. All it took was 2 weeks. we had that high during the inauguration, and everybody said, "Oh, it's so great, everything's going great." All it took was 2 weeks. Just wait for Netanyahu's plane to touch down, and then we'll see what this administration really has in store. And there's no surprise here. So boots on the ground in Gaza. I'm glad all the recruitment numbers are up. I'm glad the military recruitment numbers are up so that your sons and brothers can go and rebuild Gaza and get exploded by Hamas IEDs or bomb Iran or something so we could build their smart city. Meanwhile, our country is a shithole. But that's what you voted for. So anyway, so that's that. I want to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. But shouldn't come as any surprise to the people that watch the show. So I feel good about it. I feel pretty good about the events of the day. I mean, it's obviously a horrible situation, but, I've taken a lot of crap over the past year and a half because of my refusal to support Trump. I've lost a lot of friends over this. A lot of people betrayed me. And I said it last night, there was a divergence in 2021 about whether people believed in radicalism or whether they were ready to cash in their chips and join up with the regime. They thought that was the move. And they still can't get employed. So clearly it's paying off. But let's take a look. We'll look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say. Bad stuff, but bad stuff is good stuff sometimes. It's good stuff for this show. Yeah, you hate to see it. Trump is the president of Israel. I mean, it couldn't get worse. This is like the worst case scenario. Trump comes in and says, not only are we going to expel all the Palestinians, but America's going to do it. And then we're going to invade Gaza and turn it into a smart city. Wow. Surprise, surprise. Anyway, so we're going to take a look, like I said. Man, oh man. Well, we could get those apology forms. We can start receiving those at any point now.
Headmaster69 sent $5. Nick, you are so smart. Incredible. Absolutely irreplaceable. Are Trump's sanctions on South Africa related to the South African ICJ case against Israel? By the way, 10 years on and Trump still won't say white people.
I think they are related to that.
Jesus King sent $5. Islam majority continents 1-0. Hinduism majority continents 1-1. Asia. Christianity majority continents 1-6. North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Australia, Antarctica. There is no comparison. Jesus always wins. Uncle Winnie Hutt Jr. sent $5. What are your overall thoughts on the foreign policy of Henry Kissinger as NSA/Secretary of State? Thanks. Boat.
Well, it's sort of complicated. I think he's a brilliant guy. But
American Gloiper sent $100. I wanted to share some of my gains with you. Palantir is up over 500% in the past year. Following the show is like having a crystal ball. Thanks, Nico7.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad you made a lot of money on that. Have you seen this? They say that Palantir is overvalued 384%. It went up past $100. So, guys, it's like, what did you think was going to happen? So Peter Thiel creates Palantir. It's a CIA front. And Peter Thiel created Vance. Vance became vice president because with the help of Peter Thiel, he opened up all of this CIA little tech money to Trump's campaign. Trump makes him the vice president. Trump gets elected. And then Palantir's price goes through the roof. Hello? First time? Were you born yesterday? It's like just crazy that this is, people are surprised by any of this. So yeah, congratulations to everybody that owns Palantir. You guys are doing really well these days. But hey, no, remember guys, and the based guys are the ones that don't really care about billionaires and Likud and Israel and all that stuff. That doesn't even matter. It's just crazy to me that there are people out there like John Doyle that want you to believe that it doesn't matter that Peter Thiel and Adelson are giving billions or millions of dollars to Republican candidates. They literally hand wave that away. And they say, no, you guys, the real problem are the brown bodies in the Department of Education. The country's not being run by Jewish billionaires. Pay no attention to the Israeli billionaires behind the curtain. The real problem are the black and brown bodies in the teachers union. The real problem are these rage bait black congressmen and public intellectuals with their programs at Harvard. Like, they want you to believe that Ta-Nehisi Coates has more power than Miriam Adelson. That's just crazy. They want you to believe that the CIA is based. How are right-wing people stupid enough to be psyoped into that? How were right-wing white people stupid enough to be psyoped? You see these people like Daniel Schmidt. He's actually, as much as I don't like him, he's actually a very intelligent guy. He goes to University of Chicago. Total, like, cocksucker. I don't like him, but he's a pretty intelligent guy. And he's another one who got scooped up by Darren Beatty. And if you go on his timeline, it's just endless shitting on black people. We got to talk about black crime. I'm white and I'm a white pissed off guy. White people don't have enough opportunities. White people. Black people are the problem. Black people commit crimes. And not a word about Jews in Israel. Not a word. And it's like, how do I make this easy for you to understand? Yeah, black people don't run the fucking country, okay? And I'm with you. I live near Chicago, too. I live just outside Chicago. And when I see the smash and grab robberies, when I see the carjackings, when I see this ridiculous mayor, it makes me furious. And when I see the diversity in Disney films and so on, I don't like that either. But they don't own the companies, okay? The billionaires that own the firms, the billionaires that own the asset managers, the billionaires that put up the money for the campaigns, that fund the think tanks, that write the policies, those are the people with the power. And they're not black, they're Jewish. They're not black, they are connected to the state of Israel. So I know this is hard to understand for all of these hillbillies. I know this is hard on spirit. They're not even. They're like, some of them are super intelligent, but they're like spiritual knuckle draggers. They're like spiritual, I don't even know what you'd call that. But the black people are only being used as a wrecking ball against us. Don't start punching the wrecking ball. You have to go into the cab and look at the person that is operating the wrecking ball inside of the machine. You know, if you look at wrecking balls, don't just appear out of nowhere and start swinging around. Someone has to get in the cab of the vehicle and drive the wrecking ball to the job site and then use the levers to use it. Okay, and you're taking your anger out on the wrecking ball. Take your anger out on the people that paid for the fucking thing and drove it up to where you are. That's what's happening. But they're telling you, oh, no, it's black people, black this, black that. And I'm not even caping for the black people. I'll be the first to, you know me, I'm not one to cape for black people or anything. But we have to order these things. We have to order these things in the proper way and say that, the people that have empowered this insanity are those that run the media. BLM is a media creation. It has been empowered by liberal Jews in the universities. It is Jews that run the universities. It is Jews that run the media, Jews that run the giant firms. It is they that have a deep affinity for the black people. And do you remember after October 7th and all the black people hated Israel and the Jews said, I can't believe it. I thought the black community and the Jews were together since the civil rights movement. We've done all this for black people's civil rights, and this is how they repay us. Do you remember when Ye and Kyrie Irving were? It was the Jews that created the melting pot myth. It was the Jews that were behind Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. Because it was in the interest of the Jews, who were the smallest minority, to advance the idea of a multicultural America. The white supremacists didn't like black people and they didn't like Jewish people. So the Jewish people and the black people worked hand in glove to erode the racial solidarity of the country. That's just true. Now, it is what it is. It happened. And, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm not someone that thinks we should go back to slavery or something like that. But let's be very clear. Jewish people are extremely liberal. They are, and they always have been. And they've been extremely liberal on the issue of race for that reason. And so that's why the Jews, which had far more agency and had far more capital, they were the influential element inside the universities, inside business, inside politics, who were the advocate for these affirmative action, immigration, diversity programs. And now that they're wreaking havoc, now that the diversity is wreaking havoc on the city, people want to say, oh, well, let Jewish people have Israel. And, you know, now they're on our side. Let's just focus our ire on the subway lunatics. It's like, okay, but the subway lunatics, they've been traveling here for a long time. It took them decades to travel here, and Jewish people paid for their ticket, okay? So it's crazy, the psyop that is happening, and what's amazing is that people like myself then are accused of being insufficiently racist somehow. And I'm not a racist. I think I'm just a race realist. I'm realistic about race. But then people like myself are called insufficiently white loyal or race loyal or racist because I'm saying, I mean, I don't like black crime as much as the next guy, but we're talking about billionaires. We're talking about the administration of our entire country, of a global empire. And you want to talk about the petty crime that's happening on the city streets? Move to a different neighborhood, you know? And by the way, these people aren't even affected by it. I mean, I see, you know, John Doyle's always complaining about black people. Buddy, you live in Fort Worth. What are you even talking about? You're not dealing with that. You're not in the streets. You're not in the streets. You're not affected by that. You're not affected by carjacking and mugging. It's not happening there. It is, white people are being race baited into voting against their self-interest. White people are being race baited. You are being rage baited with racial propaganda meant to incite anger so that you will stop thinking about your self-interests. It's as simple as that. And that's why we have to be clear-headed. That's why we have to put that aside and think about what our real interests are as a people, rather than looking at these like world star videos and getting so jazzed up, so fired up that you're going to vote for, you know, or seeing the DNC this past weekend that you're going to vote for more of the same. So anyway, so that's that.
Jesus lover Catholic gal sent $10. By God's grace, my father joined me at Mass this morning. Black pills abound yet Christ's victory cannot be contained. Moment of silence for young Groy Pepine Soup, still banned on X.com. He didn't do nothing, disappointed face. Thanks for all you do, Mr. Fuentes. 07. Excellent.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm glad that your father joined you at Catholic Mass. God bless. We'd love to hear that. Yes, Pine Sap. Poor. I feel bad for all these guys that got banned. It really sucks for them. So I hope we get, I hear there's some motion on that. Maybe we could turn that around.
Rutger Bauman sent $5. Thoughts on the Twitter menswear guy? He only ever shits on conservatives, but to be fair, many conservatives dress like shit. Who taught you how to dress? Your suits are always on point.
They're really not. They're really not. And you saying that shows you don't know what you're talking about. I just don't really, I have to put more effort into it, but I hate shopping. I hate everything about clothes. You know, like maybe I'm scarred from when I was a kid. I don't know what it was, but I hate shopping. I would hate when you'd go to like the department store with your parents and they would drag you around when they looked at everything. Do you remember that, being a kid in the department store, being at like Macy's and there's no toys, there's no Star Wars, no Legos, and you'd be in there for the whole day looking at stuff, trying stuff on. It was a nightmare. And so I just hate everything about clothes. I mean, I really got to get some new swag. I haven't gotten new clothes in a long time. That guy seems to be on point for the most part, even though he's a lib shit. So yeah, I agree. Conservatives do got to get it together. Myself included.
Hank Tyson sent $70. Fallout NPC Zoom Christianity was hardcore during Crusades. But religion is cringe in 2025. It feels and looks gay, plus outdated. Red pill yourselves more comprehensively. Heaven liaison man real, but 9/11/JFK/Holocaust fake? Okay bro, it's my eye, robot moment TBH. It's my struggle, and we all know it. In 2025 religion is woke, and now you're coping. Cookie Grow percent $25.
Okay.
I am starting to think that fighting the coming so-called anti-Semitism attacks on the 1A might be the most important thing for the AF movement to focus on. It really looks like they are going to try it.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Real Paisan sent $5. In 2019, Teal invested $2.2 million into the Sikh Foundation and $900K into the NAY Corporation. Both Sikh and NAY invested all that money into only 2 other entities, the New York Yankees Endowment Fund and an Andrew Cuomo PAC. Connected? Raspberry Grower sent $5. When Trump promised mass deportations, he meant from Gaza.
Yeah, I already made that joke, so.
Sheboygan Grower sent $5. Yay, please come back. I need the net and Yoo-hoo, but after how painful today was with that meeting.
If only you knew how different things could be, you guys. If only you knew. Yeah, Ye's not looking so bad now, huh? After the events, dude, did you see Trump pushing Netanyahu's chair out for him? Did you see that? That Trump actually pulled his chair back and pushed it in for him as Netanyahu sat down? So what is, we should get Trump a vest so he could look like a waiter, you know? Maybe Trump should just switch over to like a black tie and like a waistcoat, like a vest underneath the suit, do like a 3-piece thing when Netanyahu comes over. He could take the, hello, sir, may I take your hat? May I take your coat? May I take your hat, sir? May I take your laundry? After you, sir. The car is here, sir. I mean, how does Netanyahu pull up to the White House and throw his keys at Trump? Here, bitch. Don't scratch it. Here, bitch. Throws the keys, hits his chest, drops to the ground. That's our president. That's your America's respected again. Oh, may I take your coat, sir? After you. Remember when they said that Trump broke Netanyahu, forcing him to take a deal on January 19th? Yeah, so much for that. Now Trump is a caddy carrying his golf clubs. I think, let's do an 8-iron on this hole, sir. Good. Great choice, Donald. There's a tip in it for you if I could get a par here. Thank you very much, Donald. You're my favorite. This is our country. Our president is a valet. Our president is a fucking valet for the Prime Minister of Israel. And you voted for it. I didn't. Ye would not have that. You know that Ye would never put up with that. If Ye were president, dude, imagine what he would do to Net. He would like nuke people. I'm not going to say who. But you know that if Ye were president, he would not be taking any shit from Netanyahu. Ye doesn't take shit from anybody, even for no reason. Even if you don't even do anything wrong. I mean, sometimes it's like a slot machine. Sometimes the algorithm just says, this is the interaction when you win the jackpot. This is the interaction when there's going to be a total epic, I don't want to say it's a crash out, not a breakdown, a breakthrough. Now's the moment when a breakthrough is about to occur. So you know that if Netanyahu pulled up on the Ye White House, on the Black House, imagine if Ye were president, painted the White House black like Donda. Maybe he'd keep it white like his profile picture. I don't know. But, you know, if the president were wearing Yeezys, if the president was wearing a mask with Jesus on it, you know, this would be maybe the first lady would be naked. That would be awkward. Imagine on Inauguration Day, President Ye pulls up in a Cybertruck or in one of those Sherp movers, and his wife is naked shaking Jill Biden's hand. That would be a little awkward at the inauguration. You know, the first lady might have to put something a little bit less revealing on. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Bianca pulls up in the giant fur coat at the inauguration and then she takes it off when she sits down? It would have been a little cold for that. It was like 13 degrees. But it could have been, it would have been, it would have been different. It would have been better in some ways. It would have been different in other ways. But you know that we wouldn't be doing any kind of pulling out the chair for Netanyahu. We wouldn't be doing his laundry. So maybe that would have been better. But hey, there's always next year, right? There's always 20.
To the Black Family Party.
Oh, didn't he just marry Zendaya, or am I thinking of somebody else?
But the real way to get it would have been to lurk/Paul/ for years. Starting to realize that's why most right-wing X accounts suck. Like how have these guys not seen some of these old as fuck memes and red pills before? Sad the younger guys missed it all. Silencer Grower $75. No message.
Thank you.
Honky Grower $15. Dude, you're 100 for 100 at predicting shit. It's unbelievable. Alex Jones don't have shit on you. 07.
The goat. I'm goated, okay? Because I'm not being paid by these people. It's that simple. If you're getting paid, you're being paid not to notice things. You're being paid not to talk about things. Nobody pays me, okay? I wish at this point in my career, it would be nice. It would be nice if Qatar or Iran or China would pony up and give me I would register as a foreign agent. All right. China, right on the dotted line. I'm already doing it for free. I'm posting Xi Jinping, the People's Republic. I'm already extolling the virtues of traditional characteristics and Maoism. Just give me $1 million. Just give me $1 million, guys. But sadly, I am doing all of this for free. I am doing this for super chats. But that's the gig, you know? I mean, I got to pay the bills somehow, so I got to read these stupid messages from you fucking people instead of taking money from Beijing or CIA or whatever, like these other people do.
Morbidly African sent $10. Today marks the day boomers realized Trump is a bottom feeder goy. Ban boomers from public discourse. You're the lone gunman.
True.
This is literally iRobot. You're Will Smith. Israel's the fucking robot. The Groipers are Sheila LaBeouf and Trump is just a financial whore that MAGA thinks is Dr. Calvin. 07.
Very true.
The instrumental phenom sent $40.
Okay, not reading that.
Brian V620 sent $10. Nick, do you practice the spiritual discipline of scripture memorization, and if so, which verses or chapters have you relied upon the most in your recent times of trouble? Fondly, Ventura.
No, I don't do that.
Morbidly African sent $5. Follow Beards and Beardly on X. We need more protected Groipers like him. His roasts of the fatties, fuglies and uglies must be studied. Heart goes out. Elon sucked of Ari Emanuel. Kanye needs Jesus. Pray for your family. Pray for Nick. Pray. 07.
Thank you.
WV Groy sent $10. Hey Nick, love the show. Just like to say that as someone who lives in WV, you were totally right about JD Vance and Appalachia as a whole. Also thank you for red pilling me during my John Doyle era.
You gotta, but I know I'm right. I know.
Roman Groy sent $10. Webb had a few chances to free humanity of the Jewish parasite like Hitler and JFK.
Okay.
I feel white-pilled by how right-wing Zoomers are and by how much leftist hate Israel. It may be a unique opportunity now to rid the world of Zionism if literally all of Earth hates them.
Okay, chill.
Roman Groy sent $5. Trump's behavior today with his sugar daddy BB and deal on banning us Groipers constantly shows the right is far from vindicated and Jews own it all still. You and your movement are the only way to save our beautiful country.
It's true.
Thank you, Nick.
It's true. Thank you.
Bunny Boy sent $5. It's useless. I tried, but to no avail.
Tried what?
Ventura sent $10. Make scripture memorization great again. Wang Gang. Fire. Celebratory hands in the air. Rape Salon Groy sent $5. Thanks for telling us not to vote. Real ass nigga.
I'm so real for that. No one else would have done that. No one else would have done that, but I put on the Black America First hat and I said, hey, don't vote. I hit the button. I hit the button. No one else would have done that. No one else had the courage or the conviction or the vision to do that. I alone. Everybody else said, oh, well, we got to go and do it. But I had the balls. I had that no nonsense, can't tell me nothing energy to say don't vote. So,
Epical Doge sent $5.
as always,
everyone is focused on what we're giving Israel and not what we're getting because of anti-Semitism. Trump might have pushed in Bibi's chair, but in return Israel is pushing America's stool in.
Very true. Well said.
Captain Nathan sent $108. My heart goes out to you.
Heart goes out to you, my friend. Thank you for the big super chat. If you voted for Trump, you're a bitch. Okay, who voted for Trump? Who voted for Trump in the live chat? Imagine how stupid you must be feeling right now. But Nick, everyone was doing it. But Nick, I thought he was going to do a golden age. But Nick, I thought he was going to ban seed oils. It's all the same people that took the vax. All the same bitches that took the vax voted for Trump. But Nick, I'm going to lose my job. I got to get vaxxed. But Nick, I'm going to get kicked out of school. There's always these times for choosing when you have to vote your conscience. You have to do the thing that requires conscience. Life is filled with these moments. Those were a couple of them, although the vax was probably a bigger deal, honestly.
GWW sent $100. 4D chess, by the way.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, people were literally saying that. I saw, who's that guy? I forget his name, but he was going and saying, I wonder what's the angle here. I wonder, what's the 5D chess play here? There is, dude.
Nathan Benton sent $50.
We're not playing
the
it.
Show.
Thank you.
Joe Bogan sent $5. I found out my mom used to work for George Soros. It's kinda crazy. Can you explain the whole connection with Israel and Hungary? It seems like Hungary is the only European country with a border while being one of the only Israel allies.
Orban and Netanyahu have this deep relationship that goes back a long way. So does Israel and Czech Republic. And so I don't know all the details, but if you look into it, they both of those countries have a long history with Israel. And I think there's just some sort of penetration of the country by the Zionists, maybe some economic interest, but I'm not the expert on Hungary, but it's been like that for a long time.
Disbeliever sent $5. I see why you didn't vote for Trump now. This is the most cucked he's ever been.
It's actually not different than the first term. It's the same.
Holocaust denier sent $5. You were so right and I was so wrong, Nick. I am so stupid. I deserve 1,000 lashes for being wrong and disloyal. You were right once again.
That's true.
Faustian Fakasel sent $25. Hot stuff tonight. Nick, wish I could get this at a number of places.
Me too. I wish you could too. I wish I had more allies, but nobody else will give this to you. Even Tucker Carlson. Did you see that clip? Where for all of the bluster, I mean, it depends. You can't get this anywhere because everybody else is, they're doing some kind of limited hangout.
Jesus Lover Catholic Gal sent $5. My heart goes out to you. Nicholas J calls it 100% every time Fuentes /O.
True.
Rape Salon Groy % $5. Netanyahu couldn't keep from smiling and beaming with joy low.
Dude, literally. He was giddy the entire press conference.
Nick's best friend sent $5. American Gaza will be USA's Hawaii. Pearl Harbor moment when Hamas/Israel does the mass casualty on American personnel. Iran will be the Iraq WMD hodlers. Also, I told my mom you're my best friend. Can you say hi to Risa-san, please? She will be okay.
Okay.
XRP Maxi sent $5. Hey Nick, I love your channel. I'm curious as to why you never talk about the papal family bloodlines and the Council of 13, which are the ones actually controlling the world. Thanks for your answer.
Because that's just retarded. And if you believe in that, you're an idiot.
Roy Perspool sent $5. Full moon next Wednesday. Gabe sent $400. Here you go, bud.
Yo, thank you for the huge super chat. Well, yeah, I don't love the bud, but that's okay. That's okay. They're not, hey, do we love rich people or what? Rich people will give you $400 and just say, hey, here you go. Bud. I never liked when people called me bud, but that's okay. Hey, for $400, you can call me bud this one time. Thank you very much. 07s to Gabe. Is that Gabe Guidarini? No, definitely not. Somebody else. Well, thank you for the massive super chat. We love our rich people. I love rich people so much. Rich people that have the means to do this, it shows you're a good person. Shows you're a stand-up guy. Shows you're God's chosen. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, bud.
Mike
Bud,
sent $10.
dude.
I'm up 204% on my Palantir position thanks to your insight. I bought stock after J.D. Vance was nominated as VP. I only invest in Jewish companies since they control the entire system. It's rigged for them to win. You are truly always right.
Okay, so you're up 200%. You give me $10. I make you a 200% profit. I get 10. What did you put in? 3? Where's the rest? Hey, where's the rest? Huh? I'm just making money for everybody, huh? My job is just make everybody rich other than me. You're up 200%. What did you invest? $50? I get 10? Pay me. Hey, pay up, okay? No, I'm teasing you. I appreciate it.
Ignat sent $5.
I'm kidding.
They just don't make music anymore like they did in the late 00s and early 10s. ERMM based?
Okay, this is not the real Ignatz. Ignatz agrees.
Prodigal Son X sent $50. Big fan, you're the GOAT.
Ignatz probably likes Evanescence and Avril Lavigne. Ignatz probably had those bracelets. Remember those chunky rubber bracelets? He probably had a ton of those on. Ignatz would never say something like that. Yeah, that was really a bold take, but it's just true. I go to this restaurant and sometimes they have this playlist on and it's like all the hits from the 2000s. All the hits. Like Matchbox 20. Remember Matchbox 20 and Shinedown? Remember Second Chance by Shinedown? Oh my gosh, you guys. Remember Second Chance by Shinedown? This is music. This is music. Now, that's what I call music. You had Let's See How Far We've Come, Matchbox 20. Second Chance, Shinedown. You had Save a Life, The Fray. Last Friday Night, Calvin Harris, On the Outside. That late 2000s, early 2010s, dance music, pop music, rock music. Now that is the last time that they really sang. Remember Nelly Furtado, Gwen Stefani? Remember Great Escape? These are good songs. They just don't, this new stuff, they don't have shit on Avril Lavigne. They don't have shit on Nelly Furtado. They don't got shit on Gwen Stefani. Billie Eilish, this other one is Me Espresso. Fuck Me Espresso, okay? Avril Lavigne. Avril Lavigne would cut your fucking head off, okay? I'm an Avril Lavigne loyalist, always. Kelly Clarkson, Avril Lavigne, Alicia Keys, the vocals from those days. Lana Del Rey, fart, sucks. So yeah, I'm big into that. I'm kind of in nostalgia. I'm in my nostalgic era. This is from my nostalgia arc.
Jack the Cripper sent $50. Vindication donation. Hate that you're right. Take my money.
I know. Yeah, I'm sure you must hate. Everyone hates that I'm right. Nobody wants me to be right. Everyone's against me. Everyone's against me. Nobody's with me. So they do hate that I'm right. But sometimes you got to be the villain. And Thanos stab everybody out of existence. And that's what I've done.
Anonymous sent $20.
That's what I will do
The
this
Netanyahu
year.
meeting from Lomé and Friends is so ridiculous. They're barely trying to hide it at this point. Thanks for the great show.
Well, and they're trying to be funny about it. They're trying to be ironic. The effect is actually the same, whether you say it ironically or non-ironically, actually.
Sabian sent $5. Can you miss just for once, goat? We are so cooked on DS, so tough the way you're always right, goat. Weary face.
I know. So tough the way you
Basemo
are
sent
right
$5.
all the time.
Nick, relax, man. It's only the first day, month, year. Well,
Yeah.
Rinas sabotaged his term. Vote for Vance. Maga needs more time. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yep. Same song for 100 years. I'll be doing
Yaddle
it
sent
every
$20.
year
Great
forever.
show as always, smile.
Thank you very much.
Rick Fuentes sent $5. I love repeating your talking points as if they're my own to my dumb tradie co-workers with an American spirit lit.
Yeah, well, that's what the show is for.
Joseph Goebbels sent $10. Hey Nick, I'm half German, half Mongolian living in Germany. Eldad race mixer Lamau. Anyway, so my mother is acquiring citizenship and in the process she is required to sign a doc explicitly stating she will always support the state of Israel. How TF is that correlated with German citizenship lol?
Because the basis of their country is repairing the damage of the Holocaust. That's literally what they say. They say the existence of the state of Germany is about fighting anti-Semitism. That's how cucked we are, and people...
Rick Fuentes sent $5. If we don't become a unified world government, what's the alternative? American conquest / dominance worldwide?
I don't support a... What are you talking
Heil
about?
Nigga sent $10. Hitler was right. Heil Hitler. Sieg White. Ban Jews. White power.
Okay.
Jesus is king. Bring back...
What is wrong with you?
White suburban grower sent $5. Do you think these evil Zionist scumbags ever consider that they just might end up burning in hell for all of eternity? Or do they actually believe what they are doing is God's work? Curly Girlofaws sent $20. First super chat. Love the show. You are truly the only one worth watching and infinitely vindicated. Apologies on behalf of Australia. No one compares to your level of authenticity and truth. You are doing Christ's work. Praying for you always.
Thank you very much. I accept your apology on behalf of Australia. That was so funny. So funny. That was so good. Because you got, oh man, guys, you guys, this is what makes life worth living. This is what makes my hollow existence worth living. That, you know, Keith Woods wakes up and decides, I'm going to shill for Elon Musk's attention, even though he's a traitor and everything. And, got to give Elon a lot of credit that he's shifting attention away from his declaration of war on white people in America to fearmonger about Muslims in the UK. He says that. And I jump in and I'm like, yeah, not so sure that's a net positive. And Joel Davis he's right there. I mean, he's right there. He is right there to play with the balls. He's right there to just agree. No, Keith is right. Oh, Elon's the best. He does deserve the credit, but this and that. And then all his buddies get banned. All his friends in one fell swoop. Probably from the government. There's a coordinated takedown. Oh, man, you just hate to see it. You just hate to see that. So, yeah, it's a real shame. I don't support censorship on X. I spoke out about it when the Groypers were banned. I spoke out about it when the verifications were taken away. I spoke out about it when the algorithm was changed. And I think it's wrong now. I think that these people should not have been banned. I'm in favor of free speech. But you can't help but laugh at the irony that Elon's biggest defenders are now having to basically pretend like they weren't doing that a week ago. Joel tweets, oh, fuck, all these guys got banned. Oh, yeah, you just hate to see that. That's such a shame. That's a shame. And how about Sneeko, too? Sneeko remember when he voted for Trump at the last minute? And now the Palestinians are getting kicked out. Brother. And I love Sneeko. You know, I'll always love Sneeko. But I thought that was a little rich as well. Remember, I didn't forget that. Remember at the last minute when he totally cucked out and said, I'm going to vote for Trump. Never mind, I'm voting for Trump. Let's see. What way is the wind blowing? Let's see. How am I going to determine their next moves? So it looks like the draft is blowing in from Jerusalem. I think I'm going to vote for Trump today. And now all the Palestinians are going to get destroyed. That's okay, though, because we've moved on. It's okay, though, because we moved on to the next thing. It's a shame. That's a shame. You hate to see it. No, but we love Sneeko. I'm not trying to trash him. I do like him, but that was totally inexplicable. He was right there with me on this issue the whole year. He was criticizing Israel, posting about it, you know, and everything. And then literally at the fucking last minute, like a day before. Seriously? Like, and the difference is, he's also talking about white thing. He made a big stink about white supremacists and the Palestinians. If anybody should have been a principled abstainer, it should have been him. You know, I got more shit for that because I'm supposed to be a white identitarian, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like he made such a stink about Trump attacking the Haitians and white supremacists, and they don't really care about Gaza, and they think Jesus was a Mormon in a shirt and tie. And then he goes and votes for Trump, and it's like, really, dude? So that was crazy. So I mean, I thought that was inexplicable. And again, I'm not trying to just trash him for the sake of trashing him. But it's like, when you see stuff like that, you got to just be like, can we just stick to one thing? You know, like
Anglo
it's just
Canadian
crazy.
sent $5. I thought Trump washing BB's laundry was embarrassing. Bigger load now.
Yeah, exactly.
Driven sent $500.
Hey!
W Vindication.
Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it. Another massive super chat. Thank you so much. W Vindications. Can we get some W's in the chat? W's in the chat for the GOAT of predictions. W's in the chat for the GOAT of all time, the island. I'm like Skull Island. None of you niggas is with me. None of you niggas is with me. I'm like Ye when he crashed out at the Vultures listening party. That's so me. I don't care. I'll stand alone. You think I mean, seriously, all these people, pro-Vance, pro-Trump, this and that, okay. Yeah, well, I'll sit on W Island. I'll sit on Vindicated Island. Anyway, so thank you very much. Ration for black-pilled groypers.
Airbay 408 sent $5. Crazy how they didn't report 2 days of deportations just to combine them and make it seem like a big number, such a salesman tactic, and the goy eat it up.
Yeah, don't you love that? And they stopped reporting it on the ICE website so that people wouldn't find it until Monday. It's
Republic
crazy.
of Kosovo sent $5. Is Keith's Europa coverage legit, or is he getting de-radicalized?
I don't know. I haven't been reading it, but I don't think he's de-radicalizing anybody with that. Maybe with other stuff, but not with
Isaiah
that.
Henderson Brazy sent $5. You had me until you mentioned Holocaust denial. This all seems a little bit anti-Semitic.
Ah, very good.
Rapes a lot. Groyper sent $5. Will Trump get a big statue in Israel? And will the Jews like him more than Cyrus the Great?
Oh, they'll name the city after him. I think they do.
New Hampshire Groyper sent $15. Great monologue. Nick vindicated again.
Thank you very much.
Sultan of
Yes.
Coom sent $10. Sorry about last time.
I don't remember last time.
Jipper sent $10. Groypers are the only hope for the right. 07.
True.
Sammy
Very
sent $10.
true.
Anti-Zionism greater than white nationalism. White identitarianism is important, but meaningless without opposition to Israel. Also, after yesterday, turn the super chat minimum to 10. You know you want to.
Well, I disagree with how you said that.
White suburban Groyper sent $5. Trump said today that he left instructions in the event that Iran assassinates him.
That's
Why is he
crazy.
begging Mossad to JFK him?
Well, and the best is Israel wants nothing other than to destroy Iran. And Trump says, if I die, destroy Iran. If I die, automatically Iran gets destroyed. Okay, so what, he got a death wish or something? I mean, he should not be saying that. I think that's crazy. And I wouldn't put it past him. I would not put it past the Israelis to do something like that, especially because they got Vance ready to go.
DS sent $5. Would you marry Kai Trump?
Probably not.
The Black Groyper sent $25. Bravo on an outstanding show. Brother, here, take your bouquet.
Wow, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Was the
Ultra-Orthodox
show
Christian sent
good, you
$5. When you
think?
say Russia and China are not natural allies, what exactly do you mean? They are neighbors after all.
Well, that's sort of the whole point. They've always been adversaries. China and border disputes and power struggles in the days of Soviet Union and before that. So, throughout history, their geography, that their neighbors has made them, they're two super powerful empires. It has made them adversaries by the virtue of their coexistence on a shared border. So, there was a time when it was looking like China would probably invade Siberia or the Russian far bit. And certainly they're competing with Russia for influence in Central Asia. Some of these other critical minerals like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and elsewhere. So that's why they're not natural allies.
Ultra-Orthodox Christian sent $5. Do you think that BRICS nations would defy sanctions on buying Iranian oil?
It depends on what Trump can do with China, because China is a massive purchaser of Iranian oil. And depends on if Trump can get them to stop.
Real Groipa sent $100. I was banned from X shortly after the Project Groip guys were. This shit sucks. I don't know how you dealt with this for years. You really are a beacon of hope for the black pill guys.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. It does suck. It's horrible.
Steamy Groiper sent $10. This shit is irritating. Thank you for doing what you do.
It really is. I just wish we had America first, man. America first. It's that simple.
James Sunderland sent $10. You see Sam Hyde live show? Not exaggerating, my abs were sore the day after seeing it.
No, I haven't gone to one, but I'd like to at some point. I just don't want to go and be like a distraction. I don't know if you would appreciate that, I would love to go, but I don't want to go and turn it into a thing, like a collab or like a political thing or something. Because I know that he's lately been trying, or he was at least for a time, trying to move away from the political stuff. Now he seems to be getting more political, obviously. But I don't want to be that guy that crashes his party.
Pancho Zapata sent $5. With Israel becoming even more hated around the world and America, do you think it'll take the younger Gen Z to get into government to turn this around? This Zionist bubble is going to pop sooner or later. I'd even vote for anti-Israel Democrat TBH.
I think that will happen as Generation Z gets into office. But the thing is, the Israel lobby keeps getting more powerful and aggressive, so.
DS sent $5. Never seen BB grin so hard. Saudi but non-oiler sent $5. Saudis denying in just an hour after Trump's take on peace with Israel without Palestinian state is fucking insane, and a little bit suspicious. What do you think?
What do you mean?
F1 Groy sent $15. Farrah Palmieri reporting that Trump's idea for the U.S. to take over Gaza was first conceived by Jared Kushner. Kushner was involved in crafting today's statement.
Yeah, I believe that.
John S. sent $10. Who needs mass deportations? We can just have Charlie Kirk say trust the plan 11 million times.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's all don't even think about it too much. Let's just take a victory lap and let everybody else run the country.
Kazwaz sent $50. Big show, vindicated again. Epstein definitely got Trump SMH. By the way, has there been any update on that reporter that came to the studio? Was there a story done?
Yeah, it came out right after the election, I think. And they fucking doxed me. It would have been a bigger problem if I hadn't been doxed right after the election. But they literally showed the exterior of my house, and I didn't even watch it. But I did see that. So this fucking Israeli bitch journalist comes in, and I said, yeah, we just don't, we're trying to be private. And she takes a shot of the exterior of the fucking place. So typical. This is why people don't like them.
Permabilla sent $150. You really are the GOAT.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, it's true. Thank you very much. Who else? Who else is really in the same category? Honestly.
Wallflower sent $5. Found you in October. Learn more about politics and the world in this short time than my whole 26 years on Earth. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that.
Spaniard Boy sent $5. Did Trump need the Jews to win this year? Is that the reason all this is happening? Also, how different would it be if he didn't receive $2 million from IPAC donors and ran his campaign like he did in 2016?
This whole question is filled with, you're just an idiot.
Stein Can't Stop sent $10.
Oh, did he need to win? $2 million from... Dude, are you fucking retarded? Go watch something. Seriously, stop watching my show. Watch something else. You go watch something else.
All these
dumbass.
blacks and their victim mentalities BB, but Jews have been persecuted for 2,000 years.
Literally.
Leroy Baggins sent $5. Is Elon a deep Russian agent cutting social programs and you said to diminish U.S. influence globally under the guise of fiscal conservatism? You said is strategic, not just a bleeding heart money pit.
No, I don't think he's a Russian agent, but I don't know how much I love the idea of an immigrant with foreign economic interests coming in and running the Treasury Department, the federal payment system. I think that's not cool.
Not a real link app sent $5. Russia and Iran has a security deal to defend each other. If we go to war with Iran, you think Russia will help Iran? What about China? China relies on Iran for oil. Discounted. Wouldn't China help Iran for global supremacy?
They can't. What are they going to do? What are they going to do? They can't. Russia is depleted. They cannot resist us in Iran. What's China going to do? They have no ability to project power in Iran. So, no, absolutely not. And they would help. They might help Iran in some ways materially, but, the idea that they would resist America militarily in Iran, I don't see that happening at all.
Traxton Welberfordshire sent $5. His follow-up with clarifying that it's the Jews? Rape Caviar sent $10. CEO of Coinbase Brian Armstrong just asked his network on Twitter to create a Y Combinator incubator for politicians to groom future techno-optimist candidates. Keith Raboy was among the first to offer his help. The veil has been lifted.
Man.
Nick vindicated.
That's crazy. That's what happened with Vance. For those that don't know, Y Combinator is like, it's like a school for venture capitalists. And I think Peter Thiel's on the board or an investor or something. And the guy that runs Y Combinator is talking about how Groypers suck. On Christmas, he tweeted that like Groypers are racist pieces of shit. And Keith Raboy is one of these tech guys. I think he's married to Jacob Hellberg, and they're big into AI and venture capital and all the usual suspects. And my show the other night was basically about how J.D. Vance was groomed since 2011 to be a politician by exactly these people, by Thiel and David Fromm and some of these other interests. And now they're just, like you said, they're just lifting the veil and saying, oh, we're going to groom politicians to serve tech, to serve Silicon Valley.
Based Crocheter sent $100. Hashtag proud October 70H denier.
Thank you for the big super chat. Hashtag, yes. Hashtag this. Hashtag this. The hashtag, that's always really nice stuff. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I get it. Proud, yeah, for appropriating it. That's
C
good.
sent $5. Love the show. Had to go see Trump pulling the chair for Netanyahu. The glaze is crazy.
It's doing
Squidroid
tricks on
sent
it.
$20. Octopus. Right pointing finger. Left pointing finger. Boogly Woogly sent $10. Did you see Torba post the Jerusalem cross when Trump talked about Gaza occupation? If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be a leftist.
He's so pathetic. His fall from grace is unbelievable. He talks such a big game about everything, and then he's revealed himself to just be another absolute shill. It's really disappointing. You know, at one point he was pretty radical, and now he's pretending that Trump pushing all the Palestinians out of Gaza is about a crusader state, a confessional state of God. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, do you believe that? Do you believe that, or you think we're idiots? I mean, seriously.
Chad Champion sent $5. Lingon Gooly 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 Lingon Goolingon.
Okay.
Eliza Bowery sent $5. Love you, Nick. Can you bring back the mustache?
No, not gonna.
PA Groyper sent $5. Vote blue no matter who in 2028. Nathan Benton sent $20.
Thank you.
Zachariah Seed sent $5. I'm tired of having ugly fuck leaders that probably have micro penises and no aura. Shit's getting gay and it's kind of becoming a problem economically and geopolitically. NGL07.
It's an interesting...
Super Saiyan sent $5. Jews keep winning and Christians and patriots seem to always lose. It's demoralizing. I can't even say I like Trump as a guy ATP. He's betrayed us so many times I honestly have no expectations for him.
I agree. It's really soured my
Reality Person
opinion.
sent $5. Tucker Clip was a hard watch. Thought they were about to have a tickle fight. My heart goes out to you. Thanks for the show.
It was so awkward. The Tucker Pierce thing, that other half, it was so awkward. And it's crazy how nervous they both are. Even talking about the Israel issue, the way they're both giggling by the end of it, they're literally terrified. They're sweating bullets about what might be clipped and what they might say and how it might sound. And these are supposedly the uncensored titans. You know, Piers Morgan, uncensored. You know, Tucker Carlson, he's in safe territory if he gets to make like a glib, sardonic little quip and then go, hoo-hoo-hoo. But then you actually ask him, hey, do you support Israel? Then it's totally different story, right? When he can't hide behind that little routine that he does, it's sort of a different, doesn't have as much bravado.
Spaniard Boy sent $10. Not really on topic, but Nick, how do I get to heaven as a Christian? Is there more to it than just believing, beyond the basis of John 3:16? Or are there certain actions or deeds mentioned in the Bible that are required to get there? Posted Grow.
You got it. Are you watching another show yet or what?
Posted Grow % $10. We lost another good one in Daniel Penny being hired by Andreessen Horowitz today. It was only a matter of time he was going to be captured and made a slave after shaking hands and talking with Vance.
Yep.
Skibidi Groy
But
sent
good for him.
$5. Another Palantir stock owner here. I made 200%. I only invested $100 so you get $5.
Oh,
W
great.
Groy per millionaires.
Thanks a lot.
Rapist Werewolf sent $100. Oh, whoa, whoa.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Shum sent $5. Imagine Dragons?
Nah, they're shit.
Zachariah Seed sent $5. Also, I was listening to a bunch of music from the 2000s and early 2010s, and if Trump lets the white genocide thing happen, he is objectively a traitor to our civilization cause this shit is sick as fuck. 2000/2010s America was peak white as civilization.
True.
Nick Air sent $5. In a bit of a pickle. There's a roastie from my work who is trying to convert me to some type of Protestant group. I told her I'm a Catholic and she said it doesn't matter. All that matters is worshiping Jesus. I can't escape this now. Wes
Okay.
Fosdick sent $5. Great show tonight, Nick. Did you see Trump ignore that Afghani reporter's question saying he couldn't understand her? That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's a lot of clapping seals for that one. He said something funny.
Cheeky BB sent $33. I knew American leadership was anti-Christ and pro-Jew long before you told me. Thanks all the same.
Oh, good for you.
Laughing Buddha sent $5. Got a job offer from Palantir. Thoughtful face.
Did you? Hey, why don't you join up with them?
Luis
Report
Roper
back.
sent $5. Amazing show like always. Thank you for speaking the truth, Nick. I'm so grateful to have found your show. It's crazy the amount of fear-mongering going on in social media with the deportations. I tried telling people around me, but they don't listen.
I know, man. I hear
Novak
you.
Utic sent $100. Capital of Montenegro? First super chat ever. Great show. Hashtag make Europe wide again.
We already did that one. Thank you for the big super chat. We already did that one though. We did that one last week. It's what is it again? It's Podgorica. Is Montenegro, if I'm not mistaken. I know we did one last week that was in the Balkans. I forget if it was that one or something else, but I'm pretty sure that's it, right? Or am I thinking of a different one? But thank you for the big super.
Name.
It was George.
Boca Groyer sent $5. I never really checked the benefits of having a blue check mark on X because I was never interested, but I checked them today and man, happens.
Because I have a real following. I'm the only one with a real following. Not dissing those other people. I mean, they have a following too, but I feel like I just have this fanatical cult-like following. People always trash that, but you need, when you're at war with the system, you actually need that. Because if you do not have a fanatical cult-like following, then they will just bury you with the algorithm. They will bury you with these kinds of machinations where they take your check mark, they take your features, whatever. So people are always attacking the fact that I have a very loyal audience. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. So I think that's why. And it's not dissing these other people, but maybe they relied on that, or maybe there was some other adjustment that was made. But it's unbelievable. The people that lost their check marks, their engagement has been destroyed by Elon Musk. And I don't know if that's part of it or a byproduct of it, but that's horrible.
Boca Groyer sent $5. I never really checked the benefits of having.
Oh, and there's the you know, not being able to post a video, not being able to do subscriptions, the character limit. It's terrible.
Roman Groyer sent $5. We should take a moment to pray for the safety and health of the white boars in South Africa. God bless them.
Very true. Yep.
PA Groyer sent $5. Did you see Daniel Penny was hired by Andreessen Horowitz?
I did.
Lord Shabbos sent $5. Where is my head, you Shabbos-koy?
It's coming. It's coming any day now.
Ali M sent $100. Hot take. Maybe Mike Pence refused to block Biden's win because after 4 years he saw Trump for his / what he really is?
Dude, he's a bigger Israel supporter than Trump. So how does that make any sense? But thank you for the big, nice try. I appreciate the big super chat, but that's obviously not true. That's obviously false. But nice try. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I think that's our last super chat. That's going to do it for me. That was a big show tonight. A lot of viewers. So thank you for tuning in. But that's going to do it for me. As always, remember to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you thought about the show tonight. I'm on the air Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock Central, as always. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to our top super chatters tonight. Driven, Gabe, Permabulla, Captain Nathan, American Gloiper, GW, Real Groiper, Base Crocheter, Rapist, Werewolf, Novak, Dukic, and Ali M. Thanks to them. Thanks to everybody that super chats, everybody that watches the show. We love you. I will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your evening.
Americanism, not globalism, will be our credo. It's going to be only America first. America first. The American people will come first once again. With respect, the respect that we deserve. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America
They have recruited the rich and the powerful. They're running the whole show. Wake up! They're all about you. All about you. For the truth.
What's up? How you doing? It's Tuesday,
How you doing?
February. Mike and Boars. How's it going?
Doing good. Doing good. I just
Yeah.
recorded another 30 minutes of Hyper Podcast.
Like while we were doing prep.
No, before
Oh, okay.
before
All
we got on the
right,
call.
all right, okay.
I would never do such a thing.
Yeah. How would you do that?
Yeah.
You'd be able to speak twice. Anyway.
Talking out both sides of my mouth.
So we're gonna resist doing an entire show on Ammon Hillman. And
no, we can't.
we
cannot
can't.
do
It's too
Hillman.
esoteric.
We can't.
But like,
Yeah.
for those of you into it, just search that and go down the rabbit hole. It's funny.
Yeah.
And it's really funny, but it's just not. People don't want to hear it. Well, maybe they do, but it's not. I don't want to do it.
Okay, so for people who want to look into this, there's a 5-hour video on Myth Vision Podcast YouTube channel. Just watch that. You'll pick up some of the.
You'll pick up what's going on.
Yeah, Ammon Hillman is one of the craziest people I've ever seen, and he combines two of my favorite things: niche academic drama and watching crazy people on the internet.
It's basically a drama within the world of classics, ancient history, and biblical studies. And this guy is just making retarded claims that like Jesus was a drug abusing child molester and stuff. And he's obviously actually, there is one relevant thing, because the community that's critical of him. I don't know if you caught the part where they say like the LGBT community deserves like a better ambassador than him.
Yeah, I saw that because like a lot.
And I was
a lot
like, no, they don't.
Yeah,
This is their ambassador.
Of their community.
I was like, this is their ambassador. You give a faggot a PhD, and this is what he does with it. He starts saying, like, everyone is actually, like, everything that we see is actually, like, drug abusing child molestation. And it's also funny to me because, like, well, there's child sex abuse in the Bible, but not where he's talking about it, right?
Yeah.
Not where he's talking about it, but it's also like it's just you have to watch it if you're interested. We can't do it. I could do it because I find it fascinating and it was hilarious. Like I spent like all Saturday watching that video. It was fun. But anyway,
Do you know why he lost his job as an adjunct professor?
I don't know, sex abuse.
He did a production of the Greek tragedy Medea. So this is what it says right here. In the production, which Hillman described as authentic and written to maintain the historical integrity of the plane, phallic ancient world objects known as fascina were used as props by cast members. So he basically had giant penises all over the place.
Right, which is like, yes, those were a thing. But like it's not clear that they would have had dicks, like giant dicks all over the stage, particularly what was the production?
Medea?
Yeah,
not the Tyler Perry stuff.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I don't know. Maybe, but like probably not. But yeah, but he would just be like, yeah, I've done an authentic ancient world thing. Look, everybody's tripping and molesting kids. Oh no, that's actually just what happens that's actually just what I do.
Yeah.
Right. So he's like I'm the true aristocrat classicist because I do drugs and molest children, and that's what
Medea goes to the symposium.
Which is not gay. The idea that the symposium is about people being gay is wrong. It's not true. Lack's video was good on this. Yeah,
on all that stuff.
Very good. Very good video on that. Dude, somebody tried to fight with me to like preserve that narrative, and I was like, nah, dude, you're wrong. I was like, because they're like, why do we see it depicted on pottery? I'm like, really? You see it? What percentage of the pottery that we have?
Yeah. So okay,
is that depicted on?
So if if people were to see stuff from American art, you know, in
they weren't defending America. This person hates America.
Yeah, but put it this way, like, would you expect them to believe that like all Americans were homosexual because you see it on the art?
You would have a better case in that. You have a significantly better case with that than you would with ancient Greece. And a lot of times, you know, motivated, and Lack goes through all this in his video. Like, motivated reasoning people come in and just interpret through the lens that they want, where they're like, "Oh, this is ambiguous. What's on this clay shard of pottery?" So I'm just going to say that it's gay stuff. I decided. Anyway, sometimes it shows heterosexual stuff, and it's like, okay, they absolutely had some erotic art in the ancient world, and you're assuming that's depicting something gay when it's actually not. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, that was a funny curveball to throw, but that shit was so funny.
I know,
and it's just like it's just really funny. People are probably looking into it. It is interesting. It's sort of kind of crossover with what we talk about, but we don't want to do that today.
We also, I mean, we like to observe crazy people who are saying things for ideological sexual reasons. So, I mean, it's completely within our wheelhouse, but not what's the scope of today's episode.
Yeah, and it's also the other thing that's in the wheelhouse is the response of like the mainstream of that discipline that disagrees completely with his conclusions, rightly so, because they're lunatic, but like won't actually make the connection that it's like, well, he's a fag, he likes drugs. And he's pretending everyone else is a fag that likes drugs. Like, and he's trying to give an intellectual justification for that.
And they're acting like this is an unusual thing that he alone is the only type of person who does that of his ilk.
Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about something less interesting. Let's talk. Well, I wanted to actually. It's not totally less interesting. I think that like. I found myself profoundly like unsatisfied with all narratives about the Trump administration, like both the narrative of like he's not going to do anything, and the narrative of like libs so owned, like managerial state uprooted,
we're so back.
Yeah, we're so back, and Trump isn't going to do anything. And then there's also the lib narrative of it, which is like. Everything Trump does is an outrage. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off, with my hair on fire, like at all times.
They're giving these people what they want.
They're giving what they want, and they can't stop. I thought they had wised up a little bit last week, but they didn't.
No. I was saying this to you this morning is that I don't even want to have like a specific opinion on it because I want to parse through what's actually going on. Like it's all media driven. Hysteria on both sides that I want to see the actual data and the actual consequences of things before I have an opinion on it.
It's difficult to get a read on what's actually going on because everything is like partisan hysteria and like owning people and like screaming about whatever. Like in terms of the deportation stuff, that really hasn't significantly increased. They're making a show, and actually I would say that this is something that was in fact predicted by us, that they would make early in the administration, they would do a show of force. They would make a show. I do not think that they will keep this up.
The first 100 don't matter for the long-term analysis. People can enjoy the media spectacle for the first 100 days. We're going to see after the first 100 days what's actually changed, what's actually going on, and what these trends are going to produce. Saying anything is just going to be like being in the "it's over, we're back" cycle and vacillating wildly over everything that happens from moment to moment. And I don't want to operate that way. I want to know what's actually going on. And I want to see the data.
Yeah, and you could even do like there's even like tempting narratives out there for us not taking one side or the other. Like the whole, like, I could easily fall into a thing where, like, okay, so there's a story about Elon Musk, right? So they're like, okay, so Elon Musk and his Doge. But this actually goes to potentially a wider narrative that I do want to explore. Elon Musk and this Doge thing, right? Which is fucking stupid, but apparently that's been given some kind of license to do stuff. And
I will admit that I thought that was going to be very toothless, but it's actually been doing more than I would have expected.
Well, I think that the idea, we're going to have to throw in the trash the idea that Trump is going to be toothless. He's going to do a lot of shit. He's not. This is going to be a very easy prediction. Not all of it's going to succeed. Some of it will. But the idea that everything is, it's weird because it's like everything is just for show, but also like not. But I guess by saying just for show, meaning that like there's nothing there for us, right?
I mean, they're going to accomplish things that Republicans.
And in fact, if they do, a lot of what they accomplish is going to be bad if they do accomplish it. Like, for example, okay, so Elon Musk and his Doge team or whatever, like, and again, it's not actually clear who's paying any of these people because he's just like an advisor. I don't know if he has funding, but he apparently has people.
Elon Musk is paying them himself.
He is. I think he is. But then the question is, what right does he have to do this? Because if he's just like an informal advisor to Trump and he's got his own staff, because he was taking in people from like Tesla and the Boring Company, but the Boring Company is done. Like that's shut down. Like, Musk is no longer pretending that he's going to build like car tunnels under every city to like revolutionize transportation with like tunnels for cars, which has been done as long as we've been doing this. And so that's probably like, so I guess he gave some of these people jobs at like Doge. It's just him funding it. But he went in the Treasury Department. This is what I was reading, and they got and again, Trump fired some people, so the people that were supposed to be manning the ship were not there. He got access to the U.S. government payment system, which pays out $6 trillion a year. It literally writes the checks, and I don't know if it writes all checks, but it writes most of them. And the main checks it writes are ones to actually American people, like Social Security. Right, like he writes those checks for sure, and he was able to gain access to this system. And additionally, I also had heard that his people set up some kind of server to like somehow interface or something with the data there, but it wasn't vetted by like federal government data standards, and therefore a security breach. And so somebody I was looking at sometime, I was like, "Oh, this is all basically this is like a national security threat. What's going on here, right?" And I was laughing because I was like, I would love the idea if Musk, through his sort of childlike, retarded incompetence, charlatan nature, like went into a government department with his stupid, dumb ideology and started actually trying to implement it, and just assumed he could just grab everything and put like the best minds to like crunch the data. Because that's the idea. Is the reasoning behind this is like, he's gonna look at what all the payments the government is putting out are, and then they're gonna like analyze and see where they can make cuts. Like that's the idea behind it. But I could totally understand somebody being like, "Wait, you weren't elected by anybody. You didn't pass any confirmation. What's your security clearance? Why are you allowed to see this?" Like, like I could totally see that reaction. And the thing that worries me is that it's like, goes to like sort of the third world nature and possibly even potentially like post constitutional and post like government norms that they might be trying to build to. Yeah, and it also goes to like who's going to really be hurt by this, because I guarantee you the kinds of things they're going to look at, if anything happens, right? It might just be just a big nothing burger, which is a high likelihood, but just the very fact that could happen at all, like I don't think you could have done that a few years ago. They would have turned them away and been like, "No, you can't look at our computers. Like this is absurd." But
actually, it's funny, like seeing how helpless libtards have become. It is actually kind of interesting to see this behold.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that the idea is that like the Trump is doing like the storming like the blitzkrieg strategy, like they don't have a chance to catch their breath or whatever. And there's also the element of like, the boss was, I guess, fired, and nobody knew what they were allowed and not allowed to do, and then Musk comes in. Anyway, I don't really care that much, but I do think that it's sort of like the thing that people were worried about.
So many Jews have come onto the side of Trump. The libtards are so used to basically crying and then having that amplified by Jews, and that develops the groundswell they need to basically be able to sandbag all of this stuff. And because so many Jews have now moved over to the Trump camp, they're not getting the amplification that they're used to getting.
I think they're getting amplification, but they're not getting traction within D.C.
Right.
Like they're not actually getting
within their own little ecosystem. But it's
like their media, which is still very mainstream and has millions of eyes on it, like is doing the freak out bit. Like, but it's not clear that they have any ability to sort of resist policy wise or have any organization to do so, and it's probably because a lot of Jews have abandoned them. And again, this particular incident is sort of just like, well, it just goes says we were talking about like kind of like the third worldization of America. And I think that the Doge thing very well might cut a bunch of government departments, and they very well might fire a bunch of but none of that is like what we wanted or we have any particular ideological interest in or even really would support in any way, unless you know it would have to be.
It's going to be stuff like the Labor Relations Council, what they did to that.
Oh yeah, like Trump basically, like we were talking about, Trump paralyzed the National Labor Relations Board, which means like union disputes and stuff aren't going to be. They're not going to be able to like rule on those unless they get another member on their board. As far as I know, I'd have to look into that a little bit. But
Larry talked about that. He was the one that brought that.
Yeah, as I predicted, which wasn't a hard prediction. One day, the media stalled with the narrative. This is about foreign students. That was a narrative that was put out in like Fox and New York Post and these type of outlets, which was something that, again, liberals, for their own reason, the liberal media is happy to run with that too, right? And from the other perspective, one news cycle, it's over, and no one's talking about it anymore. And Michael Tracy was the one saying, like, he was out there, he was saying the same things I was saying, like, no, the idea that this only applies to foreign students is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the easiest examples to use is Patriot Act stuff, but also because of the tools that are provided, they can use a foreign student as a pretext, but the tools that they're given allows them to investigate actual citizens as well.
The tools they're given is not in any way limited to the foreign students. They absolutely can do that, but it's not limited to that in any way, and the language of it doesn't even attempt to limit it. It basically, as I said, I think I said this, it instructs the Attorney General to seek cases under the Conspiracy Against Rights Act.
Yep.
Which is a civil rights it's a civil rights related act.
They've just adapted what the post Charlottesville view on all this stuff is, and now applying it nationally.
Well, they've got precedent on the idea that public protest can be misconstrued or reconstrued depending on, obviously political motives and things like that, and power always going to dictate this, to be harassment. Racially motivated harassment. And the IHRA definition, Trump has adopted it in executive order form. It's not been legally passed, although Congress, the House, has passed the bill that would make it, the Justice Department was sort of required in federal law when enforcing civil rights legislation and hate crime laws to consider this as an enforcement mechanism, or to actually just actively use it as an enforcement mechanism. Trump has ordered that through that executive order and one other. The two of them combined do that. And that's also something I assume if the Senate ever passes that bill, he'll just sign it. So there you go. So now that's not changing. Okay, that's absolutely sticking around. No one's going to oppose that. Some things may, some things won't. But also the things that a lot of things they're going to attack. I would not be surprised if an attack on Social Security is done in this administration. Why not? I'm sure.
Why wouldn't they do it?
Right. So the things that they're going to do, and they probably will slash a bunch of things from the federal government. That's just going to make everybody's lives shittier. It's actually not good. It's not good. That's not something that we're for. And how that got grafted on to the process of MAGA tardism is somehow finding a way to graft that kind of shit on as if I'm supposed to care. And then what you do, though, is you come and say, people will come back and say, but Mike, sure, they're not going to get rid of 2 million federal workers, okay? That's not going to happen. But they are going to probably be slashing stuff. And they'll probably be, in many of the things that they're going to slash, probably a lot of it will hurt American citizens.
They've learned how to weaponize the politics of petty resentment that's so endemic to Americans, so they can accelerate turning Americans, especially white Americans, into serfs. We're going to be moving further and further into a neo-feudalism, a techno-neo-feudalist state.
Yeah. And as far as the U.S. aid thing, apparently the U.S. Office for U.S. Agency for International Development has basically shut down, and there's not clear if they're actually shut down, but they've sort of decided to shut down, which is also funny. But they are, I think.
I shut down. I decided.
Well, they were well, it looks like we're getting shut down. Okay, we'll do it. But I also think, the whole thing with South Africa, that is definitely going to happen. It's not being done for Boers, nor do I see an obvious way in which Boers or white South Africans will in any way benefit from this.
One of the reasons purely. I think the main reason why they're doing this, and this is me I don't know if this would be a conspiratorial hat, but just from what I know of the history, Chinese investment in South Africa was increasing quite a bit in the last decade, and I think the real reason they're doing this
much
is
simpler.
To counter. Yeah, it's to counter Chinese influence.
It's much simpler than that, because this would arguably increase Chinese influence. It's because they did the war crimes case against Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh yes, I forgot about that.
Yep, that's the only reason. That's what it is. That's why they.
I could see it both. That be the Netanyahu.
Yeah,
the primary
these
reason.
things. It's not necessarily just. Well, that's the most obvious one to me, right? They are doing this because South Africa was one of the countries that was doing the war crimes charges against Netanyahu, among others.
They were the driving force on that stuff. What was that?
And this was done on purpose. This is sort of I would actually say almost I don't know. I understand why the international sort of Palestine solidarity movement did this. Why they were chosen to be the ones to do this, because of the clout.
Yes.
Of the South African anti-apartheid struggle. They tried to piggyback off that, and look at that, it didn't work. Interesting. I mean, I could see what they were doing when they were doing it. Why they had South Africa be the sort of poster child for that, but it's you got your indictments, and every European country down the line said they wouldn't do it, right? Even though they're signed on to it. And so it's just But I don't know. I mean, I think this Musk thing with the email server and the payment system, it's sort of funny. I don't know what's going to come of it, but you know, I guess I could see why if you were like a libtard, you'd be upset that this guy, this retard, this like spastic retard is now like is like basically going through every payment made by the U.S. government and deciding which ones he doesn't like. But
yeah, I mean, it is. This is a little bit unprecedented in a way because Musk being a drug addict himself and being very egotistical, he doesn't have an actual ideology in the way that he's applying this. He's basically got kind of a quasi-libertarianism going on, but he definitely picks and chooses what he's okay with.
Dude, he literally runs on vibes, and he says it himself.
Yeah.
And it's so annoying. And people that, like, do the vibe with him, I'm like, it's just... I can't explain like the level of contempt I have for this, but now
and under like Twitter under Musk's tenure, accounts pretending to be like that they are representing the West, like all use like reclaim the West type stuff, imagery and whatnot.
God, dude, it's
because these people are such inept bubbling retards, they expose themselves constantly. Thank God Indians are not that smart because
people have really caught on to this, particularly like. There's just like these obvious tropey accounts. Like there's this, I saw this one account the other, there's like Infinite West or something like that. And it was like an Arnold Brecker statue in front of an American flag and is making Zionist talking points. I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah. What's going on, Pradeep?
Inevitable West.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. The guy's,
tweeted, he deleted the tweet. He says, get your hashtag Mahadev now. Go to Pump Fund. It's a crypto scam thing, and Keith Woods said forgot to switch accounts, and that account Inevitable West deleted that tweet.
Yeah, because it's obvious.
Yep,
it's obvious. And the question is, I'm sort of wondering, like, who falls for this, right? Like, I mean, there must be like our community is particularly savvy about this stuff and can like spot it real quick. Like once we suss out, you know, to use that word, that's this kind of stuff is going on, people will start seeing it. Like, yeah, that's fishy. What's going on there? But like, how many people are just like tricked by this? And it's really funny because it's sort of like I saw, Lomez was posting about the memes becoming reality, and he can't believe it. And I'm like, Lomez, honestly, bro, we started this show like 11 years ago, and I was doing this stuff, these politics, for like 2-3 years before that online. I don't remember you. Where the fuck were you?
Yeah.
Where the fuck were you, Jew? You weren't around. You're a latecomer, and you're taking the shit that we built up, and you're now just memeing with it to give clout and like, to give clout to this fucking Jew op. Like, fuck you.
I can name so many memes or ideas that I helped popularize on two hands. And like and these people are like just get to live off of that work.
Oh yeah, dude, they're just dining out on it, and they're using it. It is something I would not have predicted when we started doing this at the sort of the height of Obama's power.
It was a little bit surprising, yeah.
Well, I mean, if I were to go back in time, like 14 years now, probably about when I started doing proto white nationalist, libertarian white, you know what I mean? When I started the transition over. And if I were to tell my younger self, listen, this is what's going to happen by 2025, I would be like, get the fuck out of here. There's no way. This country is systematically Jewish and anti-white. This is not going to happen. But they're never going to let you be talking like that or saying things like that. Just wouldn't have believed it. And even if you told me, well, it's all a cover for like Zionism, I still would have been like, nah, they're not going to do that. They got the Christian shit. They're just going to, you know what I mean?
So, nobody would have ever predicted. Yeah. I don't think nobody would have ever predicted kosher anti-Semitism. But having lived through it now for the last few years, it's like, wow, why didn't we see this coming?
We saw it coming earlier than most.
Yes, no. Eventually, we caught on.
We caught on before most people, but
in comparison to like 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, even so, it's still like a little bit. It is. I get what Lomez was saying, but then the fact that he's saying it and he's the one that's enjoying it and he's the one that's benefiting from it, right? And he's the one that's like dining out on it. He's the one that has through I'm sure he's friends with Darren Beatty, and Darren Beatty now
Secretary.
right. So, you know, the Jews that came late to the reactionary movement after the work had been put in and the memes had been done and like various things, they came in, linked it to MAGA and Trump, and they used it as a mechanism, at least partially as a mechanism to get Trump into power. There were other things that were done, right? Like, probably parallel things to this were happening elsewhere. Like, I'm sure that a parallel thing exact to this was happening in the libertarian movement. And also they had just sort of like mainstream conservatism, Catholicism, you know, there's a number of different verticals that they exploited. White nationalism being only one, or white nationalism, racist, reactionary, you know, the whole thing, right? The milieu, if you will. Mm-hmm. There's other ones that they had, and the easiest one to exploit would be like the long-standing established one that's always out there, that's the majority of it, but they had to do these things around the edges. But it is interesting that this is there, but it's also like, yeah, but I just know that none of this is for me. Like, I see it and it's not for me. If you see it, it's actually not for you now. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Well, with Trump, you know, that's like Trump's rule. He inverts everything. Like, with Trump, if you see it, it's actually not for you.
Yeah. Well, what's even more insidious to me is the way, because like so much lifestyleism and masculinity sentiments are coupled with this stuff now. Yeah. And there's an account called Wyatt Stagg who nailed this 100% and said it better than I could have ever said it. He said he works tirelessly for another's gain, takes abuse but never thinks himself a victim, views nothing as unfair, never complains, takes every insult on the chin, never expresses anger, hate, pain, or discontent. The fake right's masculine ideal is the ultimate slave.
Oh, snap.
Yep.
That is really good. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Because it's because you can't let yourself you in refusing to have the appearance of a slave, and in actually taking the idea of slave morality and your caricature idea of how slaves behave ideologically so far, you now actually become a slave.
Yeah,
because you literally are like, don't complain.
Yeah, and they'll point to guys like, especially they'll point to men that have married Jewish women or especially Asian women, and who are becoming high achievers. They're getting roles within, like, they're getting janissary and managerial roles within this new administration. Like, look, we've opened the door for you. You can succeed. You just have to let go of all this loser online shit that, like, what they mean is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, you just have to let go of anti-Semitism.
You have to let go of that stuff. Like, look, just marry the non-white broad and get into tech and finance, and you can succeed. Like, don't be a loser.
Yeah,
I mean, create happy children. You'll have a place here.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. And I also, there's another narrative out there about the Trump administration, which is like, and I don't agree with this, and I understand what people say, but I think it needs to be kind of rethought. They need white people, so they're doing this because they need white people. I don't think that's really what it is. Like, it's like sort of like Jews spent all this time like attacking, and like they've realized now that they need us, and like they need us for Israel and for their wars or something. Usually, that's kind of the paradigm in which this is discussed, and so now they're doing this, and so they're turning around because they've discovered, as if they had some kind of comeuppance, as if they realize like, oh wait, like brown people really are actually stupid, so we actually need the white men to like make the military to do the stuff for Israel. I don't think that's the process.
That's a little myopic. What they like, and if you followed the trajectory of NRX talking points all the way back in 2016, they were always wanting to have white men who had managerial roles. They wanted that to basically stabilize the system.
Right. I think, though, a better way to look at this is they have us. Like, the white population of America is a resource that they were underutilizing.
Yeah, exactly. It was.
You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of, I think, a better way.
the people that are on this side of the politics the reason what their issue with anti-whiteness was that we have an immense resource here that we can use to stabilize this empire. You guys are fucking up. You're cutting, from their perspective, what the left was doing not the left, more like the libtards. What the libtards were doing was cutting off their nose to spite their face. It's we have this amazing resource we can use to our advantage. We just have to filter out. We have to filter the whites. That's all you have to do.
Right. So yeah, they need to have a better mechanism to filter ideologically trustworthy whites, and also it's no longer that the way you signal trustworthiness to Jews as a right winger, as a white right winger by being an evangelical Christian Zionist or something. Although that's still definitely something they like, but they because they also realize that it's almost that was never going to stick around because it's retarded. So they had to develop something else, and this white nationalist adjacent reactionary thing as a way to cultivate. What do they always talk about? Richard Hinani and them. And it's also in his talking points. He talks about human capital. This is a thing they talk about, right?
Human capital.
Elite human capital. What did somebody say? Oh man, people fucking have funny ass cracks on that guy. Where elite human capital is looking like this and being into I don't know. It was very funny. It was a funny own on Twitter. I can't remember exactly what it was.
I completely forgot it.
Yeah, but it's this is their thing, and so again, it's just frustrating. I find it frustrating because it's there's no really good way to express I feel all the sort of competing things out there of what to describe going on. Either we're so back, libs are so breathless, or all this is fake, none of this is going anywhere. He's just lying again, last time. None of those are particularly satisfactory. But the idea that
you have to look at this systemically of what they want for the American empire to be, because they're not going to these people have no interest in scaling back the American empire. They have no interest in liberating Europe. They have no interest in any of that stuff.
The funniest idea was the one where Trump was using A to E. This is something I saw in the Captive Dreamer community. I think I've talked about this. That Trump was leveraging
about this multiple times.
Yeah, I can't get over it. That he was leveraging aid to Egypt because they were given the special exemption from the foreign aid thing for obvious reasons. If you understand the situation, that this was to prevent Palestinians refugees from going to Europe, and I'm in what realm do you think Trump gives any fucks about Europe? He does not. He does. In fact, he's hostile.
American conservatives more than any other group in America hate Europe.
Yes. They are. This administration absolutely is hostile to Europe. There's no question about it. And so I think that the best way to look at this, I do think that we are now actually heading to real post-racial. That's I think something that has been decided is that
that was what we had discussed when we read that Michael Lind article in Tablet Mac a couple months back, where he wanted a more French style system in the United States, where he wanted a separation. He called it separation of state and race, but he basically wanted what the French do of making it actual instituted from the top on down a color blindness where you get into trouble for even mentioning the existence of race.
Yes, so that's actually, which is funny because for the longest time, kind of the white nationalist talking point to oppose that conservative talking point was sort of this doesn't work. And I think people are going to have to start being more cautious with that kind of language. That's even not really what I want to express. It will work if people in power want it to, right?
Yeah, if it works in France, they can make it work here.
Right. So it's not about no, I'm not talking about the policy working. What I mean is the rhetoric, because there was a long time where the American system was not listening to that. They didn't care. Right. And in fact, you were talking about colorblind racism actually marked you out as suspect and potentially racist yourself. And that is no longer the case. And I think that is sort of, and this is going to be an actual fight. So this is going to be a fight that the Trump administration is going to have, and I think they're going to win. But they will fight because there are entrenched interests that they're going up against, right? And some of them are Jewish. There are going to be some Jews they're set in their ways, and they're not and they're older, and they've been doing this. They don't want to change their view. You know, the Jews are Wallace Shawn, yeah, like that type, right? He's near death. He's just old. He's probably in his 80s, but like
Pretty sure he's in his 80s.
yeah. So, but that type, right? And so there's going to be that. So this is a fight that they're going to be having. Is they're going to beat post-racialism. This is one thing I definitely think is going to happen. And I've been saying this for about a week now. It's going to be, and conservatives are going to be loving it because this is what they've been wanting. And the whole time, white nationalists have been arguing with conservatives and beating up on them, bullying them, and trying to pressure them to being more like racial advocates for whites instead of doing, because for a long time it was like, the argument was like, you would go to the conservatives would say, or you would talk about, you would agree, you'd find common ground on like the white people are being discriminated against. Now they don't really want to say it publicly, but privately you can get any conservative to say this, right?
Yeah.
And I've had these conversations in private with people who were conservative.
You can even get them to admit that black people can't maintain cities.
Or for sure. No, easy. And I've even had this conversation even with lower level politicians and stuff. You know, in with these like lower level Republican people in Congress and things like that. I've had a few encounters with people like that, and they've said these things and they agree. And or definitely like people that are on staff with them and stuff, but are still like part of the apparatus. Like they'll all agree with this. The problem is that it's sort of like the argument that we would bring to the table for them would be like, well, see, this is definitely going on, but your guys' response is to sort of beg for egalitarianism rather than just advocate in like take the side of whites and push back in a positive way for white people, right? Like instead of being like this defensive, like please can we stop with this, all this racial preference stuff? And then they don't want to do that. They don't care. And you just lose. And it felt like we could always win that argument with conservatives, but now we can't. Now they can be like, no, what are you talking about? It worked.
They're winning now because we're completely in line with what Jews want to do. Like Jews move to the center right, and so now they're in lockstep. So they're like I can't blame like conservative MAGA types, people who aren't us, that for being on cloud nine and being ecstatic because they are within their group. They are actually winning. They are winning.
And this is going to be the true post-racial. Like Obama, as I said yesterday, I've said it for like a few days now. Obama was not post-racial. The Obama era was like virulently and maliciously anti-white. We are now entering the post-racial era, and it will be interpreted as racism. It is literally the thing that they would say to us. Equality is going to feel like you know, when you losing your privilege, like the equality is going to feel like discrimination against you.
Oh, you're going to see so many attacks on white people coming from the conservative bench, just like how I said that I had predicted previously or analyzed previously.
Well, they're going to blame everything on whites. They're going to blame,
you know, like that. The problem with white people is that they're irreligious. Christian, like the attacks on Christianity are going to stop because they're going to move it towards a much more anti-white direction. They're going to white people that advocate for themselves are going to be treated exactly the same as as black supremacists, but like with actual institutional power being brought down on them instead of being ignored by like the black supremacists were.
I could see them like coming down on black supremacists now, right? And as it is like, well, no, just as to show, see, we do it for them too. Like I said, I think institutionally they are going to do post-racial stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
But then socially, they're still going to be shitting on white people, and conservatives are going to be the ones doing it.
We're going to receive the brunt of the attacks. Yeah. You can see this. Like the funny thing is like the one good utility that Twitter has really is you get to see their talking points evolve and sharpen in real time of how they're going to attack white people.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. I brought up Tablet just for fun,
Yeah.
And one of the top in the letters section, Christmas, the greatest Jewish American holiday.
Yeah, I've looked at that one before.
Oh, is that like? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually old. It's like a month or so old. I've never seen it before though. They still have it there at the top.
We actually talked about this on Third Rail back in December.
Yeah, wow, that's funny because it's like, why is this still on your front page? I guess they don't update the site so much.
I don't know I don't know what's going on with Tablet Mag, but they have very few articles these days. It's a lot of their shit.
Well, they're too busy working for the Trump administration.
That's a good point.
The people that would write you can't write an article on Tablet. I gotta go exercise power.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's nothing interesting there today. The rise of the Jewish grocer, I literally don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, all this, like, it's become very niche Jewish stuff. Jews talking about their niche Jewish interests.
Well, I kind of wonder if maybe it's like we don't really need to. It was kind of like they won, right? Like this is we have the Tablet Mag presidency.
You can see what's going on with Jews by just looking where Tablet Mag is. Like, Jews feel comfortable again. They feel comfortable with where they're at. Like they'll signal like how distraught they are over anti-Semitism in America, and they'll do stuff about that. But they don't feel the need to tell their other Jews like stuff like what Lyle Leibovitz was doing in terms of basically trying to redirect what the Jewish conversation was going to be focused on. They've completed the turn to the center right.
Attempts to get Jews big on board going after like Trump gutting the federal government or Trump gutting protections for minorities and blah blah blah, like that's gonna fall flat. That's gonna fall right on its face. Like Jews are like this. It's funny. I made the point yesterday. I don't know if I said it on the show or if we were just talking. Where I said it's almost like I forget when Michael Rappaport was like just like a spitting, like an acidic spitting toxic shit lib.
You said that yesterday in the show.
I did say it. Okay, yeah. Like remember when he was? Remember when he was a toxic libtarded lol cow rather than a toxic maga-tarded lol cow?
He was a Trump reply guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, that shift was so easy for him.
He was like Jeff Tiedrick, who,
and he really didn't have to change anything.
It started with October 7th, and like you could see if you followed Michael Rappaport, you could follow the transition in real time.
Now, when I said that people should thank us for some of the small like show concessions that they were getting from the Trump administration, somebody got, again, just how you made somebody extremely angry. Somebody got extremely angry at me about that, and of course they wanted to emphasize, you know, how little I mattered, and then I don't even remember who this was. This was actually somebody that's actually less important.
Why are you guys so like fixated on us? You could easily ignore us. Like,
well, what's funny is this was a person who was actually even less. Well, it was actually a nobody, right? An actual nobody. But when people were asking him, some people legitimately didn't know, you know, who I was or what that account was, and he was just like, "I'm not going to tell you who that is. You don't ever need to listen to that." And I was like, "Oh." Very interesting. You can't. Why don't you just tell them?
Yeah, again, like why don't you just like?
Right, but it was funny because the point I was making, I wasn't even saying just me. I mean, I might have actually said that to be provocative, but yeah, no. But the point does stand that like we actually did send out through all the media and the stuff that we did over the years a message of like, here's and it sucks that because the alternative to this is not to just like shut up and never do these things, right? To just stop talking or whatever. But you have to understand it's going to happen. The Jews heard this, and like this is something that it seems to have some traction, some popular at least on some level with a certain set of people. You know, a non-zero number, or, you know, a relatively large number of people, even though it's still pretty niche, but it's still significant enough. And it's also something that it has the ability, without censorship, to actually become very popular and catch on in a big way. And so we're gonna have to incorporate that and neuter it, and so they did. And this then resulted in things like even the birthright citizenship EO. I was like, dude, nobody was on Trump's ass more than like. I almost feel like this was like a personal thing with me. I brought it up more than almost anybody. I was constantly talking about it. And then he did it, and I'm like, well, you can, and of course it was immediately shut down. But it's like, yeah, you should actually thank me for that. But it's like the same thing, you know. It's like I would actually say, conservatives, you owe a huge debt of gratitude to Hamas.
Yeah, they do.
I think conservatives
More than us. More than us. They
actually more than us. Yes.
They should be thanking Hamas.
You should be thanking Hamas for all of this stuff. All of the ways that the Trump administration is mimetically signaling to you. And actually, in some ways, enacting policies you wanted for a while, like colorblind anti-white racism. Like you should have colorblind anti-whiteness instead of open and virulent anti-whiteness. That's what we're gonna have, right?
Yep.
But they also I think they did realize that they did have this human capital issue, and they did want to find a way. I mean, it was true that young, talented, intelligent white men were checking out and were not, did not feel that they had an investment, and did not feel like there was any reason for them to do anything but like A-log the system and stuff like that. That's absolutely true. So they're like, okay, well, we can accommodate this somewhat. And, when I remember years ago having a conversation with a bunch of NRX people, some of whom are probably literally having meetings in Washington and shit now, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the guy who was saying, like, I was a nobody.
NRX has triumphed, at least from, like,
oh, yeah, absolutely.
Goals, yeah.
From there, I don't share their ideology. I don't share their goals, and I'm not Jewish, and I don't want this. I don't want to.
Not a HAPA, and you don't produce HAPA children.
Well, it's a fake intellectual movement that is simply a stalking horse for Zionism.
Yeah,
Always has been.
It's a movement for tradcasts and guys with Asian wives to be able to get their buy-in into the system.
I really think the NRX movement themselves it's not that they're in power. That itself became the filter mechanism.
Yep.
Like that itself is the filtering mechanism.
They're the man for as much as there's like an actual ideological component beyond guarding Zionism. They are the ideological filter.
Yeah, that's their role. They're not exercising power. You have set up a group of you set up a signaling mechanism whereby a certain class of intelligent white guys can filter themselves through this and declare themselves trustworthy to Jews, basically through this system, right? And this is specifically that shows you why, even though they know about the Jewish issue, they won't talk about it, because to talk about it then will just negate the thing, right? It's like, in fact, that's almost like that's how you get filtered out. Like, oh,
well, here's what they're doing for racism now, because I've seen this being developed as well, and it's becoming much more prominent every time I see it. Is that what they're doing with racism now? Is like, it's awesome to tell racist jokes. It's cool to be ironically racist, but like I have actually seen people say like, wait, like actual real racism is really gross and ugly. Like the people are starting to roll this out now. It's like, yeah, no,
that's cool. What Mobug was saying in 2007.
Yep.
Go back and read his columns. He was saying exactly that. He didn't like the libtard piety over it. He's not really a racist.
You're gonna be able to tell all the racial jokes that you want. You can, if you're feeling daring, you can slip an N-word here and there. But if you're actually ideologically racist, if you have an actual race principle, you are the enemy now.
Yeah, but I do remember this years ago having this conversation with these NRXers in New York City, and they said, because I was big into like Nazi populist stuff at the time, and I mean, we had some things. I was. What's that?
I said no.
No, yeah. Oh, I was like, wait, I was confused for a second. Sorry. Yeah. So, well, again, I was briefly tempted into that scene, right? And then I was like, nah, I don't. This is fucking gay. I very quickly started thinking it was really gay, and I remember actually the first time I went through one of their things, I reported back to my little group. The group that ended up being like a lot of TRS stuff came out. It was actually called TRS, but and a lot of people are gone now. I don't know where they went, but they just disappeared off into whatever. And then they had done so like years ago. And I just told them, I was like, and a lot of because a lot of them were libertarians. We were doing like a racist libertarian thing, but we had moved over significantly. And I went to the NRX thing, and all these weird people there, like Jews and like faggots and trannies and shit, and literally, I'm not joking. And I told them this, and they were like,
I mean, it's like people are seeing it now because of there's out trannies now that are tastemakers within that milieu.
Yeah. And always have been. And I mean, they've always been in the milieu. And so I reported back to like my basically all white racist post-libertarian group. I was like, yo, like, and everyone's like, that feel when just going back to like a normal libertarian meeting and you'd meet just like much better people. And I was like, absolutely you would, you know. But yeah, this one of them said to me like, well, our job is not, and arguably they were right about this. Is like there's no revolution. Like you can't do that, right? There's no popular.
Yes, I remember talking to NRX people back in 2016.
Yeah, and that's also a fairly easy thing to diagnose in America, right?
But like, if you ever even brought up the idea of trying to build a revolutionary fervor, a revolutionary movement of any kind, like the amount of boundary maintenance that you suddenly ran afoul of.
Or even if not like we're going to overthrow the government, but like wanting the new right thing that we were going to get behind and pressure power for was going to be like a white centric, white based and you know, anti-Jewish thing, right? And they were like, no, we don't do that. Like they're like the thing we want to do is be like, it was very Jewish in fact. It'd be like we want to be like subversive. We want to get in with a certain set of elites and convince them. And I was like, you're never going to do that, but I was wrong. But the thing is, you didn't convince anybody of anything. What happened is elites were convinced that they could make use of you, which is like different. It feels the same. It's not the same thing, but it feels to them like it's the same thing. You know what I mean?
That's just how it feels.
It's just how it feels. It's like you're not really in power, but it feels right because And I think to the extent that certain things will get implemented, like it's very possible that more libertarianish reforms will get done under Trump, who's signaling populist.
This is going to be the high watermark of libertarianism.
Yeah, and it's very funny how they actually brought that back. And I guess there was a time when libertarianism was totally fucking dead. I would say definitely first Trump president, like 2015, 2016, in like to 2018 or so. After that, I just stopped paying attention, and it came back. And anti-wokeness brought it back big time because they were that was a big thing with them, was like anti-woke. And in a way, like James Lindsay, I never heard of him before. That's when he got big. Like after I stopped paying attention to libertarian, he kind of like poked his head up and became a big personality. And he is like super. He's like super like. What do you say? He's like really ideologically libertarian to the point where like he's the anything the government does is communism guy, and communism is also theosophy and then just going full schizo with it, and like it's very actually it's funny to see a guy like that because I knew people like that, right? Which is also why I knew he wasn't smart because I've seen people with this dumb ideology before in the libertarian movement, but he feels like betrayed because he's like, wait, I got all these signals that I was going to have something, and now we're doing this anti-woke right, which is just woke for wokeness reversed. Because the libertarians always love doing this too. Like any system of any changing of the guard in power, it doesn't matter because someone's still wielding power. And I'm like, well, just maybe you need to. That's kind of silly, bro.
Speaking of James Lindsay, he's been doing "Never Again Is Now" type stuff. Like he's been posting about that constantly within the past 24 hours. He retweeted this guy saying, "So far, I've seen a lot more classical liberalism from Trump than Christian nationalism, national conservatism. The latter would probably bristle at all these efforts to shrink the size and scope of government. They want to use government for their own brand of authoritarianism." So James Lindsay's been extremely happy with what the Trump administration is doing, or at least the Elon Musk elements of it, because he sees that as the triumph of his libertarian ideas.
Yeah.
He's even been attacking Yoram Hazony, which is funny because like his a lot.
Oh, he's A-logging Hazony?
Yeah, like a lot because he hates national.
I don't think he understands what he's doing.
It's that's how you know he's not smart. But a lot of his followers are also like who's Yoram Hazony?
Right, which is funny because that is a good question. Well, he's an Israeli agent, is who he is. He's an Israeli intelligence operative. But and I don't feel stupid or conspiratorial saying that. Like it's just why do we need this? Why is this conservative revivalist movement like being led by just someone born literally in Israel? Like, why is that? Why did that need to happen? Why did it need? Why is he the one that? And of course, he's the one. He comes out of nowhere, and suddenly everyone's going to his conferences. Interesting. How'd that happen? Like, and most people still to this day don't know, but you know the people that went to his conference.
Oh my God!
That's how you know he's a Jew.
I'm sorry. This is low tier content. I'm sorry.
I'm fine with it. Let's vibe.
He retweeted a guy saying Hitler was an evil Gnostic follower of Helena Blavatsky.
Oh, he's been on that shit forever. Oh, he talks about Hitler being like a Blavatskyan or whatever the hell forever.
That's
forever. He's been doing not forever, at least for like a year or so. I made fun of him. How do you say it with Blavatsky? What is it?
Helena Blavatsky.
Okay, which is just it's like fucking Aleister Crowley. It's just
not the Greek party.
Yeah, it's like the Theosophical school. It's like all that Hermes Trismegistus crap. Like, you know, it's Foucault's pendulum and shit. You know, like all that crap.
Yep.
But yeah. So it's just like that's a funny thing because you go from like there's like a short path from like small government, no government, anarchist libertarianism to like talking about like theosophical school and Gnosticism and shit and like communism and like the esoteric roots of communism. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. You're just retarded if you start doing that. By the way, I have to say I was like wrong about Gnosticism.
I wasn't gonna like
now. Well, no, it's fine. I like if I'm wrong about something, I like to own up to it. Now, I will say this one thing. You know what it was?
According to people who care very deeply about my faith, this could never happen because I just let you say whatever you want and never challenge you or debate you on things. Like I just go along with everything you say, according to the people that are very sincere.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but yeah, no, you owned me on this hard. Well, you owning me on it so hard that I was like, all right, I admit that I was wrong, and you kept dumping argument. And I was like, dude, I cried uncle like a while ago.
I mean, it actually got stuff wrong, like so.
Well, you got stuff wrong too, but like yeah. Well, again, this is esoterica, but the thing is, I did now. One thing is, here's why I think I got it wrong, and this is actually an argument I've heard. And this is very esoteric, but I'm going to say it, and you can chew on this for a bit. Gnosticism isn't. Yeah, you probably disagree, because I was just thinking of like Christian traditions that were not what ultimately became through the exercise. I will maintain this through the exercise of political power. What are current Christian doctrines? That's how they were determined.
Oh yeah, there were political people that supported Arianism. That's one of the big reasons why you had that big fight between Chalcedonian and Christianity.
You were drawing a distinction between Arianism and Gnosticism, and I know you have a good reason to do that. But I was sort of thinking it's kind of like, Gnosticism is just that.
I didn't realize you were okay. I didn't realize you were. I
was conflating those in my brain, but also I was sort of conflating any kind of. And my point was sort of like there was just lots of different kinds of Christianity just running about,
which was also true.
And I guess if you're going to look at Gnosticism as a very specific subcategory of that, but there's also some people today that are like Gnosticism is a term of abuse, and it was basically just hurled at anybody who wasn't. Like,
I mean, the Gnostics would have never called themselves Gnostics. They would have had a specific term for themselves as Gnostics, basically, because there's so many different Gnostic traditions.
And in a way, like. At the time, particularly when power was being consolidated around a specific set of doctrines, which again, those doctrines were, I'm going to go ahead and do. This is why I think social identity theory, I think, is like one of the most powerful tools that social science has come up with, and I completely agree with the idea of it. But as I said, one of the major pioneers in this field is Kevin McDonald, and they don't ever want to look at his book and his work, even though he has 3 pioneering books in social identity theory.
As someone who tends to like look at religion from a much more sociological perspective, at least from a more objective academic perspective, I really appreciate Kevin McDonald's work on that.
Yeah, because so much of it is done on Christianity, and you leave this out so much. But yes, I mean, I would say, there was boundary maintenance being done, and that's why you got the current, the current doctrine, or which most sects even agree with, Protestant and Catholic agree with these. because there was a lot of boundary maintenance being done in the 4th century.
The vast majority of Christianity is Chalcedonian Christianity, or what? No, yeah, Chalcedonian. Sorry, I was getting confused. Is Chalcedonian Christianity? We referring to the Council of Chalcedon, which basically was the final kind of like culmination of that. And so, like Orthodox Catholics and almost all Protestants, there are some weird ones. The only major non-Chalcedonian Christians in the world today are the Ethiopian. And
I've got a thing on that. You want to know what's funny about this?
Yeah.
Now, this overlaps with our interests. So, in terms of what they consider canonical, right? Like, there's different versions of what books are not considered canonical, depending on like Catholics have, and they also Catholics use.
Yeah, Catholics and Protestants have a slightly different canon to one another.
Yeah, and some of it's also like
Orthodox too.
Catholics still use the Greek version of like the Book of Esther, for example. Protestants don't; they use the Jewish version.
Yeah, a lot of the Protestants went to the Masoretic text for their translations.
Almost everybody uses Masoretic text, but there are some places where the Catholics decided they're going to keep the Greek version. But that's a whole other thing. But the Ethiopian church has their own set, and it's the most. It's actually they have the biggest canon, and the reason is because they were at some point brought by some missionary or something. I guess translated works, whether from Hebrew or Greek or whatever, or probably both, right? Of just this big set of everything, like everything, all the books of the Old Testament, all the Apocrypha, all the New Testament works, and even some things that were left out of the canon, that were excluded, and they just have it, and they just kept it, and they just maintained it, and they never changed it after it was brought to them. And it's very funny because it's actually sometimes can be used as a resource by people that go, look, okay, maybe we can judge. They do, their textual criticism and stuff.
Yeah, there's actually a resource, by the way, Cross Bible that the guy set up a website where you can you heard this on that 5-hour video. Yeah. You're able to cross-reference multiple different versions of Bible and biblical texts, so you can take a look for yourself.
But I'm not even interested so much what's in it. What's funny is that why is it? The reason is because they never argued about it. Like this, because they're just blacks. So you know what I mean? Like it's really funny.
They claim to have the Ark of the Covenant. So they're one of the major claimants to it, and that's rarely ever really investigated the veracity.
They don't. Nobody bothers because they're like whatever. But it's also funny that so they have their own thing. It's not Orthodox, Catholic, or Protestant, some other thing. And
these are not non-Chalcedonian. Like they accept the first 5 ecumenical councils.
Whatever. You know more than I. But my point is
the Coptic Church and the Ethiopian Church are in communion with each other. They're the same church, essentially.
Okay, but my point is this: that they have this huge collection of because when they were just brought to them, they just let them sit there. And they didn't decide, right? You know what I mean? They didn't read them and be like, well, this one has to go. And that doesn't line up. White people are sitting there constantly poring over these things and you know what I mean? And developing these extraneous doctrines and all this shit. And
taking scalpels to everything, making sure that everything is
splitting every hair into 18 parts. Meanwhile, the niggers are just
sounds good to me.
Whatever. Okay. This is literally a white person brought them thinking they were doing their Christian duty, brought the good news to them. And here's the whole thing. Okay, sure, that's God. Oh, fine.
Maybe the real reason that they that they're non-Chalcedonian is because they forgot to show up to the council.
No, exactly right. No, they just didn't. They just didn't show up. They just didn't get up in time. Forgot about it. They probably got invited. Yeah. Why bother though?
On this topic, it's really funny. Whenever Eastern Orthodox are trying to do an outreach to blacks, the saint that they always like to prop up is Moses the Black, and he was literally a black thief Ethiopian most likely, or Sudanese, but a black thief that ended up with the Desert Fathers and decided.
Oh my god, dude, this is some Kang shit right here. This is a
black that was doing.
Dude, these pictures are so funny. Oh my god, hold on. I just searched Moses the Black, and it's so funny. Wait, hold on. Where the fuck is that?
Look, he was like, if you read the story,
look at this nigga.
He was a straight up thug that reformed his ways.
Oh my god, dude, look at this nigga. I don't even know I don't know like what era this is. Like I don't know where this is from, but that is some funny shit.
It's hard to tell sometimes unless you're trained in icon paintings because
this is not old.
That's much more modern interpretation.
But it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up, nigga? Yeah, nigga.
No, he was a straight up thug that decided to reform his ways and join the Desert Fathers.
Dude, there's so many funny pictures. A lot of this is probably like new nigger shit.
Yeah, I mean, Moses the Black was always a saint, but he was such an incredibly minor saint. He's only gained such prominence now because they're doing outreach.
Oh my god, it's so lame. Yeah, again, I could see all this stuff has a vibe that is all recent to me. None of this stuff looks ancient at all.
Like I said, he was always a saint, but he's such a minor. Like he wasn't on the status of Athanasius. He wasn't on the or John Christoph.
Dude,
like that.
Are you kidding me? They're not even close. It wouldn't even be in the same fucking tier.
Well, and the Desert Fathers are even within like the. If you're into the Desert Fathers, you're a guy who's into mysticism. You're into Orthodox mysticism. Like even within Orthodoxy itself, unless you're deep into the liturgy.
Dude, there's a fellowship for this nigga. I never heard this word before. A fellowship of Saint Moses the Black.
Yep.
It's actually, you know what's funny?
He actually is a DEI saint, and I hate to say that because he is.
It's been around forever. DEI is the thing is, if you're gonna be inclusive of blacks, you literally cannot not give them like their own special thing. It's literally like the special needs kid.
Yep.
They are the special needs kid of civilization, in that you have to kind of like make a little space for them and give them their own thing, and make them feel good and
minor figures and blow them way out of proportion.
Yep. And minor achievement. Like when the special needs kid does something that's like barely something that normal kids can achieve very, very easily, you praise them to the heights because, that's the best. You're like, wow, they actually were able to accomplish something. So you get some desert nigger thief who decides he's like, I'm gonna do a conversion experience. I've decided. Yeah,
he stuck around and he became a pious man. So.
I mean, I wonder if he just is like, all right, well, this is a better grift right now. Like I've decided this is a better gig. Like I'm getting old. I mean, he's a nigger, highly. What likelihood is high, not to.
If I recall correctly, he even became sort of like a muscle for the Desert Fathers as well.
That's funny.
I could be mistaken about that. It's been a long time since I've read stuff about.
But all these pictures of him, it's like you're clearly trying to ape, and I mean ape in that way, trying to ape a Byzantine style, but it's just obviously modern stuff. But anyway, funny. Saint Moses the Black lived during the 4th century in Egypt. He was an Ethiopian. He was black of skin, therefore called Murin, meaning like an Ethiopian. In his youth, he was a slave of an important man, but after he committed a murder, his master banished him, and he joined a band of robbers. It sounds legit. So this sounds. There's a lot of verisimilitude to this story here.
That's what's so funny about the Moses the Black story. Is like I 100% believe all of this happened because it just. Well,
it's got a lot. It's got a lot of truth in it. It's like if you told me something different. If you told me he was like a pious, like aesthetic, never heard of. I mean, nah.
He was the one that wrote that formalized the Nicene Creed, and he was the one. Yeah. Like no, like that's fake. But like, there's a murderer, a black who was a murderer and then became a desert robber. Yeah, that checks out.
Oh yeah, Moses the brigand spent several years leading a sinful life, but through the great mercy of God, he repented, left his band of robbers, and went to one of the desert monasteries. Here he wept for a long time. Well, niggas, he leaking. This nigga leaking. He wept for a long time, begging to be admitted as one of the brethren. Okay, this is the monks were not convinced of the sincerity of his repentance, but the former robber would not be driven away or silenced. He continued to ask that they accept. Oh man, niggas always love to stick around where they're not wanted, don't they? What is it? What is it? 'Cause I'm black? 'Cause I'm black, right? You see, he's outside the monastery like, yo, it's 'cause I'm black.
Everyone close the door, just pretend we're not home.
Yeah, the monks are like, shh. We took a vow of silence, but even more. And it's like, so maybe he'll go away. He doesn't go away. He's like, yeah. Oh, it's because I'm black, right? Yeah. Dude. St. Moses was completely obedient to the igumen and the brethren, and he poured forth many tears of sorrow for his sinful life. After a certain while, St. Moses drew to a solitary cell. Well, this is another thing that happens to blacks a lot.
Rarely do they do it to themselves.
Yeah,
That's
right,
why
where he spent time in prayer.
He actually tried. So.
And the strictest fasting and a very austere lifestyle. Yeah. Well, a lot of blacks in prison like to do they do the bit of finding religion. Usually it's Islam. Yeah. But there's Islam actually has a thing in prisons. And so that's why sometimes a lot of niggas do that.
Even Britain, that's why you end up seeing some white guys in British prisons that become Muslims. That's what happened with Charles Bronson.
Okay, let's see if we can find some other funny stuff in here. St. Moses. Okay, once 4 of the robbers of his former band descended on the cell of. So this is another thing that's very typical. You get one. This is why you don't want to let them in. You get one, and suddenly you got a bunch of them coming, right? Descended on the cell of St. Moses. He lost none of his great physical strength, so he tied them all up. That's starting where I'm starting to get a little, maybe not. Throwing them over his shoulder, he brought them to the monastery where he asked the elders what to do with them. The elders ordered that they be set free. The robbers, learning that they had chanced upon their former ringleader and that he had dealt kindly with them, followed his example and repent. This I don't buy.
Okay, well, listen to this one. Like this,
unless he was
on one occasion, a barking dog prevented Moses from carrying out a robbery, so he swore vengeance on the owner. In a second attempt, with a sword in his mouth, Moses swam across the Nile toward the owner's hut. The owner, again alerted, was able to hide. In the frustrated Moses stole 4 of his sheep and took them to slaughter, selling their fleece in exchange for wine.
Yeah, that's real. I believe that. What I don't buy is that his former gang members, unless he let them in on like, seriously, this is a good gig. Like these white people just give me
his gang
food
leader. His gang members might not have been Ethiopians themselves. He might have because he was in Egypt. He could have been yeah. In
a vision, he showed him. Abba Isidore taught him the all-night vigil. The monk stood the whole night in prayer so he would not fall asleep. From his prolonged struggles, Moses fell into despondency, and when there arose thoughts about leaving his solitary cell, Abba Isidore instead strengthened the resolve of his disciple. In a vision, he showed him many demons in the west, prepared for battle, and in the east, still a greater quantity of holy angels, also ready for fighting. So again, this is how you have to kind of show it to me. You gotta dumb it down, right? Abba Isidore explained to Moses the power of the angels will repel. Yeah, this is literally what's happening. You see, though, that's the good guys, that's the bad guys. Good guys are going to prevail. And a long struggle with the passions, it was necessary for him to become completely.
The separation of the goats and the sheep.
Was that?
Well, I mean, that kind of stuff is also in the Gospels, the separation of the goats and the sheep.
You're dealing with these, first century Jewish peasants. You got to kind of dumb it down for them too, right? Yeah.
That wasn't just Jewish peasants, you know that.
Well, Jesus' initial preaching was,
but there was also Gentiles.
That's actually true. It was a pretty eclectic up in Galilee. There, you had a nice mix. Moses undertook a new effort, making the rounds by night of the wilderness cells. He carried water from the well to each brother. He did this especially for so again, this nigger is used to serving people. I guess I don't know. This is very long. Yeah, but it's funny. It's also written in. It's why is this written in a stupid archaizing tone? Like you could just write in normal English. Like it's just there's no reason for it to be written like this. Like this is for why
Orthodox mysticisms type stuff. So you can probably get out of this topic now because we've basically gone through the funny stuff.
Yeah,
it's just interesting that because 30 years ago you would have never heard about Saint Moses the Black amongst any Orthodox, but because of this huge
which-
resurgence of people converting and being online and trying this outreach to blacks, now there's a lot more Saint Moses the Black stuff.
This is
everywhere.
in like Western Orthodox Church.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is American Orthodoxy.
Yeah,
This
of
is
course.
largely American Orthodoxy.
that makes perfect sense. In fact, I would be. Of course, of course, they'll probably just make him like the patron saint of the American Orthodox Church. You might as well. Actually, just you know.
The current patron saint of the American Orthodox Church is Saint Herman of Alaska.
You gotta go with Saint Moses. Gotta go with Moses the Black, because everything in America is about niggers. But that is funny. It's almost like if you've decided that you're gonna incorporate, if you're gonna have blacks in your society, you kind of have to do DEI in some way or another. And yeah, it's funny. So you think that they went where did they go search the couch cushions for this guy and they pulled him out?
I think so. I mean, like if you were somebody who studied the Desert Fathers, you would have been aware of him because he's mentioned in those prominent Desert Fathers works. But yeah, as soon as, like, especially in my opinion, as soon as Orthodoxy really started to take off because of people discovering it through online stuff and becoming interested in it because of the failures of a lot of Western Christianity and people being attracted to Orthodoxy, as they started to in America, this is not gonna be because America atomizes everybody. It's not gonna be restricted to only white people, even though they're the vast majority of people that become interested in Orthodoxy. You're gonna have non-whites interested in as well, and so they were able to Saint Moses the Black, we can show a black patron, because when you look at the actual canon of saints in both Catholicism and in Orthodoxy, there's very few non-whites that are present within it, and like the non-whites they do have are still Mediterranean.
There's actually a monastery in Syria named after this nigger, but it's not. Yeah. It's not run by blacks. It's run by Arabs.
He's just like he was like a minor. He was a minor but respected figure. Like it was, and his race was actually really incidental to any of the stuff before the rise of 21st century kind of internet stuff and internet outreach. He was just a respected figure, a revered figure within the Desert Father hermit tradition of mysticism.
Yeah, it's funny because if you I'm looking at this monastery now, and all the artwork on the inside of it is all white people.
That's what most of the Desert Fathers would have been entirely, for the most part, white people of Greek descent, or maybe some Copts as well. I'm pretty sure because it was in Egypt, so you're gonna have some Coptic people in there as well.
It's weird because according to this National Progress Report, State of the Nation report that we're going to talk about here, the percentage of countries that have trust in Copts, the Americans trust it only outperforms 66% of countries in the rest of the world in terms of trust in Copts. Oh no! I'm sorry. That's cops. I'm sorry. My bad.
Like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I didn't know. I made an error. Yeah. It's like I heart Copts. I actually don't. Fuck them. They're just like unimpressive. But so we could talk about this thing. So this article, there's really nothing interesting in tablet. Yeah, I don't know how much we could read of it. It's just there's nothing today, right?
It's in right now, so if you want to do something before break, I mean.
Oh yeah, we should take a little break. We should do lunch, and we should. Is this the one?
That's never been disputed by anybody.
Oh, that's the wrong one. I was wanting to do the. I was wanting to do the other one.
Go to lunch. That one.
Yeah, this one.
Go to lunch. Go to lunch. Go to lunch. Go to lunch. The case is closed. Everybody, get the fuck out of here.
All right, so we're back. Yeah, we had a little fun conversation in the break, kind of going back. I'll probably just keep revisiting. People love the Holocaust stuff. Years ago, I had plans to do kind of my own like Holocaust documentary series, like just long long form series on it, probably most of it would be talking, showing charts, graphs, pictures, and doing analysis. Of course, I'm not much for scripted content, but I don't know if that's necessarily something that people would necessarily want. But maybe like prepped but not scripted content would be something possibly I could work on now that I have more time. Thank you. You know, to possibly do something like that. But now that I'm saying it, everyone's going to demand it that I do it.
Yeah, be careful about that.
No, I actually want to do it because it would be, to create something like that would, I think, be a good legacy to have and good to have as a major resource out there, you know, where the arguments are gone through, and do it in the style that I like, which is doing it in an adversarial style, right? Like, I liked my favorite Holocaust handbooks. Treatise was the one where they were going in an adversarial way against the Holocaust controversies people. I enjoyed using Wyatt as a foil for an adversarial argument to debunk the Holocaust stuff. It's why I like Plato. I just like that style of getting your point across, is having the other side to argue against, right? It just makes it easier. And so it would be a good thing to do. But the thing I forgot, I think at one point, there's always stuff. There's always staircase. It's not really staircase wit. It's just like I forgot this. When Wyatt was saying, we've got two things we want to say about this. When he was saying, you can't beat somebody into saying the kinds of things.
Oh yeah,
that Hoss said, right? Because he was talking about how, like, yes, it's true that Hoss was tortured. Yes, it's true that he signed documents that were fake. Yes, it's true. And like, he will, and again, remember, he likes to do that bit where he gives a little bit of ground, but then he takes it all back. Common rhetorical.
His narrative, to be clear, is that the Jews are cucks. They're little pussy boys that let the Holocaust happen to them. That's why you should affirm it, because that's like what. That's the more
he's doing, like, if you really
position.
want to own the Jews, don't say the Holocaust was fake. Call them a bunch of pussy faggots for willingly walking into gas chambers. I was like, yeah, but see, nobody willingly walks into gas chambers. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, not on a mass scale. So it's fake. It's like, I don't want to say things that are fake. That's the problem is, Wyatt, I don't like saying things that are fake, and you do. So,
well, the truth is the truth. I have to achieve my political goals no matter what. You're always going to end up in the position where you are going to justify lying and obscuring the truth.
Yeah,
but if you start from the perspective, like, I want my politics to reflect what the truth actually is, then you will have a much more honest, like, and more holistic, and frankly, you will not be beset by all kinds of guilt and cognitive dissonance and have this fucked up mind.
Yeah, I'm constantly in a state of cognitive consonance. Like, I'm constantly, I don't know if there's ever been psychological studies done on the idea of cognitive consonance, which probably just be the exact opposite of cognitive dissonance, where you feel great because, like, you don't have that conflict, that internal conflict between what you believe and what you see. Cognitive dissonance is just coping. That's all. It's just like a fancy way of saying coping. It's like Paul coping. But
oh, that killed me so much.
yeah. But so the thing is, there's one other argument against this, which is, first of all, it's absurd to say you can't beat and torture somebody into saying things. Okay, that's just ridiculous. And in fact, the fact that he even tried that should have been immediately disqualifying, which we've already discussed. But one of the problems is he said things that were objectively fake in that testimony. Do you have a link or something like that I can look at? To what you found? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's in the group chat. Just look at the last, or not the Skype chat. Look at the last message.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, I don't know this. Okay, so yes, so we don't need to go through all of this.
Yeah, just search for Walzak because it's a long.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be very long. So yeah, so it's Wol. Is it with a C? Okay, yeah, with a K. All right, so he said things that were objectively fake. Now, Dean Auerbach takes a bit of a different position on this than most of the people in the denier community. And he says, and he also says this about Kurt Gerstein, who was a key witness for the Treblinka, Sobibor, the Action Reinhardt camps, right? When he made retarded claims both in things he wrote and in trials. And Hoss did the same, and he is like, they amped it up. So they made it so ridiculous that they thought that nobody would believe it. I don't know if that seems to be reading a little bit too much into it, but here we go. So I'm just going to read this one exchange. This is Colonel Amen. That's the guy who's interrogating him. That's a funny name. Colonel Amen. It's like, yes.
Amen Hillman?
Yeah. It's a different form of the word, but yeah.
I mean, I mean, it all leads to perverse, weird fantasies and
projections.
projections.
It's kind of maybe not so much, right? So is this on December 1943? I became chief. Oh wait, no, this is actually quotation. On 1st December 1943, I became chief of AMT-1 and AMT Group D of the WVHA, and in that office was responsible for coordinating matters between RSHA and concentration camps under the administration of WVHA. I don't know what these abbreviations are. This is probably in a key. I held his position, so it seems like this guy is quoting. I held his position till the end of the war. Pohl as chief of WVHA and Carlton Brunner as chief of RSHA often conferred.
The WVHA, by the way, it was the main economic and administrative office.
Okay.
Yep.
Often conferred personally and frequently communicated orally and in writing concerning concentration camps. And so then he says, you have already told us about the lengthy report which you took to Kaltenbrunner in Berlin, so I will omit the remainder of paragraph 5. Now, here's what's happening, though. It does appear that Colonel Amen, who's the interrogator, is quoting from something written. But again, he's quoting from something written and asking Hess to confirm it.
Yes.
So this is open court testimony. So how much of the testimony that Wyatt is so impressed by is actually like this? Is it just him confirming that the stuff he wrote is true and correct? So this is the paragraph 6. The final solution of the Jewish question meant the complete extermination of all Jews in Europe. I was ordered to establish extermination facilities at Auschwitz in June 1941. At that time, there were already in the general government 3 other extermination camps: Belzec, Treblinka, and Wolzek. There is no such place as Wolzek. No such place.
When you said Wolzek, I was like, well, huh?
Right.
Huh?
This is like a known thing that people talk about. Like, there's no such thing as Wolzek. So in open court, why?
I've been hearing Holocaust stuff for years now, and there's always something new I learned from Nuremberg shit that is that just gets.
Is this Nuremberg or is this a different? I mean, it's effectively you can kind of put it all under the heading of Nuremberg, but yeah,
it's Nuremberg. No, this is the actual Nuremberg trial.
Okay,
yes.
All right.
Yeah, John Amen was the chief. He was the prison chief interrogator during the Nuremberg war crimes trials.
Okay, yeah, and during the Berlin trials and other subsequent trials, you would not have English, American or English interrogators. It would be just German officials doing it. These camps were under the Einsatzkommando, the security police, and the SD. I guess that's a storm detachment. I visited Treblinka to find out how they well, no, that was gone by this point. I visited Treblinka to find out how they carried out their exterminations. The camp commander at Treblinka told me he had liquidated 80,000 in the course of 1.5 year. He was principally concerned with liquidating all the Jews from the Warsaw Ghetto. He used monoxide gas. Okay. And I did not think that his methods were very efficient. So when I set up the extermination building at Auschwitz I, I used Zyklon B, which was a crystallized prussic acid which we dropped into the death chamber from a small opening. It took from 3 to 15 minutes to kill the people in the death chamber, depending upon climatic conditions. We knew when the people were dead because their screaming stopped. We usually waited about 1/2 hour before we opened the doors and removed the bodies. After the bodies were removed, our special commandos took off the rings and extracted the gold from the teeth. Dude, there is something about that. The constant talk, and this is very consistent, the constant teeth from the dead bodies. It is in this is one thing. This is one thread.
Taking hair, utilizing the fat of basically using every part.
But I'm actually, that's not even everywhere though. What I'm saying is a consistent thing that runs. This is almost like if you were going to be doing like textual, there's maybe some flaws in textual criticism. If you were to go back and see all of this as a textual scholar using the methods today that they use 2,000 years in the future, and look at this, right? Assuming you knew nothing about any of this, You might be like, well, it does seem that there's historicity to the removing of the gold teeth because every single person attests to it. Rather than just like, no, the Jews have a weird thing with this. You know what I mean? Like there was some weird thing with their it literally, like, I almost feel like to a Jew the idea that if you get killed, if you die, having your gold teeth extracted is like a supreme indignity. Because they constantly were talking about it. Anyway, it's just a funny little thing.
I just wonder if there's also like I don't know, like it's so, sometimes I want to like dig into the Jewish psychology on this stuff, but I know that's just I'm just gonna go mad trying to make sense of it.
Now, Grandma Rudolph postulated that it was possible that a possible, like, again, this is another. It's sort of funny because you kind of do have to use the same methods of like textual, critical, historical scholars when you examine this to see if you could dig out from. I just throw it all in the garbage. I think it's all bullshit. But he was like, there might be something because even he was trying to do the thing like, why is everyone talking about this? And he's like, there might be something where like you would want to get the metal out of the teeth before putting them in like the cremation chamber because that they could like, I don't know, something might happen. Like, I don't know, but it probably like it could fly out. They could get superheated and like fly out of their mouth and like damage the inside of the chamber or something. So you take fillings out before you put them in. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if that's real, but I think I remember seeing some speculation like this at one point. Anyway,
so it just reminds me of like cartoons where someone's got a vacuum cleaner and it's pulling everything out of a person's like mouth, including the fillings on their teeth and all that.
Well, supposedly like MRI machines, but even you could have. I mean, they don't give you metal fillings anymore. Usually, you get porcelain or some other plastic, like some polymer filling, so it won't matter if you get an MRI. But
I got stuff in my teeth, and it's all plastic, baby.
Yeah, I've got some non-metal fillings myself. So it says, is that true and correct witness? And he says yes. Now, so there's a number of funny things here. Okay, a couple things here. Actually, as I was reading, another thing came up. So first of all, Wolzek doesn't exist. So in your magical open court testimony, Wyatt, Huss testified to the fact, and he did, even though the other guy quoted it to him and asked him to confirm it. That counts. That's actually how very much testimony works that way. More than you would think, with them like reading written statements and asking the person on the stand, is this still right? And then they say yes. And in that way, in fact, what that does is it kind of means that like he gets less option to actually fuck around, right? Because he was coerced. And so they do wonder if maybe he would take an opportunity to make a scene at a court session. And so they just like, no, we're going to read it to you. You're going to say yes.
Which is that's when that Gawker guy did the deposition, he signed off on it because he didn't thoroughly read what he had said, and he had said a number of flippant things in there that was used against him because he had because like in normal trials you get the opportunity when you do a deposition, you're allowed to review it and like make sure like is this what you're going to stand by in a court of law, and obviously a POW is not going to get that courtesy.
Yeah, wow, dude, this is like so funny, dude. Later on, he says like he goes through a few other questions, and he says this like, I understand English as it is written above. The above statements are true. This declaration made by me voluntarily without compulsion. After reading over the statement, I have signed and executed the same at Nuremberg, Germany, on the 5th day of April, 1946. Witness, is everything I have read to you true to your own knowledge? Yes.
This confession has meant nothing.
Right. Maybe it literally means nothing. So we got the Wolzek problem. Okay, so he testified in open court to the existence of something called Wolzek, which literally does not exist. I kind of wonder what you get if you do a Google search on it.
It doesn't get up at all.
You get nothing. Just get nothing. Maybe somebody who's named Wolzek.
Like I just put Wolzek in. Top spot is Rudolph Wolzek, a song on Spotify.
Wumps
or some
cut.
Yeah,
I'm not interested.
Or extermination camp. Oh, okay. I guess what the cope is, I'm going to guess, is that Sobibor was an extermination camp built and operated by Nazi Germany as part of Operation Reinhardt. It was located in the forest near the village of Zlobek.
Are they
how to-
suggesting that this was at one point called Wolzek? Are they honestly doing that?
Well, let me see how Zolbeck is pronounced.
I'm not getting that here.
My guess would be like they're conflating the two.
They're trying to, but they're not even saying it in the Wikipedia article. They're not saying anything about that.
Okay, so okay, yeah, and honestly, in Polish, that would be pronounced with it would be this sound.
Ziarno.
Ja. So it'd be Zolbeck.
But
So-
that's not the same word.
I know, but I'm just saying I'm
Yeah. So
I
no,
don't think you can make the argument that
No.
they're saying that they're the same because
you
it's
can't.
Zolbeck.
You can't. Yeah.
In fact, actually, that's where the Sobibor name would probably come from. Is that it's a German derivation of Zolbeck.
Yeah, Zlobek. Zlobek is not like Wolzek. You can't, if that would be like the German version of it or something, right? Like that's a Polish word. Yeah.
So then, what I would guess the cope would be then is that
he got confused or something.
That the English interrogators misunderstood what he said.
I don't care. He testified to the existence of something that doesn't exist. Like
I'm just playing Nuremberg's advocate here.
Yeah, no, there's no. Yeah, stop. No, but but you have to do a cope. The other two, what's so funny is the one that's closest that you could cope with would be Balzac. That's the one that is I would say closest sounding to it, right? But it just says Balzac, Treblinka, and Balzac.
You cannot find websites whatsoever that address this.
No, they don't. They don't. They just leave it. It's one of these things where they just ignore. Well, there's so many things that it's you can't nail down everything. But it's also one they have to know about because deniers have been using it forever. And it's something that occurred to me that we hadn't brought up.
The Holocaust Encyclopedia says that the problem with this passage is that no camp by the name Wolzek or anything similar ever existed. There's also no town by that name. The third alleged extermination camp, whose name should be there if we follow the Orthodox narrative, is Sobibor, which was located some 80 kilometers east of Lublin. So that's where I could see them trying to rescue this.
Well, it's very funny. Somebody knows something because you get, when you search Wolzek, the third result is a Wikipedia entry for Sobibor.
Yeah,
but that doesn't say Wolzek anywhere there. They're not in any way similar. Yet they have that redirect to that, right? So there you go. Now, so there's one problem with your vaunted spoken testimony. The other thing is that yes, if you look at this, now there is stuff where Hess does seem to be speaking. So it says, did you learn towards the end of the war that camps were evacuated? If so, who gave the orders? And then there's a long bit from Huss. But but a lot of it is him affirming things that he wrote. So Wyatt, saying, here's the problem, Wyatt. You say that these things are fake, the things you acknowledge, these things were fake and coerced, the things that he wrote, that he signed them, and that he said then he didn't understand them. But then in his oral testimony, he affirmed that those things were correct. So, literally, you cannot have it both ways.
Yeah.
You can't. He, under oath, said that those things were all correct, and you're saying that they're not, so he's a liar. So, there you go. And it's just also, the shit is not fucking credible, dude. But the other thing is...
that is... The fact that they just will constantly step over that... I didn't know this Wolzek thing. I'm not as versed...
It's fun. It's just a fun little tidbit.
I'm not as versed in the Holocaust stuff as I should be. But it's just... From the perspective of somebody that wants to take a critical eye to this, but be open-minded towards both the Holocaust affirmers and the Holocaust deniers, it's how do you consider this credible when when one of the chief architects of Auschwitz is referencing places that don't exist?
And this idea that he wouldn't have known, what you saying he wouldn't have known?
Yeah, and if it was Sobibor, why didn't he say Sobibor?
Yeah, why didn't he say it? And the other thing is if you're suggesting, and the thing is, if he didn't know, then the reason he didn't know is because these were not if he was really an architect of the mass extermination, and according to him, he knew about these camps and went and had meetings with the people that were running them, and they And he was like, I didn't think they were doing it right, so I changed it up in my place. So it's not like something like, oh, he could have gotten it wrong, or it's not something he would have been familiar with. Now, in his actual role, it's entirely possible he wouldn't have been terribly familiar with the workings at these camps, right? In his actual job,
right,
which was not like exterminating Jews and learning best ways and having meetings on best ways to exterminate Jews, right?
He was just the CEO of exterminating Jews.
Right. So, so there's that. Now, another problem we have here is we have 30 minutes. So wait, what does he say? He says, I use Zyklon B, which is a crystallized process. Oh, first of all, carbon monoxide is a way better way to kill somebody than Zyklon B. Just low key. It took 3 to 15 minutes to kill the people in the death chamber. We knew the people were dead. They stopped screaming. And then he says, we waited about a half hour before we opened the doors and removed the bodies. Now, there are differing accounts of this, of what the gassing procedure was. In fact, the idea that all of this stuff lines up or leads to what the so-called convergence of evidence is actually ridiculous, because they all tell like wildly different stories. And I'd say these stories do matter, because it's not like it's not simply like, oh, it's just telephone game, but they're telling the basic same story. It's no, I don't. That's not good enough here. Because you're getting wild differences in numbers, size of the thing, and the kinds of things that they did and the procedures they did. But here we have the architect of it, who's claiming he was an architect of it, saying that they would wait a half hour before, 3 to 15 minutes to kill about 2,000 people in the gas chamber with Zyklon B. Totally impossible, would never happen. First of all, also try getting those 2,000 people in there. And now you're saying that you wait a half hour. Well, Wyatt, your whole thing of the walls were washed and plastered after each gassing. First of all, I have never heard, and I don't want to go ahead and say straight up that nobody ever said it, because if you say nobody ever said it, it's entirely possible they could dig some testimony out of their ass where somebody did say it, right? So I am not familiar with any testimony of anybody saying they replastered the walls after each gassing. Now, I have heard the washing the walls. We spent a good amount of time on this, Joseph Sakar and all that. It's another thing that Miles Power tried to claim. Washing the walls wouldn't matter. So if you're going to leave the gas chamber for a half hour, you are done. The Prussian blue is going to form. That the chemical reaction is already going to form there. And if you're going to wash the walls down and you're going to leave them damp, well, having the walls, Rudolph goes through all this. If the walls are damp, the Prussian blue is going to form even stronger. The water helps catalyze the reaction. It makes it go faster if they're damp than if they're dry. It's easier for the Zyklon, for the cyanide to react with iron in the wall and form the blue compound, which is not something that will wash away. It's a style. It's like rust. Like you could wash rust away, but it doesn't dissolve. You know what I mean? You wash it off something and have it break off, but that's how you do it. But it's like you're talking about breaking sections off of a concrete wall. You're not talking about washing blue color, like blue paint off or something like that. It's very different. So it's like rust is like sort of embedded into the chemical structure of the concrete itself. Now the Prussian blue, which is basically cyanized iron rather than oxidized iron, which is red. Which is why it's blue. That's why it's called cyanide. The color cyan. Very interesting how that works. But anyway, but again, so there's that, right? But now if you're going to add into the mix plaster, now you're making it even worse. Because if you even did a thin coat plaster, as we went over yesterday, if you even did a thin coat of plaster, first of all, how many gassings did you do, and how small is this room by the time you're done? If you're going to plaster over every single time, but you got to wait for that shit to set up, and if it's not quite set up, if it's damp and not quite set up, it will turn like deep blue. And Rudolph has evidence of this in his in the very first chapter or the very introduction or something of the Chemistry of Auschwitz, about a church in Germany where they refurbished like a cyanide bug bomb in there over the weekend while they waited for the plaster to dry at the same time, and they came back and the whole plaster job was blue and ruined. And the reason is because damp plaster is extremely reactive with cyanide, hydrogen cyanide, to form the blue compound. So you would have like deep blue walls if they did that. And if they replastered every time, There would be evidence of it. You could look at these videos. How many fucking coats of plastic they put on these walls? You know, so it's just you're just lying. Why? Everything is a lie. Everything you're saying is a lie. I mean, it's I'm enjoying this because it's so easy to, in a way. It's like it's really like, you know, it's like Mike Tyson going up against like a flyweight. You know what I mean? But like it's still.
You can even point out to the meta argument of this is why is it that when this topic is the most censored and suppressed element within all of society, the most suppressed conversation in all of society, that these arguments, like when they're once like you know the facts, they just get stronger with time. Like it's not going away.
Yeah.
No matter what political efforts are made to shut it down, it persists.
Yeah, the work that
you have to do, all you have is like, oh, these people are just ontologically evil, or it's like they're in a cult and you can never convince them.
That is that actually is going to work better than trying to engage, which is why Cockerell was given professional advice to not debate the Holocaust, because he thought that he thought he was going to win. Because again, you mistake. Because again, he made the same mistake Wyatt did. Wyatt thought
all these people, Wyatt, Cockerell, and Miles Power all think like this is a slam dunk. Let's just go into this and get this done.
And they think it's going to be a slam dunk. It's going to be easy. They think it's the equivalent of like Professor Dave going against a flat earther with them being Professor Dave, right? That's like they think that's how that's going to work, but it doesn't. It doesn't work. It never is that way. In fact, I'm Professor Dave, and you're the
Professor Dave's savvy. Like he knows not to touch this shit.
Oh, he's never going to touch it. I'm saying in this argument, I'm Professor Dave.
I know.
Right, like that's the level of it, because it's like, because you are the actual flat earther, you are the conspiracy theorist, you are the young Earth cremationist, as we said. So yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. It's funny because it just occurred to me literally while while I was in the bathroom. But we can do other Holocaust stuff if you want to do that.
You want to do that? Yeah, I want that.
So
Dave
you said you're going to want to do this in 1.5 speed, right?
Because they talk so slowly. You're going to want to 1.5 until interesting things are said.
Okay, well let me then. I'm going to have to import another media device into my. So it's like I'm gonna have to import the media player, because I don't. It's not going to work playing it through the browser because it won't do that 1.5 speed. So if I'm going to add a new source. Source. So wait, all right. I hate this new menu. Do I do a screen capture, or do I do? I mean, I could do
OBS. I would probably do a window capture.
Okay, see that's okay. Is that deprecated? See, window capture. Why did you deprecate that? Like, it's so stupid. Okay, now window. Sorry. Yeah, now I'm just grabbing. I know this is extremely not interesting. Okay, that's what I want to grab. Oh my god. Now I have to like, make it like trim it down to size as you do. I should have done this before we started recording, and I apologize for this deep unprofessional. Oh my god, there we go. So now I have it. And does this have audio? Is this captured? Is this audio being captured? Okay. So let's make sure. Let's see. It is not. So,
well, because that could just be the opening. Like, wait till I can tell you when it starts. If
no. There was sound. I could hear it. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I will. It's fine. This is easy. So now you're gonna hear it.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support
now
your
I
local.
Can't hear it. Fucking hell.
Yeah, you want to impress me, Elon Musk? Make sure stuff like this never gets funded again.
Yeah, right. Okay, now hopefully this will work.
PBS station.
Okay, now I can hear it. Okay, I hate this. All right, so I'm gonna take off the subtitles because I don't think we need them. I'm sorry, I should have just done this. I feel like I've completely derelicted my duty as a show producer. So now I should be able to do playback speed, speed up by 2 times. Oh my god. So I don't even have good fine-tuned control over playback speed now. This is incredibly annoying. Let's try this. Let's just try it. Speed 2.0. So we're
Thank
doing
you for making this program possible. Support your local PBS station.
This program contains graphic imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
Okay, so let's do a quick intro. What is this? What is
The
looking at
whole point of this documentary is actually the funny thing, because it came out right when the argument with why it happened, is the countering the idea that Jews willingly went to the lambs to the slaughter during the Holocaust. So it's about Jewish resistance to it, but they cover very funny, very well trodden survivor testimony type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's basically trying to push the narrative that no, the Jews actually fought the Holocaust and they were basically betrayed by the world.
Okay, here's the fine-tuned speed control, so I can go down to wait, let me do 1.5. Okay, there we go. So yeah, okay. Christopher Newport University, Newport News, Virginia. Okay, that's a very nice. That's very nice.
40 years I've been in the classroom. And there is never a more poignant question that a student asks me about the Holocaust than why didn't the Jews resist the Nazis? And there's a moment where you just want to leave it alone. And then there's a moment where you can't let it go.
This is just like comedy hour.
I know. When I first started watching this, I knew that you'd want to see this.
Okay, so yeah, you're just gonna have to watch the video. I don't want to describe everything. You got a bunch of soldiers running about.
War footage. The Germans are losing the war on two fronts.
Don't remind me.
But the killing at the death camps has not stopped. It is accelerating.
This is all just not real.
After a journey of 10 days, we arrived at Auschwitz on April 11 to a crematorium.
Marcel Najari. This is a guy who was shipped off from Greece in 1944.
Is this guy a Jew?
Way to Auschwitz.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he be?
This little brown man.
Gas chambers are operating at full time. The Jewish prisoners forced to work there had a special name.
Sonderkommando. Yeah, the ones that actually did the Holocaust.
Marcel Najari was one of them.
Oh, it's Gideon Grief! It's our buddy, Gideon Grief! This is great. Gideon Grief is the editor of that book, They Wept Without Tears, which is like the testimony of late Holocaust witnesses. In other words, people who came forward to say they had... This is where Joseph Sakar came forward and said, I was a Sonderkommando and I washed down the walls after the gassings. And he came out and said this in like the 80s. And the We Wept Without Tears is I have the it's came out, and I think like you could probably look it up to get it exact. I think in the 90s, and it was like testimonies of late Holocaust survivors, like late testimonies or something like that, and it included people who were Sonderkommando. I think it was all people who were Sonderkommando. It was like late Sonderkommando testimonies, and Joseph Sakar was in there among many others. And of course, Sakar also said that when he went into the gas chamber. And, since we know you guys are all super familiar with the Holocaust, and you know what the story is, Sakar also said that when he went into the gas chamber, after the gassings, that the Zyklon pellets were on the floor, and there was a green mist hovering about them. Really? I mean, that's... Literally, nobody has ever said anything like that before.
It's like something out of a Stephen King story.
It's just it's fake because that's not. It's like
it was a reflection of humanity's sins.
But it's also like what you think it's poison gas in a movie. It's some green. It's like green smoke. It's like but then why'd you go in there if it's still there? No, I wanted to actually. So the story can happen. It's like, no, I went in there so I could tell you about the green smoke and evoke images in your mind of Hollywood poison gases to sort of make this more concrete in your mind how this would all worked.
It reminds me of the Holocaust miniseries.
Was it the French guy? What's his name? It was the very, very long one. It was like 8 hours.
No. Dramatized series. Meryl Streep was in it, and Michael Moriarty. He plays because if you watch the whole thing, like he goes from like being this regular German who's just looking for a job, and he becomes like the architect of the death camps.
Architect.
Yeah. And there's a point in the scene in the movie or in the miniseries where like he's at a hermetically sealed steel door with one of those cranks on it to seal it shut, and he's pressed up against it, watching through a little glass porthole of Jews being gassed, and he's just like, look at how beautiful this is, like how pristine and perfect this is.
That's like so Jewish.
I know.
That's also happened in what's that, like Udo Balls or Udo? Who's that like guy who does like the shitty like Resident Evil?
Uwe Boll.
Uwe Boll, right? Uwe Boll.
Uwe Boll.
Whatever. Uwe Boll. Yeah. So he would do like shitty like C tier like Resident Evil blood and guts horror movies, and he did one. Funny enough, he did a movie about Auschwitz, and the reason he did it was because he was always getting, his movies were shit, and they're always getting, this is very funny, always getting panned by the critics. And he was doing like a Nazi zombie type movie. So they were filming
Blood Rain. Yeah, that was
okay, right. And so he's like, since we're doing it, we have the costumes, we have the sets. Why not also do another one that's actually supposed to be a real story about Auschwitz? And what the funny thing about it is, the Jews still panned it. And it's actually one of the better representations in film that I've seen of supposedly how the gassing procedure worked. However, he also had the steel door with the porthole, the little porthole in the gas chamber, and there was only like a few dozen, if that, Jews that were getting gas because they don't have a very big budget. So how many extras can you get to stand around naked in a room? But they did have the Nazis put on a gas mask and go up to the top and drop the pellets into the introduction column and all that stuff. And they had the metal door, and they had the Nazi guard out front of it, who, in this one, he banging on it, and he didn't want to hear what was going on. So that was maybe a little more human, in this case, right? But nonetheless, it was funny. And I think, other parts of that, they had stuff like, the throwing the babies up in the air and spearing them on the bayonet and things like this, this kind of stuff, right? So, which is very much more Uwe Boll's style, right? But the funny thing is that movie was still panned.
Oh yeah,
that movie was still panned, and it's like, well,
cut a little too close to home.
Well, he was showing like how retarded it actually would have been, right? And even so, he couldn't, and he actually had wanted to make it like as real as possible. Another reason it might have been panned is that afterwards he had interviews. In the whole playing time of the movie, he had interviews with like German teenagers at the time and asking them like, what do you know about the Holocaust? How much do you know? What do you think about it? And they didn't know anything, and they didn't really care about it. And so that's sort of what he was like, his attempt at doing positive social messaging rather than just these shit tier like crap movies, which he
was trying to build prestige and credibility.
Yeah, which is fun in like a very ham-fisted way. Like, you do shit tier Resident Evil, blood and guts horror, C tier movies, like just keep doing that. You're never going to be that. You will never get an Oscar for that, but at least you can be the best at that you can be.
Resident Evil, because we're going to get comments. It was Resident Evil was Paul W.S. Anderson, but your point stands.
That's the type of thing because he did a lot of movies based on video games.
He did video game adaptations. It's just Resident Evil wasn't the one that he did.
Okay, yeah. Actually, you were the main person that was going to be the one. I was going to call me on that. But
no, there are going to be people in comments.
You're right. But you get my point.
Yes, I know. I got your point, but I just wanted to say it for the record.
Right. So let's. So we got Gideon Grief in here. So yeah. So he's. We wept without tears.
In Auschwitz, tell them to do. Our unit is called the Special Unit. I will explain for you the work that the Almighty wanted me to do.
Wait, what? Huh?
It starts by the people entering naked.
Humiliation is a very central factor in the German crime. He has to be undressed and he has to be humiliated.
So, where are these pictures
the room
from?
is filled with people.
Well, this is obviously
fake. It is locked. And they are
I wonder if they used AI for this.
Wait, that shit is so fake. Like, are you expecting
that looked like AI art to me?
Yeah. Okay. So there's some stuff here, but like this.
That looks like AI
that's
art.
Obviously, I'm curious what this is. This looks like this is obviously propaganda as well. This is not from any video taken at Auschwitz. You have like bloody feet on like bathroom tile. There's no floor with this patterned tile that I know of in Auschwitz, but also like
I can't tell if that's AI art or like some kind of like mock-up that they did.
The toes look intact. They look fairly normal here, but I don't know.
Yeah.
But the other one is definitely this could be AI too. This could all be AI. And Yeah, so wait, let's see. So this is not. I mean, I think maybe it is though.
Okay, the floor stuff probably isn't AI art because like they're actually moving. I don't know what it's from. It's probably a dramatization that they did.
Yeah, it's definitely a drama. It's not from Auschwitz. I know that. I don't know where this picture comes from.
Well, yeah, no, it's like in the film quality is too modern. Like it's too pristine for it.
It's not what actual stuff from that era looks like. But it could be Schindler's List or something. Maybe I don't know. But probably
It's a very central factor in the German crime.
So here's the
he has to be undressed and he has to be humiliated.
I don't know where that comes from.
After the room
And
is
that
filled with
is
people.
fake. That is
like
absolutely
AI art.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
That's
they are
just
gassed.
obviously fake. It's animation.
I have to emphasize 1,000 times, the killing always was made by the Germans.
Hold up. He's basically, see, you might not understand if you didn't know what the Holocaust narrative was about. You might not understand why he's insisting on that so much. The killing that Jews are the ones that killed themselves. But the problem is,
He's rescuing the Sonderkommandos.
Yeah, he's talking about the Sonderkommando, and he's trying to grunt guard for them. Because in reality, what's very funny about this, and this is something I've noticed about the whole Holocaust thing, the Sonderkommandos testified to aiding and abetting these mass murders, right? Including Dario Gabay and others testifying that they calmed Jews down when they had anxieties and ushered them in to the chambers. That they actually calmed them down and lied to them and said it would be okay and go in there. Okay, that's accessory to murder.
If you were to tell the stuff to the average person, there you can get them to listen to you without coming on strong with like trying to do like the response are gonna be like, huh? Wait,
yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But there's another point to be made here, which is that the Sonderkommandos though are not villainized, while the capos are.
And
so
the distinction being, for the sake of the audience, the capos were they were like the informants.
No, capos were basically the inmates that would work with the SS and the Nazis as like the liaison between the Jewish, the whatever community, and they would basically be enforcing the rules.
Yes,
and got privileges for doing so, right?
Okay.
So the capo would be like yes, they'd be like yeah, I'm the house nigger, but basically they would enforce on their own, they would enforce the Nazi rules in their own community.
And you hear Jews when they're criticizing one another.
They call them capos. They call themselves capos. When they think that a kike is like caping for the goy, like they start calling them capos.
Yeah,
like traitors, right? And that is these people. All they did was like keep order in the camps, right? And if like a Jew was stealing or Jews were they would report them or turn them in or beat them up themselves to keep order. And also they use these positions of authority to abuse people and stuff like this, right? There's a lot of stuff about capos in the Holocaust literature, and none of it has anything to do with gassing, but a lot of it probably is true because a lot of it does have to do with power tripping and abuse and stuff like that, right? Which I totally believe. But there's this lasting resentment of the capos, which they still kvetch about. But Sonderkommandos, who purportedly assisted in the murder of millions of people, there's no Jewish narrative or Jewish idea, like cultural touchstone in their community of hating on them. They're actually considered heroes.
They actually rarely come up within their own fictional, they
don't really exist in their fictional accounts. That's true too. Yeah. And to the extent they get rewarded. Like Dario Gabay became a Hollywood actor, like not a famous one, but he was like an extra, and he was given awards and stuff, and he lived in Hollywood after he moved to America after the war, right? And other Sonderkommandos were given awards, and they were never treated. And went to the extent they are talked about. They are treated as Jewish heroes rather than as villains, even though they have sat there and said that they assisted in the murder of millions of Jews. So that's very odd. Well, the reason is because they are in fact Jewish heroes.
And all of this documentary is based around Sonderkommando testimony.
Yeah, and they're not going to be treated negatively. And Gideon Grief is out here caping for them. Right, and so the reason is because they are the ones that are actually by saying that I was a Sonderkommando, I witnessed this and I participated in this. They're doing a massive service to the Jewish community. That's why.
Yeah, they're building credibility for it. And it's honestly like the testimony on the mechanisms of how the Holocaust was supposed to function comes directly from this testimony.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense, and also couldn't have happened, and there's no evidence of it, like the holes in the roof and the mesh columns and all that stuff. Now, this is the picture. We talked about this. Wyatt had this picture.
Oh, yes.
But the funny thing about it is, now, I don't know if them think that this is not an actual photo, but like a drawing from a poor exposure of a photo. That, in other words, this is fake. My problem is with it, it's like, you could be right, but I think that it comes from something real. And you could see it's weird. I think it's been tampered with. It's definitely been. Well, actually, hold on. There's no question it's been tampered with because you can find several different versions of it. And the way they would have tampered it is they can't do a Photoshop filter in those days. They would take the picture and they would draw lines over it to sharpen some details and stuff. And there's one.
The right side of the photo looks a lot more looks tampered. The left side looks a little bit more authentic.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be this size blurry. But there are some exposures of this, or some versions of this picture that are so bad that these bodies here at the bottom literally just look like a mess of spaghetti. I'm serious. It's really weird. It's really... This one isn't as bad. It just looks like it's out of focus. But there's some of it where it looks literally just like this guy here is standing in a pile of spaghetti. It's so weird. It's so strange. But yeah.
Germans refused.
What was that?
I was just reading it. But Marcel Najari has a secret of his own.
Okay, you sounded low there. But
we're at Crematorium 3, which was destroyed by the Nazis as they were leaving in 1945.
That's
what
not
really is the
necessarily
secret
true.
Of Crematorium 3 is this is where they discovered Najari's letter.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Very convenient. Oh yeah, this is right. Yeah, they found it.
Najari's letter was buried in a thermos.
What his daily schedule was.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, what did that say exactly?
We gotta read this because...
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
Read it.
Oh, Najari's letter was found buried in a thermos in 1980.
In 1980. Oh, this guy left. It was a time capsule.
Yeah, and nobody was doing forgeries whatsoever then. Like that, especially not people like Mark Hoffman, who was doing forgeries of early documents of the Mormon Church. Nobody would ever forge documents of any sort during this time period.
So, what was the circumstances of this being discovered? Is that the thermos?
Apparently, I don't know. I don't know if it's a dramatization.
Is that the kind of thermos that you would have found in Germany?
I'm going to assume it's probably a dramatization. I don't know.
Yeah, because it's whatever. But yeah, probably it's not. That's not the thermos. That's like an example thermos because it doesn't look like a 1940s thermos, right? It doesn't at all look like the kind. But again, I that's kind of a side detail. But like, this is bullshit. There's a number of things like this.
They are presenting that looks like the exact same thing. I found the Auschwitz Memorial tweet. They are presenting that as the thermos. If you want to take,
maybe they did have thermoses that look like that in 1940. I mean, I would assume if they're going to do this fraud, they're going to make the thermos period authentic. Maybe not though. Maybe it's 1980s thermos. I don't know. But the Auschwitz Museum makes all kinds of retarded tweets. The Auschwitz Museum has also attested to the fact that like they still try and do the lampshade shit. The Auschwitz Museum. They still try and do that. They still say, like, Ilsa Koch was riding around with, like, human skin driving gloves and shit. Here's my funny thing about human skin driving gloves. Doesn't that defeat the purpose? Because it's still just human skin. Right? Like, where's the driving glove? Is it got a better grip on the wheel? Yeah. But if it's like if the glove itself is just made of skin, then you're not getting anywhere. It's the same thing. It's like you're just pointless.
Did anyone check if the human skin glove actually fit her hands? Because if the glove does not fit, then you must have quit.
Yeah. I like my argument. I think that's very funny. It's like, why would you have a driving glove made of human skin? It's just the same thing.
No, makes sense.
There's no point.
Makes sense.
You're gonna want to have
but
like.
That's how these arguments always lead to is like why did the Germans do all this absurd shit? Like, just because. Like I need to get you all. I mean,
there was no human skin driving gloves, but it's very funny that. I would love to confront somebody who make the claim to ask them that question because that would be like the ultimate, like rather than like the ones they're expecting. Just be like, but wait a second, If it's just human skin, it just doesn't get you anywhere. You don't get a better grip on the wheel. What's the point of that?
And they're just gonna say, well, that's the human.
No, they would actually probably be thunderstruck for a moment though, because it's so funny.
That's proof of the atrocities.
That's how depraved they were.
Yeah,
they don't even get any benefit.
Yeah,
but they did it anyway. They just liked wearing human skin.
Well, it's like what they said. That the Germans particularly love to humiliate these prisoners. Like, that they took a specific glee in it.
Oh my god.
And honestly, if you actually look at how the armies conducted themselves in World War II, it was actually the Allies that was really into.
No, the Germans conducted themselves like true professionals, and what do they get for it? Sad. Anyway, so yeah, let's go back. So what they're saying is this guy Najari, his letter was found in 1980. So I'm just no, it wasn't. This is a forgery, just straight up. It's just fake. Sorry, it's just fucking fake.
Funny how they always find stuff when they need it the most.
Also, after the what's funny is that after the Orthodox narrative has been established, now we find this document that just happened. That wow, this is further affirmation of the things that we fought amongst ourselves and came to a consensus, because they literally did this. They did a process. It's like the Holocaust Nicene Council, right? Like they decided what the narrative was, and then but then now it's like, oh, now that we've decided what the narrative is, well, now we can very conveniently find hidden documents. Oh wow, it just affirms what we decided.
This is even funnier. Najari didn't even die and go to Auschwitz. I buried a letter there. See if it's still there.
Who found it? Was it his children or something like that? What was it? What's the story on that? I've heard of this story before, but there's so many.
On October 24th, 1980, Leslav Dursk, a student from the Brinek Forestry Vocational School, found a leather briefcase buried about 40 centimeters deep in the ground while clearing the area around Birkenau Crematorium 3 of stub and roots. Inside the briefcase was Najari's thermos liner. In his manuscript, he writes, "I want to live to revenge the deaths of Dad and Mum and that of my beloved sister Nellie." His 1947 report was published in 1991 in Greek under the title. Anyways, yeah.
So I'm going to go to the entry. Under this entry in the Holocaust Encyclopedia, it is listed as Natsari Marcel, so it's a slightly different spelling.
It's got a couple different.
Marcel Natsari, or Najari, was a Greek Jew who was deported to Auschwitz in April 1944. He survived the war, and in 1947 wrote down some memoirs. In 1980, a thermos bottle was found near the ruins of Crematorium 3 at Birkenau, containing several handwritten pages in Greek, which are signed with Najari's name. In 1991, 20 years after Najari's death, a text was published as a book that presumably stems from him as well. Najari never testified at any trial or made any other public statements as far as is known. Among all the manuscripts allegedly found in Auschwitz, Najari's comes closest to the final version of the Orthodox narrative on exterminations at Auschwitz-Birkenau.
The document in 1980 that was found affirms what the coalesced narrative was.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So here you go. Although his descriptions are very terse and superficial and contain exaggerations and false claims common to many testimonies. So this is definitely a forgery, because he claimed an impossible packing density of 3,000 people in the alleged gas chamber, Morgue 1 of Crematoria 2 and 3, which had a 210 square meter area, resulting in more than 14 people per square meter. Rather than showers, he mentioned only pipes on the ceiling, which is true, as there were real showers in that room requiring pipes at the ceiling. So there were shower heads inside these chambers. But again, that would only seem like it proves something if you actually believe the stupid shit that the gas was pumped out through the shower heads, as far more Jews testified to that than anything else. Men and women undressed separately, which contradicts the Orthodox narratives, but makes sense. The victims allegedly took soap into the gas chamber. This most certainly would never have happened, considering the mess this would have created and the effort necessary to retrieve and clean these soap afterwards. The gas was poured through openings into the room. His text does not contain any reference to any Zyklon B introduction device. The execution time was implausibly short, 6 or 7 minutes. So he talks about the execution times. The doors are opened after only half an hour. Okay, but that would still be enough time for the Zyklon B to form. The Zari doesn't mention ventilation. The bodies were cremated in furnaces. Each body produced 640 grams of ashes, which apparently that's a low. Anyway, he claimed 1.4 million victims were gassed. So, which is, again, all of that would have been Orthodox at the time. So, yeah, it's fake. It's just fake, but let's keep going.
Tony agrees.
Yeah, he
described in meticulous detail what his daily schedule was. So his letter gives us a perspective on what it is that happens here.
In this horrible world, finding...
Okay, so for some reason, you're getting distorted when the video is on, so I'll read it.
I'll stop
also, people just watch the video. Like, you're not going to get... this segment isn't going to be as good if you don't watch it. So there's no point really in reading it. But yeah, so this is Paul Sawicki, Auschwitz-Birkenau Museum. So yes, he works there. What was the previous caption? In all, 9 different Sonder Commando letters or diaries have been found.
In this horrible world, finding even a pen and a piece of paper without hope for their own survival. They wanted the world to know.
People have this myth stuck in their heads that the Jews went to their deaths like sheep to the slaughter. But
another thing that's common to this, for a very nice, spooky, probably touched up image of Auschwitz to make it. If you see this on a sunny day, it doesn't look ominous at all. But
just look like a place.
There you still have some of the barbed wire and shit, so that is there. But another thing they say, another thing common to
barbed wire in the United States, it just looks like a place.
Another thing common to all these testimonies, there are a few traits in common, and is this a very melodramatic, self-important thing about, like, I'm saying this because the world must know.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's like, and it feels very much, it's very Elie Wiesel-like. You know, like these Elie Wiesel-like, these overdramatic, like, maudlin statements.
Instead of a roguelike, it's a weasel-like.
Yeah, it's a weasel-like. We have a weasel-like testimony here.
This is where the real story begins.
It's like a synagogue-like. I'm sorry.
That's good. I was looking for a show title. That might be it.
It's like procedurally generated synagogue-like Holocaust testimony. So yeah, what makes it synagogue-like? Well, it's procedurally generated. There's infinite numbers of them. You just put in a few parameters, and there you go. You just generate more and more. Yeah. Okay. So, but it's also like, you know, the Jews didn't really fight back. This is it's funny they have to do this. They're kind of cleaning up out of the mess they left, because it's like, you know, you're saying the Jews just literally did this to themselves, and now you have to be like, no, but we did fight. We did.
Yeah. It leads to people like Wyatt that affirm that narrative.
Or it just makes people scratch their head. Probably worried less about people like Wyatt than people being like, what?
But I mean, that's why I didn't mean to like zero in on Wyatt specifically. He's just a good example.
No, I know what you meant, but I think they would probably be even more worried about people just being like, what?
Yeah.
What? Wait, or just even being like, wait, what? Jews did this? Like, because if I've even told people like, well, you know, Jews actually tell you that they're the ones that did the Holocaust. And people get angry or upset, and I'm like, no, look, I can prove this.
Yeah.
And then, the thunderstriking it.
And telling them about the Sonder Commandos, what they were, what they did, is like very confusing for people.
Yeah, because it actually doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just fake. It's just made up. Yeah.
How could I do this? Burn the bodies of my brothers in faith, and why didn't I join them?
Okay, I've got to go to normal speed for that.
Okay, yeah, you can probably go to normal speed for the rest of this.
I don't know. We probably won't get through it at that point, but like, okay.
We're not. We've barely scratched this because it's just so funny.
Yeah. So all right. So okay, I want to hear that. How can I do this? All right. Okay.
Yes.
How could I do this? Burn the bodies of my brothers in faith. And why didn't I join them?
Bodies! Did you hear that?
But every time. And why didn't I join them and put an end to it?
Alright, sorry.
Why didn't I join them?
To their deaths, like sheep to the slaughter. But
Sorry for the
this is
repeat.
where the real story begins.
How could I do this? Burn the bodies of my brothers in faith.
I'm
And why
burning
didn't
my
I join
burning
them
the
to put an
bodies.
end to it? But every time, the thirst for revenge stopped me.
Is that supposed to be something that was in what's his name's
I assume
diary?
I'm assuming it's in whatever his name is. Marcel Najari.
Yeah.
Each prisoner in every squad knew exactly what he was supposed to do and prepared for it.
May those who made an ocean of blood of my people drown in an ocean of blood.
Oh, I know what this is about.
Suddenly, the sirens began to wail. What happened? A revolution? An uprising at the crematorium?
This is where the story begins. Jews did not go to their death as sheep to the slaughter. They fought back.
So this is probably going to be talking about the story of Crematorium 4, because there's an alleged. It's actually like Wyatt attributed it to Crematorium 4.
Yeah,
it's actually not always attributed to Crematorium 4.
The supposed Sandra Commando revolt,
Yes.
I'm pretty sure, comes up in this.
I think that's what they're talking about, and I think it's fake. And I think it's possibly fake exactly to launder the reputations of the Sonder Commandos. But it's also changed significantly. Like you don't get a good bead, you don't get a good read on what actually is alleged to have happened. And Wyatt located this at Crematorium 4. And Crematorium 4 would be a very convenient place for it to have happened because that one never really went online or worked. Like Crematorium 4 is the least utilized of the 4 crematoria in Birkenau, which would be like numbered like 2, 3, 4, and 5. It was in Auschwitz main camp, not in Birkenau. But really, only crematoriums 2 and 3 ever really went online. The 4 and 5 had problems. 4 was almost never used. 5 was utilized only minimally. And 2 and 3 were the main ones that were used. And we did the math last time that, again, your ability to get the kind of numbers. I don't know if we actually did Wyatt's math. I think I got to do this. Wyatt's actual math on this is insane.
The issue with this stuff is because the Holocaust affirmers throw so many things at you. You have to take the time to dissect it all and explain
which
it.
is fun, and everybody loves it. But he was in his discussion. Now I think we might have done this on Tedious. I did some of this, but I want to go back and do what his actual math is, because he's claiming numbers that you could have. First of all, he's claiming 24-hour uptime all the time for the crematoria. Okay, that's just ridiculous. He also was doing the thing where he was doing thermodynamic law breaking things where like you can burn 3 bodies in the same amount of time as 1 body. It's like you could probably do that in like the sun. Like if you threw like 1 body into the sun, it would probably immediately vaporize in the same amount of time as like, but then you're dealing with such a massive energy overload. You don't have that. But he then did some like back of the envelope calculations, which he admits are wrong, but he's saying it's like ballpark. And this is from a 4chan post he did years ago. And he says, let me bring this up here. Let me bring this up. So where the hell is it? So here's the math that he is saying he did. So he said, I have already done the math. 15 ovens. This will be for one of the 2 main crematories. I've already done the math. 15 ovens, 3 bodies per oven, 2 people and a child or a baby, maybe even more, but let's keep it 3. 1,440 minutes in a day, which is 24 hours. No, it would actually have been 720 minutes tops. Every 20 minutes, new entry is entered into the system. So he's going with the idea you get the system up to heat, and then you burn a body for 20 minutes, you add a new body in, and you just keep going like that. And as the old body burns up, then it's like rather than that's how he suggested it. First of all, there's no evidence it was like this, right? No one attests that it was done like this. What they attest to is they attest there's some attestation of multi-body incinerations, which I actually think could even be real. Like that could even have actually happened, right? But it's not going to get you the numbers you want because, again, it's thermodynamic equation. X amount of energy burns X amount of matter
every single time. Like it's just not going to work that way.
Well, you can't do it because it's like, hey, can you boil 3 gallons of water in the same amount of time as you can boil 1 gallon of water? No. Obviously, you need to either add time or add more energy, but just adding time is also just adding more energy. It's just adding it slower, right? So it's a certain amount of energy. The only way you can do that is if you have 3 times the energy, but you don't have that. You have as much energy as the crematorium can output. So again, it just doesn't work. The idea, because he's saying he's of the opinion, he doesn't understand this, that like he thinks the issue is one of physical space inside the oven, not one of thermodynamics, where he's like, yeah, the only issue is that you needed the space to put the bodies in, and then, okay, right, and then 3 will burn at the same time, the amount of time as 1. No, they won't. They absolutely will not. It's physically impossible for them to do it. So anyway, so this is all made up, right? And so he purports that he's done this math, but again, I mean, it's actually incredibly stupid because thermodynamics as a concept isn't even hard for people to grasp, right? Like, why do I have to cook the small microwave lasagna for a shorter time than the huge one? Why does that one take longer? Anyway, it's the same principle, right? Just maybe it's something why I might understand this. Like, wow, you know when you get the big Stouffer's lasagna, you know how that takes longer to cook in the oven than the little one? It's the same thing, right? It's the same principle at work.
Stouffer's Holocaust.
Every 20 minutes, new entry is entered in the system. He's like, well, not if I, well, here's what I do. Rather than get one big one, I'll get like 4 little ones. And I'll just I'll do like a rotating scale. I'll do like a rotation. Like I've been cooking 20 minutes. Put the other one in. Put the other one. Anyway, yeah. 1440 divided by 20 is 72 entries into the system. 72 multiplied by 15 ovens is 1,030. That is 1,030 entries into the system total. And that is 1,030 multiplied by 3 is 3,240. So he is saying Crema 2 or 3 was capable of disposing of 3,240 bodies a day if you use a rigid formula. But he thinks then the bottleneck is human labor, which says in likelihood it was much less. And then he says 4,000 bodies a day for both. So in other words, 2,000 for each is the number. He says this excludes the other ovens and the pyres. That is utterly absurd. Those numbers are insane. Those numbers are crazy. As I said, you cannot operate 24 hours. You can only operate 12 hours. You literally are up against a hard wall of 1 hour per body, per adult body, like let's say average 150 to 180 pounds. Okay, that's going to be an hour. The testimony you were relying on even talked about women burning faster because they've got more body fat. Which is, no, but women would burn faster because they're smaller. But so, let's say 150.
Women do have more fat on their bodies.
They do, but that's not, they're going to burn up quicker because they are smaller.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe once you reach the ignition point of the fat on the body, yes, that will possibly burn, but that's not like, you need to reach that. It doesn't burn. It's not like what they're claiming though. Like you still have to hit the ignition point of human fat. You have to add energy till you get to that temperature, which is high. It's a high temperature. You don't just light a person. You don't just put a flame to somebody and they start burning by their own fat. It's stupid, which is what they actually say. Like that's what they say. That's what they would say that would happen. It's like, in other words, you can use people as like kindling or people as like fire starters because they're fat burn. It's like, the ignition temperature of human fat is something like 500 degrees or something, so you still got to get it up to that heat. Anyway, but no, you can't. Again, it's not true. Like what he is suggesting is just wrong, right? And I know the crematory ovens operate at 900 to 1100 degrees, but if you put a big cold sack of flesh in there, he's suggesting that you could burn the whole body in 20 minutes. So you're wrong. You're already multiplying it by 3, and then you multiply it by 3 again. And I would say maybe if they were doing the more than one body per oven, this might get them a marginal gain. But you're only to the maybe 5-10 minutes. I hate even speculating. It would be a very marginal gain in terms of speed by doing that. Also, we know how big these things were because there's records of how big they were. So the idea that they could fit, the reason in order for it to be 3, it has to be like a child has to be one of the 3s because you can't fit 3 adult people in them.
Right.
So that's why one of them has to be a child. So you literally, again, and they also I'm sure that they did try multiple body cremations and found that, it isn't bad. Also, having that much fuel, having that much mass in there, it could actually then, the temperature that it would get to might be actually really high. And it would actually be bad for the...
How this shit constantly turns into almost like a logic puzzle or like a math...
Well, this becomes like a math equation about like cooking, right? And so it's just, it's funny because... But again, I'll still do that. I will get down into those weeds with you because it's like... Because I don't want you to use that kind of stupid shit to fool people. But this is insane. This is literally insane. Why I'm suggesting.
The meta point that we get to this point where we're basically having to do... math story problems to try and for them to have to affirm all this stuff.
Well, for it to be possible, they need to do this kind of stuff. And again, this isn't how evidence works, right? None of this is how evidence works. None of it.
Yeah.
And the fact you need this is
much like flat Earth. Holocaust fails inductive reasoning completely.
Yeah, that's funny. It's like it's purely. It has to be done deductively, right? Because you can't. There's nothing observable about it, right? There's literally nothing there, so you have to use like weird logic puzzles, and you have to like assume this axiom of like, well, you can absolutely burn 3 bodies per hour per month. Like, it's just no. That would require an experiment. You know what you need to do in order to actually figure this out would be you need to do an experiment. You would actually have to create a setup just like the one at Auschwitz and see how many corpses from a distributed size, body size in a population? How many you can plow through?
You'd have to hijack an actual creature.
Nice backlog too, right? You have to build up you'd have to build up a nice backlog of like a few thousand, and then go at it and see what you can do. You know. So,
shame COVID petered out. We could have had.
They should have done it. I would say, Jews. It's not like it's impossible. Because I would be worried they'd try and use like Palestinians or something like that for something like this, and that would just be an atrocity. They would actually, I wouldn't put that past them. I don't want that.
Or old white people that died of COVID or something.
Right? Yeah. Well, homeless people. No, they probably have too much respect for the homeless. Like, no, we prefer Palestinians or old white people. Yeah. So let's keep going here. This is fun. We're definitely not getting through this though. There's no way because we're already an hour and 50 minutes. Let's try and get to like a stopping point, and then we'll just pick it up later. This could just be a long running thing we do. This is fun. Resistance. Let's get through the first vignette of this, and when we'll call it a day. Book 1. Amida. Resistance by another name. Amida.
The Holocaust.
Isn't this sort of biblical too, right? It's almost like. Yeah. It's like you're adding another book to your Bible, to your Talmud, right?
Yeah, this is just another version.
It's like the Book of Amida.
What was it? Numbers 31.
Numbers 30. Oh, yes, where they condone child sex slavery. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why doesn't Ammon Hillman like glom onto that? But anyway, it's like it's literally right. It's not. That is unambiguously that they are talking about child sex slavery.
He's too busy arguing that the Septuagint preceded the Masoretic texts.
Yeah, that's right. So that's probably why.
I did that mistake because I know what's actually called the Masoretic text does come later, but he says that the Septuagint predates the Hebrew.
He's saying he's saying it was written in it.
Yeah,
he's saying it was written in Greek.
Yeah.
He's saying the Old Testament was written in Greek. That's what he's saying, which is not true. Yeah. But just this, they always do this shit. What the fuck kind of a monstrosity of a building is that? Oh, is it Warsaw? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about that church. I was talking about that crazy modernistic structure. Whoa, 1939. The Germans attacked Poland. World War II has begun. Well, it's a little more complex than that, but this is definitely real. Worlds of Fag Peltel.
Father was calming us.
This is fake.
Saying, don't be scared. Even when the Germans come, they're not so bad. I remember them from the First World War, and they are quite human. You will see.
I totally believe that that was something that was said.
It was a shock.
What's funny is that, like, these are pictures. If they're
father
real,
had
those
said-
images would have been from the Anschluss, not from Poland. I mean, you know, but you know, who knows? Rita Mead and Stephen Mead, son of Vladka and Ben Mead. So this is these people's.
Yeah, that's the son of the woman that they're
Yes.
quoting now.
And I guess that's his wife.
Yep. I know these people. I know the Germans. We fought in the First World War together. And they're basically decent people.
That's true.
And then
That was
within
right,
the
that's
first
correct.
couple days, he was pretty badly beaten.
What did he
was
do?
so devastated.
They're going to beat me.
That he was unable after that to leave the house to go out on the street.
What is
We were
this footage
immediately
from?
singled out. We knew something was coming.
So then he had to go and assist in murdering like hundreds of thousands of people in Auschwitz. God, this is a Warsaw Uprising. Is that what this is? Yeah. So this is about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. I'm not as interested in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And
It's kind of boring.
well,
But
I also just haven't done as much research into it. Now, it's entirely possible it's just exactly as they have reported, but I question that. I'm pretty sure there's probably lots of lies, and I've actually read implications that there are a lot of lies in it, but I have no research on that. So it's like, let's maybe skip now to something different, because I don't want to talk. We don't talk about the Holocaust. We don't talk about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, because that's now people. Oh yeah, they don't show. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the Jewish myth of their own heroism in the Warsaw Ghetto. But also, I actually get really sick of people comparing like Palestinians to Warsaw Ghetto uprisings. It's like, nah,
Yeah, it's obnoxious.
it's annoying. It's like, stop doing this. Stop making Jews your only source of clout. That's what I really hate.
It always centers Jews. It always centers
Jews.
Jews.
It's like the only source. Well, I don't know how to. I don't understand how to get clout unless.
And it's funny because there's so many other sources of rebellion. You could go to Irish rebellion,
Yeah.
for example, if you wanted to look towards an actual national struggle.
Yeah. So let's see. Video. Do we have chapters here? Can we skip? There doesn't seem to be a chapter file embedded in this video. Wait, hold up. Playback. Next chapter. Or let's see. Next chapter. No, there's no chapters.
I would just probably skip about 10 minutes, see what you get to.
Let's see what we got. So what do we got here? Oh, it looks like you got a Jew with a violin. Here's a Jew with a violin.
Always good. Always good.
Yeah, definitely get
Famous violinist. My mother and father decided that somehow, by miracle, they have to smuggle me out of ghetto.
I don't know why that's so funny.
Well, once you no longer feel the guilt and trauma
Yeah,
that's been produced into you,
once you can just laugh at these people who are being fucking obnoxious.
It just becomes comical.
Yeah, all right, let's see. What do we got here? Looks like we're just gonna do some maudlin Jews here. It's just okay. So there's just a bunch of girls. So it's gonna be this.
And this explains to you the way they handled themselves during the war.
We had formed our group starting from a
Look at
precise
this guy.
ideology.
Yeah, Abba Kovner. Oh my god!
Is this the guy that Adrian Brody was playing in the movie? Like, it literally looks like him in the upper.
He does. He looks like Larry from the Three Stooges.
Like Sideshow Bob.
He does. He looks like Sideshow Shlomo.
Sideshow Bob. Oh man, it's like, oh my god, this dude literally looks like.
Oh wow, that guy lived until 1987.
Oh yeah, what do you know? Yeah, I think this is all, okay. Here we go. Okay, it looks like we're back at Auschwitz now.
Wait, no, Abba Kovner. That's the guy who led Nakam. They tried to he wanted to murder 6 million Germans.
Oh, okay.
That's who Abba Kovner was. It was that guy.
So, all right. Well, let's see. Well, okay. So let's see. Hold on. Let's see.
Of being Jewish, and this explains to you the way they handled themselves during the war.
So this is just Jews like fanning
We
their own
had formed
balls.
our group starting from a precise ideology. Our fight was not for self-preservation. It was not to save myself, to save you, to save a neighbor. It was to fight the Germans.
Yeah, that makes
In
sense.
half a year, the Jewish population of Vilna went down from 70,000 to 20,000 Jews. More
Wow.
than 2/3 of the Jews of Vilna were killed
Sloppy.
in half a year, and that's in 1941, well before there were deportations to the death camps from Warsaw and other cities.
Sucks
in
to leave
Poland.
a job unfinished like that.
One day I was called and told to go to the hospital of the ghetto, that there was a young girl injured who wanted to talk to me. And only to me.
What?
From
There's
her,
an AI
I got
there.
the first direct evidence about what was happening.
Wait, what?
There were 119 women. They were told to line up.
Wait.
Behind them, there were ditches.
Oh, this is Baby
The
Yar shit.
Lithuanians started firing on the whole line of women.
This is Baby
All
Yar
the
fake
women
shit. So I was gonna
fell
say
into the ditch.
that picture is a famous Baby Yar one.
Dead.
But none of these, just so you understand, like these pictures, I don't know where they come. None of these come from. I think they're talking about Baby Yar. None of these pictures.
Well, no, because that's Abba Kovner's talking about this. So this is in Lithuania.
Yes,
so
but he's saying that he heard that there was a girl that came to him to tell. I could be wrong, but I think that this is what's going on because again, we skipped, so we could be wrong. I think he's suggesting because he's saying, "Oh, someone came, mysterious messenger came to the hospital, so they want to talk to me and only me. So this conversation happened behind closed doors, only with me and this other girl. There was nobody else there." And here's what she told me, and I think that this idea is that she told him about the massacre at Babi Yar. Now, I'm wondering, is this going to be the mythical tale? I think that this is what this is. The mythical tale of the one girl that survived Bab corpses and escaped. And what, then made it to Vilna?
Yeah.
From Ukraine? Okay. I mean...
Vilna, which is the German pronunciation of Vilnius.
Yeah. Close enough. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, because these things that they're not doing a good job of because their audience is Americans, telling people yeah, some of these cities have multiple names based on the native speaker. Vilna and Vilnius are the same.
But it's also funny. It's like let's just see. I want to see if that's what's going on because I think that's what's going on. Oh, maybe it's a different massacre purported. Okay, so they burned a bunch of Jews here or something? Is this what the claim is?
This is the burial pit.
Yeah, no, it's not.
It was a burial pit in 1941. And in this forest, both Nazis and their collaborators from Lithuania systematically shot about 100,000 people.
I don't believe you.
This is the if you want to look this up at any point, this is the Polnari massacre.
Okay. All right, so it was a Babi Yar. It was a Babi Yar clone.
The Polnari massacre.
Yeah, it's just like a Babi Yar clone, right? Let me check it out while we're listening. I'm gonna look it up and see if it's in the Holocaust Encyclopedia here. If they got anything on it.
I'm sure it is because this is kind of considered like a big deal massacre in the canon.
In these pits.
Like how he's just brainwashing these poor kids. What are they supposed to say? What do you say that? Stop
One
lying.
thing is clear to me. Vilna is not just Vilna. Panari is not just an episode. There is a system whose inner workings are for the meantime hidden from us.
My father said nobody can escape. The Jewish people cannot escape from this. So what the Jewish people can do, they can fight for their honor. That's it. To fight for the honor.
Okay, here we go. So, let us, so this is on, so they go very quickly from this to Kovner's manifesto. So I have the entry for Ponari in the Holocaust Encyclopedia, so I'll just read it. Ponari, also pronounced Panera. So Panera, it's like the massacre of the Panera bread. No, I'm joking. It's like Ponari or Panerai, whatever. Ponari is a Polish name for the Lithuanian town Panerai, or Panerai, which today is a mere district of Lithuania's capital Vilnius. Between 1921 and 1939, the town was part of Poland, hence the name. During the 2-year occupation by the Soviets from 1939 to 1941, a construction project was initiated in a forest outside of town for several oil storage tanks. That's what they were standing in, I presume. When German forces moved in June 1941, only several circular pits had been finished, some with concrete or stone walls. The orthodoxy has it that German forces used these pits as mass graves for murdered Jews from the Vilnius area and also for Soviet POWs and Polish civilians. Total of somewhere between 70,000 and 100,000 victims are supposed to have been buried there, most of them Jews. This death toll makes this Holocaust crime seem comparable to Babi Yar outside of Kiev, although it is far less known.
It's scuffed Babi Yar.
It is literally, that's what I said, it's a Babi Yar clone. And I think, honestly, what it is like here,
Babi Yar.
I can even give you like a sort of a genesis of this story, which is that those pits, those concrete walled or pits that they had dug to supposedly hold, they're going to hold oil storage tanks there. Jews saw those and they were like, they must have been burying Jews here, or this would be a good place in this forest area here. Just like,
there was only one contemporary witness report about it.
That's what I'm reading. Yep.
Either
in secret.
Either she was there and her testimony's never been put on record, or it's a rumor situation of her actually saying like, "This is what I heard."
Well, let's take a look. So let's read what because they're going to have the best coverage of this in this encyclopedia. Yeah. So there's only one contemporary witness report about these alleged mass executions. A certain A. Bliezer claimed in 1944 to have survived the shooting by jumping into the pit alive and getting covered by dude, it's the same thing.
Yep.
This is like, it's like there's two accounts of creation in Genesis. It's the same thing. Right? It's exactly the same fucking, they have this in Babi Yar too. Except this is a man, and in Babi Yar 0, he later climbed out from beneath layers of bodies. I'm climbing out between the bodies. In 1943, he was arrested again and assigned to exhuming and burning the bodies buried in those pits. Wow. So what a coincidence. So you have one guy who survived the mass shooting, clawed himself up out of the pit amongst many bodies, and then he this was 1941, and then 1943, he was captured by the Nazis and forced to go burn up all those bodies. I'm going to keep reading here. He was no mass shooting at this site is mentioned in the Einsatzgruppen reports. However, German documents report a total of some 24,300 persons killed in the Vilnius area. Furthermore, several round-shaped burial sites about 30 meters in circumference located in the Panerai Forest are mentioned in a 1942 letter of Healthcare Administration of Vilnius County in response to a request from the local district commissar to list and describe the state of all mass graves in the area, as was compulsory throughout the Eastern European territories temporarily occupied by German forces. The letter neither specified the number of graves nor how many victims of which background were buried in them. There exists Moreover, a set of photographs of these oil tank pits showing many dozens, if not hundreds of people herded into them. See the illustration on the previous page. These photos were evidently taken by Germans or Lithuanian collaborators who were obviously not prevented from photographing this scene. It is unclear who the people gathered in those pits were, what their fate was. The photographs do not show any actual shootings of victims or executions. The Orthodoxy claims the persons shown in those photos were Jews about to be executed. The Orthodoxy has it that within so-called Action 1005, that's the Einsatzgruppen, the corpses buried in Paneri were exhumed and burned. The Action 1005 was the going back through to destroy all the evidence of the Einsatzgruppen killings. Exhumed and burned on pyres starting in late 1943 and lasting until early July 1944, just before the area was reconquered by the Red Army. When the Soviets occupied, in July 1944, a commission of the Red Army inspected the grounds of the alleged burial site without any excavations. They asserted already at this point that 100,000 victims had been killed and buried. A little later, the Soviets formed two investigative commissions, one by the NKGB, the other by an unspecified Soviet authority. They viewed several witnesses who claimed to have been involved in the Germans' attempt at erasing the traces of their claimed crimes. Among these witnesses are most prominently Yuri Farber, A. Blazer, Matvey Zadel, and Zoma Gol. Okay. Anyway, I think we kind of get the picture. So there was a bunch of people that died. Oh, whoopsie. There was a bunch of people in the Vilnius area that died, and they were buried in various graves. Although the estimation was 24,000 in total, some of whom were claimed to have been buried in those pits. And then there's a picture of people standing in those pits. And from this, we have, actually it was 100,000 Jews were murdered, buried in those pits, and then later dug up and burned without a trace. So, that's what you get. I mean, you know, that sounds about right. I mean, if not even for the for this document from the Vilnius Authority about and again, it didn't say 24,000 people in those pits. It just said 24,000 bodies, and those pits were among the places where they were buried. And then there's a picture of some people like in them, but no indication that they were shot or anything that happened. No, it's not known what happened there. Maybe they were shot. I don't know. But like, it's not 100,000.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Holocaust Encyclopedia ends on, if we follow the witnesses' claims, the Paneri site would have been smoking continually day and night between January and April 1944, if not even until July.
Yeah. So it's just impossible. So at most, you might have a situation of a few hundred people, maybe. At best. But it's, you know, that's at best. And that's assuming these documents are authentic. Like, I just, you know, like some of these type of things, particularly like letters and stuff, you know, again, I don't like doing the thing like that's fake. I genuinely will assume that it's real until I can definitely tell you that it's fake, right? And the thing is, oftentimes that even doing that method, it still doesn't tell you the story that they would like to tell you. And, you know, so yeah. So let's see. Let's get off of. I want to do Auschwitz. What's going on? I want to do Sonic Commando shit. What's going on? Let's see what we got. Communication is talking about what, the resistance or something. The Jewish resistance has a secret weapon. Couriers.
When my mother became a courier, the first task was to move into Grodno. In Grodno, she was supposed to see what's going on.
Keep talking about all these
with
Balt
the Jewish community,
areas, Belarus.
There were
now.
no connections. You have to understand. There was no telephones. All telephones were cut. There was no mail service. There was no internet.
Wow! Oh, really? No internet? Really? Yeah, there's no internet. All right.
Just getting into the minutia of all the dumb shit Jews were doing allegedly during the war.
This is tiresome. I wanted Auschwitz. I don't want. Oh my God! Did you see? Oh my God! Oh God!
That's quite the troll right there.
Yeah. Well, holy shit, dude! So I'm not asking for this shit in these Baltic countries and this fucking Polish crowd. I don't want butthurt belt stories. I want Auschwitz.
Warsaw Ghetto Resistance. Like maybe it's towards the end. Maybe they do the Sonic Commando Resistance at the end.
Yeah, it's like that's where. Okay, where do we get? Okay, I'm starting to see. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm seeing Auschwitz imagery here. Here we go. This is stuff. This is the stuff. Okay, Hungary. Okay, this is good. Well, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is where we want. This is where we want to be. This is where we want to be.
Hungry. Now I'm starving.
Dude, I'm starving for this. Right. So this is where we want to be. March 1944, the Germans are losing the war. One large Jewish population is left in occupied Europe. Now they are being deported to Auschwitz. It's funny because they have to actually claim they almost all did get killed. So where was the resistance? The Jews of Hungary were the only Jews left in the whole of Europe. That's not true. Out of 10 million Jews, only 1 million Hungarian Jews remained alive. That is not, none of that is accurate.
Why were the Germans so intent on killing the Jews at that point? Let's put it very clearly.
Out of 10 million Hungarian Jews, only 1 million.
No, out of 10 million Jews in Europe.
Okay, but like, so it's not
only 1 million Hungarians were left alive at this point. So 9 million Jews were dead.
Yeah, so he's claiming 9 million Jews were dead.
He's going to have to claim more because a bunch of Hungarians were also killed. So he's going to have to claim 9.5 million. So already we got a problem here, right? So here's Michael Berenbaum. This guy is like this guy's a major Holocaust gatekeeper. I want to listen to him for a second. Okay. All right.
Why were the Germans so intent on killing the Jews at that point? Let's put it very clearly. The Germans fought 2 wars. The World War and the war against the Jews.
Nah, no.
When
they're the
push
same
came
thing.
to shove, they wanted to succeed in the war against the Jews, even if it took resources away from the World War.
Despite the...
That's like the remember the Jordan Peterson narrative, where his explanation for this is like, well, there actually is evil and you just don't understand it. Remember this? This is like a famous rant.
No, it's
what if the purpose is just, it's not to win a war? What if the purpose just is evil and chaos?
Well, and that's where conservative thought is these days, is that everybody who disagrees with us is just ontologically evil.
Yeah, and it's easy, and they sort of accuse liberals of being face the reality that this can just be that there are just demonically evil people. They just do, and that way. See the reason is because this way, then I get to have what I want.
Leftists are ontologically evil. TRS is satanic. It's like this is where all the discourse is now with all these people. That it's just like instead of having being able to have a clear-eyed dissection of how things actually are. It's like, no, just say that that everyone else is the devil.
I just enjoy lying. That's the other thing. Like, I just lie and I enjoy it.
Just love it. They love to lie. They just enjoy it. It's fun.
Yeah,
I get it.
It's good stuff. Yeah, I'm just lying and I'm enjoying myself. So, who are you to say?
Like I'm lying on the internet. There's no consequences. Nobody.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. Okay.
The Nazi regime knows that it is coming to an end. The one group that is supposed to pay the ultimate price will be the Jews. They're losing. Wow. What can we do? Before we lose, we will kill more Jews.
Hungarian Jews to be deported are living in the provinces.
You see that there are 3 railroad tracks that go into the innermost nature of the camp. Those 3 tracks were built in anticipation of the murder of Hungarian Jews. Hungarian Jews constituted about 45% of the number of people who were killed at Auschwitz. That occurred not over 4 years, but over 3 months. There was an entire underground that distributed these passes, that created these passes.
So there's
How
about
important was
passport
fortune? It was the difference between life and death.
I question this. I would need to see evidence of this. So, yes. So there's also another lie that was detected, which is that the railroad tracks at Auschwitz, like the way they were situated, could only mean that the trains were like going in and going to the crematoria.
Oh yeah, like one-way destination.
They actually have, though. The thing is, it's funny because there's a siding there too, and it's like, I don't want to go into the dissection of this. I actually forgot some of the talking points on this, to be honest with you. There's some very funny owns about the railroad tracks and the time and place in which they were built, but I'd had to go back and look it up again. I forgot exactly what it was. But it's also just not true, because the main thing is that, like, because the idea they're saying is like at the end of the track is the is the crematoria 2 and 3, right at the very end of the railroad tracks. But those were not a destination. Those are the very end of the, like. Is the destination for a rail station ever like the thing at the very end of the track? It's like the train like drives, like the imagery, the train like drives you right in, right? No, in fact, that's a remote area. The middle of it, like the middle of that train, it wasn't a platform, but those tracks, I guess there was platforms there. The middle of that train, the train track, this is like the middle of the camp. It's literally right dead set in the middle of the camp. And there is an office, a registration office, right there in the middle. And that's where they would get off the train and they would go to that office to register. And in fact, in the pictures that Wyatt was showing, where he's trying to suggest that the only place these people could be going to is the crematoria, it's like they are actually walking to the office. Like, what are you talking about? So, yeah.
During the transports of Hungarian Jews, which came thousands every day 10,000 people were
every day, 10,000 people.
And the camp of the women bordered with the train ramp. And when the people from the train were sent to crematorium number 2, which was 50 meters away from the women's camp. So all these years that she was in Auschwitz, she was just 50 meters away from one of the 4 crematoria in Birkenau.
I suggested digging a trench under the barbed wire fence during the nights, through which we would bring young Jewish women into the camp and save them from the crematory ovens.
This is, well, first of all,
now,
notice.
Today when you go to Birkenau, everything is green and nice, but that...
Well, I mean... Yeah, that's funny that he says that. But okay, Borzoi's got to go. So again, I have I'll just wrap up with what we saw there. So let me and then we'll just get out of here. So let me listen to this again. Borzoi's checked out. He's got to go. I'm gonna make a final point about this little thing here. So and then we'll be out of here.
10,000 people were sent to the gas
Okay,
chamber.
so 10,000 people. This is the allegation. 10,000 people a day
for
for 3 months.
Bordered with the train ramp.
Okay.
And when the people from the train were sent to crematorium number 2, which was 50 meters away from the women's camp. So all these years that she was in Auschwitz, she was just 50 meters away from one of the 4 crematoria in Birkenau.
I suggested digging a trench under the barbed wire fence during the nights, through which we would bring young Jewish women into the camp and save them from the crematory ovens.
Okay, so there's a vestige here of some of the earliest narratives about the Holocaust, which did not actually include gas chambers, but were just about ovens burning Jews up. Anyway, we're going to pick up with this because it's not as much fun to do it by myself, and it's getting late. We'll do this more. Sorry that we didn't realize like that we had to go through all like the ghetto uprising and these other boring things. And Auschwitz is the meat of this. Auschwitz is real where the fun is. Other stuff is like, there's a lot of fun at Treblinka and stuff like that too. But that's where the juicy stuff is. Like the other stuff is not as interesting. And also it's like, sure, I'm sure like a Jew like fought at some point in Poland or something. That's not really what we're talking about here, right? I'm not interested in that. But also, it's funny they're trying to use this idea of, the Jews did fight back with this sort of myth they created about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising to sort of construct this idea. But I doubt all of it. I'm sure all of it's exaggerated, significantly exaggerated. I mean, we had right here in this very movie, this guy says already 9 million Jews have been killed. There's only 1 million left. They're Hungarians, and according to the narrative, 500,000 of them died. So this guy's Holocaust kill total is 9.5 million already in this documentary. So and people will be like, oh, well, you know what he means. No, I don't know what he means. Why am I always asked to be giving the benefit of the doubt to this stuff? No, he got it wrong. I'm not giving like benefits of doubts to people that are just objectively fucking lying. Oh, come on, it's just a big number. No, none of that. No, the number is what it is, and he doubled it. He basically almost doubled the number because they keep pushing the number down. I think Raoul Hilberg, who's like
Today
Hilberg,
when you go to Birkenau.
Shut up. Raoul Hilberg, who is like the guardian, one of the ultimate guardians of the narrative himself, claims like 5.1 million is his number. So 9.5 million is almost double that. Anyway, we're gonna pick this up later on. We can do more of this probably next week. We'll do more of this film, and we'll know exactly where to go to get the good stuff next time. But we had a good time. It was fun, and I'll see you guys next time.
If you don't like what we tell you to believe in, we'll kill you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Radio Hunt. I'm your host, Jared Taylor. And today is January 26th, Anno Domini 2025. And with me today is a guest, Eric Orwall. He is president of Return to the Land, and he will be explaining its purposes. And he will be talking about what I think is an absolutely marvelous project of exactly the kind that we should be engaged in today. So, Mr. Orwall, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me on. It's a real pleasure to speak with you.
Yes. Now, your undertaking is what some people call intentional community. And it is an intentional community of racially conscious white people who want to build an environment that affirms their culture, their peoplehood, and their race. Is that a correct characterization?
Absolutely. Yeah. And really, I mean, above all, I was inspired to do this by my children and just thinking about the world that they're going to inhabit, even in rural areas, in otherwise white parts of the country, skin tones, all gender identities. This stuff spreads online, some of the toxic ideology that can really have to create spaces where you can safely raise your kids and preserve your identity.
Yes, that seems to me to be the number one goal of a community of this kind, as to give children a healthy and affirming, positive community. I remember once, it must have been about 30 years ago, I was peripherally involved with a Mormon community out in California. And I was struck that not only is it a church community, but it is a community in which most of the members seem to spend all their spare time and all their socializing with people who are part of the congregation. And so it doesn't make any difference what house your children go to. They're always surrounded by people who share values and who have the same basic outlook. And that's not the case in the United States unless you have an intentional community. And so it's my sense that those of us who are adults, we can build a kind of barrier against the poisons that surround us. We can even laugh at it. But it's so much more difficult for children. Would you not agree?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they suffer the worst. The sins really that aren't even ours. There are parents and grandparents. And, we let our country be controlled by people who aren't of our stock, who don't care about our identity. And, I was speaking with Hugh Stridham, the head of the Iranian movement, and he said something that's really stuck with me. Identity is something that even if you don't take the effort to create it for yourself and claim it for yourself, other people will fight to claim your identity and define your identity for you. And that's exactly what's happened. Our adversaries have defined white American culture or the lack thereof, and many of us have just accepted it because we didn't positively, through our own work, set out to actively carve out white America as a distinct cultural being in this world. I think it was a very wise insight from Youst.
Yes, yes. I never quite thought of it in those terms, but that's absolutely right. If you just grow up breathing the air in the United States, the identity of a white person is going to be a negative one, and that's a terrible thing. In some conversations I've had, the way I've put it is white children have the right to grow up in a country in which when they go to school, they are not taught that they and their ancestors are dirt, for heaven's sake. That is absolutely unacceptable. And so I would imagine that you must have a number of different goals in mind, but perhaps the number one would be to provide a community for children and for education. So could you tell me about your current project? I understand that it's in the Ozarks.
It is, yeah. And that location was chosen partly because of affordability. It's easy for people to move down here. It's one of the cheaper parts of the country in terms of living costs, as well as the price of land itself. Also, in terms of regulations, the building codes are extremely minimal. Statewide, they're not enforced. It's really just the national building codes that could, in principle, be enforced, but there's no local enforcement agency who comes out checking on things. People live in all sorts of ad hoc kind of shelters here. It's not the Northeast Puritan kind of aesthetic that I would maybe prefer, but it is workable to build from scratch and have a lot of freedom in different building methods. There's no zoning laws either, so it's really just a blank canvas for us to work with. And yeah, I mean, this has taken off. I was surprised by how quickly. For about 10 years, I've been online advocating for intentional communities, not because I thought we had to run away or avoid national politics, but because it seemed clear to me that the demographic trends, regardless of how successful we become in nationalist advocacy in politics, are going to result in our children encountering minority status. And so in light of that fact, we have to create these healthy, wholesome spaces for them because the government is not going to do it. And, I experienced that firsthand growing up in Southern California.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, right. Like I saw my parents' high school yearbook pictures at one point, and I was just shocked by the fact that all of these people in their yearbook looked like me, whereas the people I grew up around looked very different, and I stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yes, well, I don't at all consider it running away. I consider it not a negative thing at all. I consider it a positive thing. You're building something. And if to build something that's meaningful for us, you have to disengage with parts of the United States or attitudes or assumptions, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That is like ridding the body of harmful drugs, it seems to me.
Sure.
But, well, at this point, can you tell me how many, I mean, you have this on this 160-acre plot. Is it already carved out into lots for housing? Do you have sewerage, electricity, all those things coming in now?
Yeah, we do have electricity at the road. There are several septic systems that have been installed, several cabins. Primarily, people have been either camping or living in small cabins. The first larger home has been constructed now. I put up a 30-foot by 40-foot metal building.
Yes.
And we're doing our best, but we only have limited numbers of workers. We created a policy emulating actually one of the policies in Orania that we do all of our own work insofar as that's possible. And it seemed like a good idea because that would be subsidizing our own development. If you're paying your own workers and then they're in turn paying to develop their own lots, all that money stays in the community. It's good for everyone. But we only have so many workers, so only so much work can realistically get done. And there are several families that are waiting to move down that the housing is simply not built there for purchased. So it's really just a matter of building these homes.
Well, yes, if I were to move there and you were to tell me, okay, put in this framing, roof this house, I wouldn't know how to do it. And I would happily pay a neighbor to do that. But I can understand that not everyone has that kind of skills. And I imagine that for certain things, perhaps laying foundations or when it comes to that, you will have to hire outside people, but you can hire local people who are probably sympathetic to the project.
Yeah, and we're considering making that policy a little bit looser and allowing that sort of thing. We do have a licensed contractor among us, and several of the guys have construction experience. We're also welcoming of especially younger guys who want to come down and camp as PMA members without necessarily buying in, just to take advantage of the available construction work. We pay very competitive rates for the area down here. And we can help young guys acquire skills, and I think it builds character.
Well, great. Now, you mentioned the term PMA. That stands for a private membership association. And I gather that is part of the legal structure that you have put together to make this possible?
Right. Yes. PMAs are used for a variety of applications. There are many PMAs that exist simply to allow for things that wouldn't otherwise be legal, which is sort of what we're doing. Like raw milk PMAs exist where various people will form an association to own shares in a cow, and then they can distribute the milk without having to own the whole cow or buy the milk, which you're not allowed to do in many places. So we have a PMA that is the kind of vetting umbrella group for individual communities, which then are organized under companies, LLCs, or a variety of corporate structures could be considered for future communities. Each community will have its own corporate structure, its own board of managers, and we try to shoot for best practices. We have regular meetings, we have processes where people can be elected, and I mean, we post meeting minutes for our monthly meetings and stuff like that. So there is transparency. The PMA, we really want that to be the national umbrella organization, inclusive of as many communities as possible. And we are aware of several other projects like this, and they're popping up really quickly. And I think that's a wonderful thing. But I think it's a good idea to have one kind of national umbrella organization so that we can collectivize legal research and a legal defense fund. Because sooner or later, one of these communities will come under fire.
Yes.
And if they're standing on their own, it's going to be an uphill battle. But if we share best practices, like we're hiring a very expensive lawyer specialized in real estate, we're going to move on to other specialized lawyers as we can afford it. But we're having him look at our LLC docs and how we're dividing the land, and he's going to give his advice, and then we'll carry that advice on to other communities who are looking to do similar things. Already, several projects have looked at our documents and have kind of molded them to their own purposes.
Well, that's great. It sounds as though you're doing a great expense and trouble yourself of getting these bulletproof documents, or as bulletproof as a high-priced lawyer can make them, that's trying to do the same thing.
Exactly.
Now, and you all have a website, do you not? I believe it's returntotheland.org. If anyone wishes to have a kind of overview of what you're up to, that's a publicly facing website, correct?
Correct, yes. And if you would like to join the PMA, I would go to the website, returntotheland.org, fill out a questionnaire, and then there's an interview process. the board for the PMA would vote on admittance or not admittance. And then after that, the PMA is not the real hard organization to get into. We try to make that very open-ended, but the individual communities have much stricter guidelines for allowing people to come in. We require in-person visits. We require background checks. So we do, know what we're getting into with those associations that are going to be, in person. But the PMA hosts large events twice a year, generally in April and October. So far, we'll have one this April. So if you'd like to come down and visit the land and meet the people that are doing this and, exchange ideas, then definitely consider joining the PMA and visiting us in April.
I see. That's very interesting. So this PMA would make you a member, theoretically, or at least at some level, of a number of different communities. And then those different communities would have all their own limited liability corporations that actually own the land, and that they would be the ones who would judge whether you are a fit person to be a part owner. Is that a correct understanding?
Correct. Yeah. Joining the PMA would make you eligible in principle for all of the different communities under that umbrella.
I see. So to join the PMA does not involve buying a land or buying shares. That is not a monetary transaction at all. That's just simply a membership undertaking.
Correct. There is an application fee, and we're considering having some kind of monthly fee as an option to raise funds for legal defense. I think if we had a growing fund in case there is ever a lawsuit, it would be a very valuable thing. So we're considering that for individual PMA members, as well as the communities that use our PMA framework, paying in a certain amount of their budget annually into that fund.
Well, so then if I wanted to buy a lot, then I would go through the process of joining the PMA, and then I would go through the serious vetting program, and a determination would be made as to whether or not I were an appropriate part owner, and then I could buy a share in the particular community that you have or the particular communities that are available under that PMA. And can you give me a rough idea of what the entry cost would be, or does that depend on a lot of different things?
Well, for the first community, it was very affordable. We bought the land at around $1,500 per acre, and we have a minimum of 3-acre lots. And that's for a variety of reasons, primarily to do with septic system laws. And that's also one of the reasons we're in Arkansas. Those sorts of laws are easier to deal with in this state rather than any other state we've encountered. Not that it's impossible in other places.
Right.
But so 3 acres is the minimum share. That was initially offered around $6,600. And that was including the development budget, like roads, some money earmarked for the community center, which is not complete. The next land buy that we organize, and other communities are self-organizing their own buys under intending to do that under our PMA framework as well. But what we personally organize, probably we won't be able to hit those numbers just because land is not as affordable as it was even a year and a half ago when we made the purchase. And also, of course, now we're going to have to restrict the area that we're looking at. We would like to have multiple communities very close by so that we can get together, share a community center, and also have a bigger impact in local politics, be a positive influence in the local culture. That's another thing. It's not running away or just looking after your own. There are parts of this country that have truly good people, like really good-hearted people, that just are under the most kind of flat and I don't know what to call it, but shallow culture. We can introduce a deeper kind of cultural appreciation of our history, because that's something we all have in common. We're all readers. I think we've probably raised the average IQ of the town that we settled in by almost a standard deviation.
Oh my.
So I think these communities can really revitalize a lot of areas of this country that need the help.
Well, that would be wonderful. And if you were to have a school, as part of the property. I imagine that's very much a part of the plan. Would you conceive of letting people who are not LLC owners or PMA members attend? Or have you worked out details of that kind yet?
They would have to be PMA members.
I see, yes.
We can't have public-facing events. We can't have many things that are explicitly for the general public due to the legal structure that we're operating under.
I see. Yes, I can understand that. In other words, if you are throwing open your events to the general public or your facilities to the general public, then there are different requirements that you have to meet.
Right. Then they would challenge our status as a private association.
I see. Yes, of course. Right. Now, if I were to become a PMA member, and if I were to make an investment, and it sounds as though certainly in this Ozark community, the price of admission is certainly not very steep. And then it turned out that I was a nasty guy. I was not the least bit culpable. I violated the rules. I assume that you have ways to eject troublemakers.
Well, I don't.
You never know.
We do have policies in place, yes, and we have means whereby the LLC or a combination of members would buy out their share, and not just at the original price. Say they built a home and were several tens of thousands of dollars invested, we wouldn't just kick them out and take their property. We would hire an assessor, bring them in, get a fair market value established, and then pay them, fair market value.
So you would, but there is a mechanism to eject people whom you turn out to have misjudged for one reason or another.
Yes, and Peter Seary, who is the chief architect of our whole framework, was very insistent on that. He lived for 10 years in South America in a vegetarian community, actually a fruitarian community. They only ate fruit, apparently. So, but he lived in community and learned a lot of those sorts of lessons that someone may look like a great candidate up front, and then it turns out that there's a conflict of values, or maybe they just don't know how to keep to their own business, and they're very, busy in other people's affairs and things like that. So he had a lot of foresight because of his experience in South America.
Well, I understand you just visited Orania. That's the community in South Africa that everyone has heard about, the growing great guns. It's got a long waiting list, I understand. And I understand from Just Streetum, who is the public affairs guy, and a very fine fellow in my experience. I understand from him that they have a mechanism for ejecting undesirables, and that from time to time they have had to resort to it.
Yeah, they have. Right. I think they don't technically have to compensate people for all of the property or all of the improvements made to their lots like we do, but they do anyway because they're good, upstanding white people, Afrikaners, highly, moral. Like these are people with integrity, from my experience. So.
And so, in other words, at Orania, there's under no obligation to compensate for improvements, but in the case of the communities that you're involved with, there would be an obligation on the part of the others who buy the miscreant out to compensate for improvements.
Right. Yeah, there's a legal obligation. Like I said, Orania has always, though, as far as we were told, compensated for that sort of thing. But we've taken several policies from them, the own work policy, their processes for evicting members. I'd like to take more from them. Like they have a financial institution that allows people to finance shares. They're a share block company in a similar way that we are. So when people buy a share in a corporation, a typical bank doesn't have collateral that they could make a mortgage on. So you need a unique kind of financial institution that can find its collateral in other ways. And so they have their bank there that does that. And we'd like to set something similar up. They also have a development company that kind of centrally organizes expanding the town area of Orania. They, put in the sewer lines, water, electric, size the lots, do the surveying and such. And a lot of that has been kind of laissez-faire, private sector in the way that we've developed so far. But I think a centralized development company is a really good idea. And as more of these communities spring up, it might even be a good thing if one or two preeminent kind of development companies for hire became established. That way, if you want to open one of these communities in your neck of the woods, you know the experts in our circles that you can go to and, get on the proper footing.
No, it seems to me that it's essential that we be able to share insights, share experience, share expertise. I think that is clearly a good thing to do. Can you tell me a little bit more about your experience at Orania? I've been wanting to go for years. I understand that just about anybody, if he just drives down the road from the surrounding area, just about anybody can visit Orania. Is that correct?
Yeah, and there are local South Africans who come in all the time for deliveries and things of that nature. Of course, Black South Africans or even non-Afrikaner white South Africans can't work there, but they can visit. They can come through town.
Right.
But yeah, it is really, it's remarkable what they've done given the limitations of their resources, given the limitations of where they are physically. It's out in the Karoo, which is a desert, and as we were approaching it, my heart began to sink. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that the land out here was so rough. But then we came to Orania, and it was like an oasis in the desert. It is really amazing. Like it's green. There's really, sophisticated irrigation that's done. There's all sorts of agriculture. Large farms nearby have affiliated themselves with Orania, and that's, a testament to their character, because that's a big sacrifice economically. To be a part of Orania, you have to take on the own work policy. We have to do our own work. And the cheap black labor is hard to get off of. Many people are addicted to it. I even spoke with one man who was in Orania, who said that he would prefer if they continued pursuing autonomy, and they would like their own, Volksstaat or sovereign area at some point in the future. They may have to vie for that sometime soon in light of recent legislative changes in South Africa, allowing land expropriation across the board. Potentially, it's a real mess and a precarious situation. But yeah, he said that he would like to have a sovereign state and yet also allow the cheap black labor, just because economically they're addicted to it. And I think there's a lesson to be learned there. It's like America's demographics, in a certain way, were shot from the beginning because we were addicted to slave labor. And that was built into our culture in a way that I think to this day has negative effects on Southern white culture. I think many of them not only feel a certain guilt from that era, appropriately or inappropriately, but, the Puritans did their own work for the most part. Yes. Almost exclusively. And that work ethic is unsurpassed. And the areas of the country settled by Puritans are all orderly, clean, beautiful. And in the South, there was a dependence on this cheap black labor, or free black labor in some cases. And you just saw a different sort of culture emerge. And yeah.
Well, Robert E. Lee famously said that he objected to slavery for a number of reasons, but the number one reason was that it degrades the white man. It degrades the master. It degrades the white people.
Exactly.
And yes, he had a very crucial insight there. Well, gosh, it sounds all quite exciting to me. And is part of your plan, when you lay out a plot or a set of plots to buy, the idea that there can be room to expand? It would be a pity if you have 160 acres. If it's 3 acres per lot, that's only a little over 50 households. And that seems like a relatively small community. I mean, it's certainly enough people to have a sense of belonging, but to have a community center and a school, and perhaps you might have a church, it seems like a small number. And you'd want to be able to expand, would you not?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And we've spoken with neighbors and looked at nearby parcels. And we do intend on expanding contiguously as much as is possible. You know, whenever a neighbor has their land for sale, we'll be the first to make an offer, I'm sure. But also, we'll be looking nearby at larger parcels as well. There are many more people interested now than in the past. Our lots have been sold out, or the shares in the company, for months. You know, there hasn't been a lot available. So we're organizing the next land buy currently. And
Great.
The first time there were about a dozen guys who came down. I was looking to build a classical philosophy school on my own land in southern Missouri. So a dozen guys came down to help me just personally out of goodwill. You know, they had seen my YouTube content and things like that. And when they came down here and saw the area and, you know, felt a spirit kind of running through all of us together. And when they saw also the land prices, the idea was kicked around that we should go and look at real estate. And very quickly, we all got on board. And so it was almost unplanned. It was very kind of providential. Things just came together at the right moment. So we were only able to get the amount of land that we did because of the number of people that were involved up front. But now we have hundreds of people in the PMA, and people are applying every day looking for land with us. So I think the next land buy will probably be on a much larger scale. And yeah, that'll be exciting.
Wow. Well, I suppose since there are no zoning laws to contend with, if you wanted to have row houses or if you wanted to have apartment buildings, you could do that. You could do anything you like so long as there was a demand for it and it was feasible from a sewerage and plumbing point of view. You can really do anything you like.
Exactly. What is most achievable for people without a huge amount of experience in developing raw land? Peter Siri, who I mentioned before, had the most experience because he lived in a community like this. But yeah, I mean, after visiting Orania and seeing their mixed use areas, they have apartment buildings, they have shops on the ground floor, apartment buildings on top, office spaces. It's something that I definitely want to emulate. I think it's something that will build a sense of common identity. A lot of, I think, our self-concept is derived from the public spaces that we inhabit. So we really want to create those high quality, clean, orderly, beautiful public spaces. It's always been an ideal of ours, but we are starting with raw land. And so the first thing comes first. So gravel roads and that sort of thing is sort of the priority still.
Yes. Well, it certainly sounds as though someone, probably you and some of your colleagues, looked at a number of different possibilities for location. And you found Arkansas for some of the reasons you described. And I imagine you looked very, very carefully at who your neighbors were likely to be, what kind of reception you could hope for. And so this is the result of a considerable amount of sifting through various possibilities before you ended up where you are.
Right. Yeah, I had narrowed down this location as the prime candidate for myself, just moving my family. When COVID started, I immediately bought 7 acres in this part of the country in Arkansas, sight unseen, just because I had to get out of New York State in light of what they were doing up there. But I had lived down here, I guess, 10 years prior to that, before I had my kids, looking for land as well. I've traveled all around the country. I've always had in mind to do something with land development. You know, growing up in the suburbs in California, I felt very alienated from nature. And so the idea of returning to the land, getting back to the land and being connected to nature has always appealed to me. It's always seemed romantic, you know, but also I had to think of what is economically feasible, what's sustainable, and yeah, what allows for the greatest freedom to develop. I do want that blank canvas. And Peter Siri also narrowed down northern Arkansas as his ideal location independently of me. And he's a very systematic thinker and has gone through all the numbers. I like the area also because, interestingly, it's a part of the country that was able to sustain the largest Native American populations. You know, one of the few civilized cultures or agrarian cultures was the Mississippian culture, you know, and that's in our neck of the woods here. hundreds of thousands of people in those settlements. So a much larger population than, say, the Northeast or the Pacific Northwest.
Do you have a lot of wildlife?
Oh, yeah. No, deer hunting is very popular here. There are turkeys. We also have, farm livestock. I have about 16 goats.
I see.
They're milk goats, and some people have chickens. We have some geese.
Great.
And yeah, the ideal is agricultural for that first community. I think subsequent communities will be geared in different directions.
Yes.
I mean, we need to create spaces for all types, and we need farmers. We also need office workers already. A lot of people who are able to work remotely. This sort of thing is very appealing to them.
Wow. Well, this sounds very exciting, very, very exciting. And, I've seen the photographs on your website. It looks like a beautiful forested area. And I was thinking about all the deer you must have there. I just moved to a more urban area. I lived in Northern Virginia where there are lots of deer for 25 years. I remember the most deer I had in my backyard at one time was 11. And I miss that. It's really quite nice to be sharing your land with fellow mammals. And I imagine if there's hunting going on, they don't gather in such large numbers right outside your house the way they do in an area where they're protected. But the idea of having nature right out your back door is very, very appealing to me, and I'm sure it is to a lot of the other people who are part of your community.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's great for the kids. I think nature is the greatest teacher there is for children. I think they learn more from being out in nature, and certainly the kids who are living there take advantage of it on a daily basis. They love exploring, learning about local plants. There's local passion fruit and things like that they find and eat. So.
Wow. Well, now tell me, maybe it's early days yet, and even the local community is not that aware of who you are, but so far, what kind of reception have you had, if you're at liberty to talk about that?
Well, it's been mixed. I mean, there will always be antisocial people wherever you go. We have one neighbor who's had some issues with us. Some of our livestock wandered onto his grass and ate some grass, and he was very upset about that. Yeah, but we haven't had time to get all of the fencing up and redundant systems in place and such. So we are trying our best to be good neighbors.
Well, that sounds like the kind of thing that could be a problem wherever you were. But I was thinking in terms of folks who said, well, gosh, we don't want people like this in our neighborhood. Do you not? In other words, it's not a matter of whether your cattle were eating their grass, but the kind of people you are. Have you had any resistance of that kind?
I do think that some of the local townspeople may have misconceptions. Many of them are aware that we're up there, and they're curious, but we haven't, had a public, press conference with the local people to let them know exactly what we stand for. Some people have found us online. Another neighbor has a trucking company, and he's a great guy, and he understands what we're doing, and he's totally fine with it. And I think most people in this part of the country will either be in support positively, or they're libertarian enough that they're good with anyone going their own way.
Well, that's great. And that's all part of wisely choosing your location, I'm sure. Now, I understand that you are in the process of organizing a kind of an online seminar that will be in February, I understand, that will have participation from a number of European countries as well as Irania in terms of this idea of building intentional communities. Can you tell our listeners about that?
Sure, yeah. We're having the Intentional Community Online Conference February 9th, starting at 1 p.m. Central Time, and it'll go for many hours. People can come and go as they please, but we'll have speakers representing several different projects in the U.S., some anonymously representing their projects, some openly, and then we have European projects being represented as well. I think we need to be sharing our experience, sharing best practices, and also there will be people with legal backgrounds in attendance that can give that kind of legal perspective that we very badly need.
Can you repeat the date and the time? And is there a website that people can already go for this?
Yes. So February 9th, it begins at 1 p.m. It'll go for many hours. Intentionalcommunity.live. And the tickets are $30. That is so that only serious people are in attendance. We don't want this to be a totally open public spectacle.
Yes.
We want this to be a productive brainstorming session. Anyone in attendance can ask questions via text, or they can join the call and ask live with the people attending. We'll encourage crosstalk between the leaders of various projects. There will be public figures present who aren't necessarily part of physical intentional communities currently, but who are supportive of the idea. They'll give their thoughts as well. We'll be announcing speakers in the near future. But yeah, I think it'll be a good event. Some of the proceeds will be donated to Orania, especially, again, in light of this recent law that was passed by the president there. They need the help very badly.
Now, what countries will be represented? I gather it would be Just Streetum. He himself will be taking part representing Orania. And what other different countries?
There's the Woodlander from the UK.
Woodlander, I see, yes.
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel you can check out.
I see.
I have not completely confirmed, but one project that I know has begun working on intentional communities in Sweden, and then also one project in Germany.
I see.
So it's going to be interesting to learn in the European context what's possible. You know,
Right.
obviously the laws are very different over there. But I think, you know, my motivation here was largely from a place of desperation in a certain sense, in that I see the demographics are changing. I need a safe place for my children.
Yes.
But also it is a way of consolidating our power and organizing and fixing our culture and fixing our habits and just taking control of our lives and not succumbing to the greater culture, keeping our money in our own circles and just living more intentionally and consciously. And so in Europe, you know, even if they do have the ability to remigrate all of the recent arrivals in their countries, and I believe they can in many cases, I hope they do. But even so, I think these intentional communities are the right step to get back to traditional values and just to learn how to live in the way that our ancestors did, you know, like what you described before, having all the different households you could go to in the community, share values where you wouldn't have to worry about, you know,
Yes.
who your child is hanging out with. That was America in general, past, you know, the last 70 years, going
Yes.
back to founding the country. That's just traditional society, how it should be. You should
Yes.
know everyone in your village, and we should create our own villages again, so that we can, you know, live the way that our ancestors did. And I think they created the marvelous civilization that we've inherited because of that high trust, high accountability kind of context.
And what's a pity in a way is they didn't even do it intentionally. It just happened organically because that was the kind of people they were. That was the way they lived. They had so much in common. They had so much trust in common. And so these communities grew up naturally. It's a terrible pity that we have to build them intentionally in the face of so much opposition and in sometimes even hatred. But I'm very pleased to hear that there are similar attempts in Germany, in England, and Sweden. I wasn't aware of them. And I think I better pony up my admission fee and listen in, because it sounds like it's something that I'd certainly be able to learn a lot from.
Yeah, we hope that people get a lot out of it, both in terms of exchanging ideas and also learning about the projects that are out there. You know, there are projects that I wasn't aware of before I started speaking with people as potential speakers here.
Well, I did mean to ask you, is there any kind of ideological or religious litmus test for this community that you're trying to build?
Well, in a sense, yes, but it's very, very minimal. I mean, we don't support LGBTQ values, of course. Anyone who does is, well, that would be a criteria that would work against them in an admission
Yes.
context.
Yes.
Decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, of course.
Yes. Yes.
But yeah, that sort of thing is not looked upon favorably. You have to value European heritage. You have to want virtue in some sense.
Yes.
You also have to believe in a higher power. Like atheists are not really welcome. Agnostics, if you're not sure and you genuinely just don't know, I think there's a place for people like that. But a militant atheist would not necessarily be very welcome in our community.
No, you don't want scoffers or people who are trying to drag down believers. You certainly wouldn't want that.
No. Yeah. But we do accept Christians as well as pagans. For my part, I'm a Christian, but I have very unorthodox Christian views. I'm into classical philosophy and Plato, and in a lot of ways, I'm closer to the pagan Neoplatonists in my worldview than to the Christians. But I also, because of my, having one foot in both camps in a certain sense, see a lot of commonalities, and they're really not as different as people imagine. The late pagan Neoplatonic schools actually turned into the early medieval Christian Neoplatonic schools. So it's the same philosophical concepts, the same theological concepts, really. Christian church fathers admitted that openly, that Plato was a kind of proto-evangelion giving Christian theology before Christ. So I don't think these traditions are so opposed. The pagans that tend to join will be ones that aren't openly hostile to Christians, and the Christians that join won't be openly hostile to pagans. And I think that's the kind of people you really want.
Well, it's always been my view that the one thing that binds us, the central criterion, is an understanding and appreciation of our racial family. And pretty much all the other differences that we might have, we can work out so long as we agree on that. That is the basic thing: our people, our heritage, our future. So it sounds as though you have a kind of general direction that you want to go in, but it doesn't sound as though it's too hard-edged.
No, not at all. And at a certain level, everyone nowadays lives in neighborhoods with those who have different religious views, who in many cases are far more different from each other than, our neighborhoods would be. So I'd rather have white neighbors that I know are good people because, well, they've been vetted, they've gone through a background check. And they're not bringing in bad habits from the general culture through their children. We don't allow public school attendance for our kids.
Very good. Very good. Don't bring in those poisons.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes. We're just about to begin Tuesday, actually, our homeschool co-op. It's going to function like a one-room schoolhouse. All the kids of various ages will be brought together, and older kids will help younger kids. Different parents will kind of alternate helping out on different subjects and things like that. I think it's going to be a great environment, and I'm looking forward myself to, teaching some Greek myth and things like that.
Oh, that sounds quite wonderful, actually. Our ancestors learned marvelously. Those McGuffey readers, the things they learned, often in one-room schoolhouses with older students helping the younger, I think that's a wonderful model. And I have every confidence it'll be very successful. Well, is there any other aspect of your community or what your plans are that we haven't covered that you'd like to share? I find this fascinating, and I can't say often enough, I salute and admire you for what you're doing. But is there anything else that you'd like our listeners to know about?
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Taylor. And it was very, pleasantly surprising when you started coming out very positive towards intentional community in general, and just, white communities breaking away from the larger society. Not that we should give up on influencing national politics, but we have to start looking after our own and really living up to that on a daily basis. As far as, the larger project that we're aiming for here. We do want it to be a national organization that offers benefits beyond just communities for people to live in. We also want it to be a way that our people across the country, when they're traveling, have places to stop in, use our facilities, stay with us, visit with us, host events. We have events at our first community now. We'd like to see, games between different communities, like the Olympic Games between different Greek city-states and things like that.
Wonderful.
So that should all be in the cards. And I think it'll offer real benefit to those who join that kind of network. On a personal level, you'll have contacts and allies wherever you go. And at a political level, this is how we organize a truly effective grassroots movement. A lot of change in this country is actually driven from, county seats. It's driven at that local level. And to break into that local level in many cases is extremely difficult because it's an old club in many cases of established families. And if you're not part of it, well, it's not necessarily going to be easy. But if you move into a low population area as a community, well, then suddenly you become half the vote overnight, and you can make a real impact, make a real difference.
Well, I've always had a kind of a fantasy of moving into a community of that kind. And if you get enough motivated people, then even if there is a public school, if our people were running it, if our people were in city government, if our people were the police chief, all of that could really restore the kind of community that people of my age grew up with. And it seems to me there are many ways to go about this, but at least for now, it seems like this private membership organization or association, an LLC approach is an extremely effective one. And again, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me about this. I wish you every success, and I think this is really one of the most important and exciting movements or aspects of our movement that I've heard in a long time. And I wish you every possible success.
Well, thank you very much again for having me on. It's been an honor being with you, and it means a lot to all of us to hear your words of support. You're a real kind of heroic, legendary figure in our circles, of course.
Gosh, you are the people who are going to be legendary and heroic. All I do is japper. You all are actually doing things, building things, and I have the greatest admiration for that. So thanks once again. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Radio Renaissance. I'm your host, Jared Taylor, and today is the last day of January, meaning that tomorrow it will be Black History Month, formerly known as February. Well, as usual, let us begin with comments written in by listeners. First listener says this: I was curious to know what you think after having devoted so much of your life to our cause. Did you ever believe you would live to see the end of affirmative action? How would you rank our new president in comparison to the last 5 Republicans? Would you say this is the best place the white advocacy movement has been in the last half century? Well, that's many questions. Well, certainly as far as affirmative action is concerned, racial prejudices, racial discrimination against whites in all of the institutions in the United States, well, I'd hoped it would end, but I'm not sure it actually has ended, but certainly we're moving in a wonderful direction. I remember, back in 1968, believe it or not, when I was applying to college, we all joked that we would get into the much better schools if we were the right color. So even then, it was taken for granted that being white was a disadvantage. And that's been a terrible problem with what Donald Trump and his administration is doing, trying to get rid of that kind of discrimination against whites. And it's not just that, of course. All the things that he's been doing, not just at the border, there's expedited removal, Illegals are terrified, and some of them are self-deporting. I love the way that Donald Trump has slapped down resistance to deportation. The way he handled the Colombians was just wonderful. An end to foreign aid, defunding NGOs. I'll talk about some of these things later on in this podcast. Trying to exterminate DEI. Oh, it's all absolutely wonderful. And yes, I would say that things are looking better than at any point in the last half century, and it's thanks to the American people who defied all the people at the head table who told us we were voting for an incipient fascist and probable dictator, and voted for Donald Trump. Now, compared to the last 5 Republican presidents, that would include 2 Bushes, Ronald Reagan, Ford, and Nixon. Not one of them really did much good for white people. Even Nixon, back in those days, he was one of the people who really got busing going. You got racial prejudices in the form of affirmative action going. So no, we have a vast improvement, and I am very pleased. Yes, I am. Thank you for asking that question. Now, here's a more difficult question. I've lived in Detroit for the last 10 years. There's a broken down home across the street, just a few houses down from where I live. Day and night, cars pick up and drop off children of all ages at what appears to be a makeshift daycare and night care. However, there doesn't seem to be much care going on. The children trespass, litter, make an obscene amount of noise. This house also keeps dogs outside, even in the bitter cold. They often escape the boundaries of the yard and cause trouble. Also, these people treat the street as their personal property. They park in their cars, sit there idling illegally, and give you a sour look as you try to inch past them in your car. Of course, they're all black. Now, what does one do about this? Neither cordially addressing them directly nor calling the police has produced lasting results. Some people suggest I move, but I love my house. I love my neighbors, except for them. I'm optimistic about the city, and I'd hate to let one bad neighbor be the reason people like me can't have a future in Detroit. The answer can't always be to move. Many of my neighbors are white, and I suspect they feel exactly as I do. I am angry, sitting by while nothing gets done to stop this one house from destroying any semblance of a nice street on which to live. What can you suggest? Well, this, of course, is the age-old dilemma. White people live in a nice neighborhood, the wrong people show up, and there goes the neighborhood. Now, I've never been in a situation like that myself, so I really can't give you any kind of advice from my own experience, but a care center. And it may be that if you can get the authorities on that, you can force them to shut that down. That would be the way I would approach it. Another thing you might do is get to know your white neighbors better. See if you can band with them and try to figure out some kind of solution. I bet some of your white neighbors probably have some kind of legal influence, or maybe they have pulled in City Hall, some way to get a real mass sentiment against this public nuisance. But again, my guess is they are probably operating a business without an appropriate license, and that would be the way to get them. And I agree with you 100%. Always running away is not the solution. White people build beautiful things, they build beautiful communities, and time and again, they have to uproot and leave because those beautiful things and beautiful communities are ruined by people that we would much rather never showed up. Another comment, we got several comments about Paul Kersey, my co-host who has been on sabbatical. This person says your podcast is better with a co-host. That is so. 2 speakers presenting material hold the attention of the audience better than just one. That's why you have 2 announcers for TV sports contests, NFL football, etc. On TV news, also, you skip back and forth between the anchor and the reporters around the country. 2 alternating speakers is better than 1. Well, gosh, I guess if I were really talented, I could change my voice and pretend to be somebody else, but I think that's really a very good point. 2 speakers alternating really do keep attention. That's one of the reasons why people find panel discussions so interesting. You get different opinions, different voices, different points of view. Here is another commenter. Regarding Paul Kersey, I think you, Mr. Taylor, do best on your own, and especially when you have guests on your podcast. You're a good interviewer, and during those interviews, that's where your banter takes place. I would also like to see you do more videos and podcasts. I suggest 2 videos and 2 or 3 podcasts per week with guests. Well, yeah, I'd like to do 2 videos and 3 podcasts a week. Gosh, I wish I had 50 hours, 80 hours, 100 hours in the week. But I'm glad somebody likes my content that much. And again, we are trying to come to a proper solution here. Another comment, what I've missed most about Mr. Kersey's absence is the resulting pause in Gregory Hood's podcast, View from the Right. It's true, ever since the sabbatical, the Kersey sabbatical, Mr. Hood has paused his podcast. It's a real pity because, as our listener says, I hope Mr. Hood will not discontinue. I have benefited from him just as much as from Radio Renaissance. You gentlemen have been a blessing to our people and an inspiration to me as I have matured over the last 5 years. Well, I would be very pleased if I've had any role in that maturation process. And the last comment, again about Mr. Kersey, I write to cast my support for Kersey. I look forward to his return as I find the spontaneity and banter makes for a much more enjoyable podcast where either party can be surprised by insights, comments, or jokes from the other. Oh dear, what to do? Well, we are mulling the situation and we hope to come up with a solution, even if it means I simply carry on single-handedly, I suppose. But in any case, once again, I assure my listeners that I love to hear from you. And there is one surefire way to reach me, and that's to go to our website, amren.com, amren.com. There is a Contact Us tab. You can send me a message. I especially like being told when I've said something that is mistaken. I don't like it when fake news, mistakes, errors, misinterpretations go out over the air, and I am the source. So if I've said anything wrong, please let me know. Well, let's move on to the first piece of legislation signed by President Trump in his new term. Appropriately enough, it was the Laken-Riley Act, signed into law Wednesday, expanding the scope of those who can be arrested, detained, and deported by ICE. It passed, interestingly enough, with bipartisan support. This marks a major shift for Democrats, some of whom actually collaborated or cooperated with Donald Trump. Also, in one of her first official appearances, Secretary for Homeland Security Kristi Noem attended the bill signing, as did several Republican senators who backed the measure, and Pennsylvania Democrat Senator John Fetterman. He was the first Democrat to co-sponsor the bill in the Senate. He was also present for the signing. Good for John Fetterman. When he won his race in the Senate by a pretty narrow margin against a Republican, and then he had this weird stroke that seemed to disable him, I thought, what a loser. Well, apparently he seems to be one of the better Democrats. He seems to be coming around to a more sensible view on a lot of things. But so, what does the Laken-Riley Act do? It orders federal immigration enforcement to detain and deport illegals charged with minor theft or shoplifting, or assault of a law enforcement officer, or crimes resulting in death or bodily injury to another person. Now, critics of the measure, there were critics. I mean, you ask me, if somebody's here illegally, he should be out anyway, especially an illegal who is caught committing a crime, out at the speed of light, for heaven's sake. Some people said, no, we can't do that. And the reason is, as they argued, the act skips the current practice of waiting until someone is convicted before considering the removal process. Well, they're here illegally. Any reason to get them gone. Furthermore, if you have to wait for somebody to go to trial, be sentenced after being found guilty. That is a huge waste of time, police time, court time, money. No. Again, they're here illegally. I want them out yesterday. And if this is a reason to do it, all the more reason to get them out. Now, the bill, the Laken Riley bill, the act, now no longer a bill, it's named for the Georgia nursing student who was killed last year by an illegal from Venezuela. She was out jogging. This was one of the cases that got a lot of attention. It's not that different from many cases, but this one happened to get a lot of attention, probably because she was a young, attractive girl who was planning to spend a career as a nurse, doing acts of kindness to her fellow man. And she was brutally cut down by this illegal who should have been bounced. Now, Laken Riley's mother spoke briefly at the signing ceremony, and she thanked the lawmakers and the president for pushing the bill in her daughter's name. Of course, this does not bring her lovely daughter back, but at least it is some consolation to her to know that her now murdered daughter has been the impetus for something that we hope will prevent similar acts in the past. As it happened, one of the problems with the Venezuelan who killed her daughter, he'd already been arrested for, as it turned out, shoplifting, but they turned him loose, as they always do. And at least that was the Biden administration's way to approach things. And this way, under Donald Trump, that guy could and should be immediately bounced. Another good change, and this goes back to the question that the initial commenter on the podcast said to me, how do I feel about the way things are turning out? This is another example of why things are turning out and how things are turning out so well. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, she announced on Wednesday that the department has cut off all grant funding to nonprofits that operate outside of government control, saying that they have been perverted into a shadow government that feeds and encourages illegal immigration. Kristi Noem said some NGOs, non-governmental organizations, that get millions of dollars in federal grants have been facilitating illegal immigration. They help aliens cross the U.S. border illegally. As she said, many of these NGOs actually have infrastructure and operations set up in Mexico, that side of the border, telling these illegal immigrants to come to them and they will help them get across. They're operating outside the U.S. to make it easier for those who want to break our laws. She said that until a complete evaluation is completed, the department is not going to spend another dime to help the destruction of this country. She also said that when she'd first heard about NGOs, non-governmental organizations, she thought, oh, this is some kind of nonprofit telling somebody about Jesus or spreading faith and salvation, doing good works. Then I realized, she said, this whole process has been perverted into a kind of shadow government. And of course, she's absolutely right. These are nonprofits that have been set up to do things that the United States government sometimes is not allowed by law to do, or it thinks can be handled more officially by nonprofits. As it turns out, there are approximately 1.5 million nonprofits in the United States. As a matter of fact, the parent organization of American Renaissance is called the New Century Foundation. It too is a nonprofit. So in that sense, I guess it's an NGO. I work for an NGO, but I can assure you we have never had a dime in grants from any government entity. We don't get grants from any kind of foundation. We are supported by our supporters, our readers, our listeners, people like you. In any case, I think Kristi Noem has 100% the right idea. Starve these NGOs that have grown fat on your tax money and who have been actively involved in subverting our laws and bringing people to the United States who do not belong here and who will never become proper Americans. Starve those NGOs, put their employees on the breadline. It is really quite disgusting that Democratic administrations have been funding these nonprofits that openly help foreigners break our laws. So again, this is a wonderful achievement by the Trump administration. And here is another one that could be a wonderful achievement too. President Donald Trump just signed an executive order prohibiting federal funding of K through 12 schools that promote critical race theory or radical gender ideology. The Secretary of Education will have 90 days to lay out a strategy on how to end CRT and gender ideology in schools. Donald Trump has nominated Linda McMahon as his education secretary, but she's not yet been confirmed. I don't really know much about her, only that she was a former professional wrestler. She's 76 years old. Also, she ran for the Senate from Connecticut, but lost. In any case, at the same time, Donald Trump has ordered the U.S. Attorney General to work with all state attorneys generals and local district attorneys to pursue legal action against teachers and school officials who try to transition children from one sex into another. The order says innocent children are compelled to adopt identities as either victims or oppressors. This is the critical race theory aspect of it. As victims or oppressors solely based on their skin color. In other instances, young men and women are made to question whether they were born in the wrong body and whether to view their parents and their reality as enemies to be blamed. Now, I'm all in favor of withholding federal money from local school districts. I don't think the federal government has got any business supporting local schools at all. It's something that should be a local responsibility. It's going to be a little bit tricky here because federal funds go for a lot of different purposes. It's not just school meals, that is a big one, but teacher training and trying to reduce class sizes. Again, these are not a major component of local school budgets, and I think the federal government should be out completely. But what is going to have to happen is a determination of what constitutes CRT and what constitutes radical gender ideology. These things will have to be policed one way or another. What are the students being told? Maybe we will have parents who are on the lookout to see what happens. But in any case, this is another great attempt by Donald Trump to fix things that need fixing. Now, as far as some of the other great things that Donald Trump has done, it has put the New York Times into a vicarious panic. Let me read a few phrases, a few sentences here from an article that appeared. At a barbershop in Los Angeles, only one of the 10 chairs was occupied on what would ordinarily be a busy evening. In Chicago, a mistaken report that immigration agents showed up at a school set off a panic. At a church in Charlotte, North Carolina, more than a third of the usual congregants were absent. The hysteria is out of control, said Patrick Garcia, executive director of Embrace All Latino Voices. I don't embrace all Latino voices, frankly. I don't embrace most Latino voices. In any case, this is a group set up in Charlotte that has a hotline for advocates for immigrants to report enforcement activity. They have all seen a spike in calls. And the guy who runs it says the hysteria is out of control, that they have a hotline. If you see La Migra someplace else, you can call in, and there have been lots of calls. And the New York Times continues, arresting and deporting even a small share of the population with no legal status is all but impossible. But stirring up anxiety and uncertainty among those millions appears to be far easier. Well, it should be far easier. Even schools, churches, and hospitals, places long considered insulated from immigration enforcement, have become fair game after a DHS announcement that such locations were not off limits to agents. Yes, it was Barack Obama who issued an order saying, nope, you can't arrest illegals in churches, you can't arrest them in schools, you can't arrest them at weddings or at funerals. Oh no, the little dears have to be completely immune under those circumstances. Nope, not under Donald Trump. Yet another wonderful thing that has happened because The American people voted in the right man. Denver Public Schools recorded a decline in attendance of 10% or more over the last week at some schools that have a large number of students from illegal families. In San Francisco, someone named Karen Rodriguez rushed to pick up her 7-year-old son from school after parents were notified by a worker that ICE agents had been spotted in the area. Turned out to be a rumor. Unfortunately, it wasn't true. But she says, fear is definitely a feeling we all have. I'm glad that she's afraid. She should be afraid. She's 30 years old, a Colombian. She said that she and her husband and her son had just crossed the border and were planning to apply for asylum. Too bad. You get to go home. And at the Park Plaza barber shop that I mentioned earlier, only one customer on Tuesday. And as I mentioned earlier, ordinarily, most or all of the chairs would be occupied. Snip, 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 clip, 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 clip. Says Mr. Anguino, who owns the barbershop, everyone is terrified. They don't want to spend money because they don't know what could be coming. That's right. Keep your cash. Illegals, you might have to spend it in unexpected ways. Keep your cash in your pockets. Prepare to go. And this guy of Embrace All Latino Voices, he says some people are starting to talk about returning to their home countries. That, in many respects, is the key point of this story. You don't have to do a lot. Just do a few things in a very high-profile way, scare enough people, make people realize that they are genuine lawbreakers, and get them to go, get them to pay, get them to leave without any sympathetic television cameras watching them weep. This is the way to do it. Scare them and make them go. Now, apparently, in order to calm nerves and debunk information, TikTok and other media platforms, etc., the Consulate of Mexico in Los Angeles released a video. It was a 2-minute video, and it says, "We see no evidence of massive raids of people arrested randomly in the street or of operations in churches or schools." Well, this is Mexico trying to counter the panic. This is, of course, exactly what you would expect Mexico to do. It's acting in its interest, not in ours. But I want there to be more and more excellent reasons for people to be in a panic. I'd like to see worksite raids. I'd like to see somebody arrested at a wedding or a funeral. These things must happen, and if they do, out they will go. In San Francisco, there was a rumor that ICE agents had gone into 5 downtown office buildings looking for janitors to deport. This information was shared widely on social media, and as a result, hundreds of janitors failed to report for their shifts that night. Well, that wouldn't be here. As it turned out, the agents were in 2 of those buildings with an arrest warrant. They weren't particularly looking for janitors. Lorena Malgarejo, who takes calls on a hotline, says that there have been many ghost sightings of ICE. That's right, people are seeing things. Whenever they see someone in uniform, they think it's ICE. She says there are so many reports, it's almost impossible to follow up on them. Well, I think, as I say, just have the ICE people walk around. That's enough to scare people. They don't even have to be out to arrest anybody. Just have a few of them march down Main Street or march through the places where the illegals live. Just showing the flag can put them into a panic and encourage them to go. Now, this is a story that has been recently back in the news. It dates back to June 27th, 2022. On that day, officials discovered dozens of illegals packed into the back of an 18-wheeler on the outskirts of San Antonio. The truck had been smuggling at least 64 illegals from Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. It was discovered abandoned in a desolate industrial area near a highway about 160 miles north of the U.S.-Mexico border. All of the illegals were left trapped in the sweltering heat without any ventilation, air conditioning, or water. They were stuck inside, all of them. They screamed and they banged on the walls for help while attempting to claw their way out as temperatures reached nearly 100 degrees outside. It's estimated that inside that trailer, temperatures would have been close to 150 degrees. 48 of the 64 were found dead at the scene, their bodies stacked on top of each other. 5 others later died at local hospitals, and for a total of 53 dead. Emergency crews who showed up said many of the victims were actually hot to the touch. There were only 11 survivors. Well, what happened? How did this happen? Homero Zamorano was the driver of the tractor trailer. He knew the air conditioning didn't work. He is said to have abandoned the truck so that he could escape and flee. Well, police arrested Zamorano after he was hiding in a nearby bush. He tried to evade the San Antonio police by posing as one of the survivors. These migrants, they reportedly paid each about $12,000 to $5,000 each. $12,000 to $5,000 each to be brought into the United States. The smugglers had forced each of the migrants to give up their cell phones before getting inside the trailer, so they had no way to call. An unknown powder had also been spread around inside the trailer to prevent the smell of humans from being detected by patrol dogs at border inspection stations. So this was done in a fairly carefully planned way. I didn't realize they have people sniffing dogs at the border to make sure that folks aren't being brought in trucks. This was one of the deadliest smuggling operations in American histories. Now, this story is back in the news only because the driver, Homero Zamorano, as I mentioned, appeared before a judge and entered a guilty plea on 2 counts of conspiracy to transport undocumented immigrants resulting in death. He's 48 years old. He now faces a maximum penalty of life in prison and will be sentenced on April 24th. Now, why is he only now pleading guilty? That's a good question. This all happened back in 2022. He was picked up right at the scene. And what is mysterious, and I've tried to find out what's going on, why did he stop the truck? Why didn't he let them out? Why was he trying to flee? What was going on? Now, one thing I have been able to find out, that he was taking amphetamines and he might have been confused. But at the very least, if he was going to give up, if he was going to try to abandon the truck, why didn't he let them out? Nope, I can't find the answer to that. Again, he must have been just completely addled by amphetamines. But he could face life in prison. Now, I wish he would just face the death penalty, or I wish he would be booted back to Mexico where he belongs. I don't like the idea of these people living forever inside our prisons at our expense. We'll get into another aspect of that in a different item on this podcast. But there's an interesting footnote. San Antonio officials have recognized what they call this tragedy, and they've built a permanent monument. It includes the 53 victims' names and countries of origins at the site where their bodies were found. It's called the Migrant Memorial. It has 53 limestone boulders, that's one for each victim, leading to a concrete paved circular plaza. City Councilwoman of San Antonio, Adriana Rocha Garcia, she pushed hard to pay for the memorial, which cost $100,000. Now, my question for you, why should the city of San Antonio pay for a monument of this kind? Are these people heroes of some kind? No. They weren't Americans. They were illegals. They were invaders. But Councilwoman Garcia explains spending taxpayer money in the following way. She says a lot of our community members have had experiences themselves or family members that kind of took the same journey to get into the United States. Immediately think, that could have been me, or that could have been a family member. Right. Well, these are people who think in terms of illegals coming into the country because they themselves have come in illegally. People like this get into positions of authority, and they change the nature of the United States, and they change the purpose and the action of government. I don't like it. Here's Andrea Rivas. She organizes an event every year. Each victim's name is called out with a moment of silence to honor the victims. Honor them. She says, people risk their lives for a better future here. It's heartbreaking, knowing that they were left to die. They sacrificed everything. This is a moment for us to pay our respects, to honor them, to remember them, to respect them. Sorry, I do not honor them. I'm sorry they died. That was too bad. But they should not have tried to come to the country illegally. These people had $12,000 to $15,000 to spend on a criminal undertaking. It's not as though they were starving to death. They should have stayed home. They should have used that money to go to school, start a business, whatever it is, not try to sneak into the United States. By being here, of course, they're stealing services, and they are benefiting from a country their people could never have built. Now, one little sidelight about San Antonio itself. Guess what the Hispanic population of San Antonio happens to be? 65%. That's nearly 2/3 of the city is Hispanic. And as the city councilwoman, Adriana Garcia, pointed out, many of them have this idea of illegal border hopping. That's part of their history. That's part of their heritage. And that is why they build monuments and they try to remember the people that they call heroes. No, they're not. No, sorry. Now, here's another story from deepest, darkest America. A fellow named Marquise Brazilis, age 26, shoved a woman into the path of an oncoming Manhattan subway train. He didn't even exchange a word with his victim before he threw her against the train. She says, I was trying to get away from him when he decided to shove me into the moving train. I'm glad the front of the train was past me or else I wouldn't be alive. In other words, Marquise's timing was bad. A second or two earlier, and she would have been thrown in front of the train and run right over. Police nabbed Marquise at the 181st Street station after bystanders took pictures of him and showed them to the cops. This is a new crime-fighting tool. Your cell phone could produce interesting evidence, ladies and gentlemen. Be aware of that. If you see something, you know the motto is, if you see something, say something. Sometimes, if you see something, take a picture of it. And as it happens, Marquise, one of our African-American fellow citizens, he was allowed to remain on the street after 2 quite recent run-ins with the police before the attack. He was busted on January 19th for entering a prohibited area of the Bergen Street subway station. That's right, he was walking down the tracks, poking in a place where he didn't belong, only to be released and then arrested 4 days later and charged with third-degree sexual assault for groping a woman on a subway train. I mean, it does make you wonder. You hear about these people who have been arrested 20 times and are still walking around. What do you have to do? How many times do you have to be arrested in order not to be walking around? Now, the real point of this story is when arrested for this, what I would call an attempted murder of the woman train, he told cops, I did it because I wanted to. I did it because I wanted to. Can we call this an expression of deep negritude, perhaps? Well, I wonder why I wanted to. All I can find out about the victim is that she is a woman, 23 years old. I can find no information about the race of the woman, although what she described and how she expressed herself about what happened to her sounded pretty literate. I wonder if she was a white woman. Why did he want to push her in particular in front of a subway train and just missed? When he said, I did it because I wanted to, why her? We'll probably never know the answer to that question. Well, moving to Sweden, Salwan Momika is an Iraqi man who sparked violent protests, not just in Sweden, but in many Islamic countries, after he burned the Quran. He burned it in front of the Stockholm Central Mosque. In 2023, Swedish police gave him permission to do this because it was in accordance with Sweden's free speech laws. Well, as a result, there was rioting in Stockholm, which they expected, and there were also riots at the Swedish embassy in Baghdad twice. The Swedish ambassador was expelled from the city amid a diplomatic row about this because this Iraqi wasn't a Swede. It was an Iraqi who, very much against the wishes of the Swedish authority, decided to burn a Quran in front of the central mosque. Well, now it appears that Salwan Momika has been killed in his apartment in Stockholm. And apparently he had been live streaming on social media about the time he was shot. Maybe he was burning yet another Quran. Apparently he's been making all sorts of anti-Islamic messages. He's a guy who doesn't like Islam. But what is he doing in Sweden? Why is he bringing these primitive medieval quarrels to the West? All of this stuff should be absolutely kept out of Europe. Apparently, one of the things he'd been doing on social media lately was asking for donations so that he could pay a lawyer who was going to help this Salwan Momika gain asylum in the United States. That's right. He wanted to come to the United States and burn Qurans. The Swedes had tried to deport him. They had sent him to another Scandinavian country, which immediately bounced him back as an undesirable. But the Swedes, unlike Americans under Donald Trump, have not been able to say to a country, take this guy back, like him or not. So he was still there, but he's no longer their problem. But apparently 5 people have been arrested in connection with this, and the Swedes are wondering if they might be agents of some sort of foreign power. But this is precisely the kind of trouble you get when you let people who don't belong in the West come live amongst people who do belong in the West. Now, here is another article. A court in East Texas sentenced an illegal alien to life in prison without the possibility of parole. This was after he pleaded guilty to killing 5 Honduran migrants near Cleveland, Texas, in April of 2023. After the killings, Francisco Oropeza, he led police on a 5-day manhunt that involved hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers. He, interestingly enough, had been removed from the United States on 4 previous occasions. 4 times he'd been given the boot, and he managed to come back. He comes back to the United States and kills his neighbors. Well, his neighbors were 5 Honduran migrants. I don't know whether they were legal or illegal. It's certainly better than killing bona fide Americans, but this guy should, of course, been removed and kept out. Now, the plea bargain, and he got life without parole. This was offered to Oropesa's defense counsel only after several meetings with the families of Oropesa's victims. They agreed to this rather than seek the death penalty. So he pleaded guilty. And in the end, the consensus was that a plea of life without parole would spare the survivors of the dead people the trauma and the risk of a trial. Also, the projected cost of a capital murder trial would have exceeded the county, this is in East Texas, the county's annual budget for court-appointed attorneys by 400%. Obviously, this is a terrible system. You have got to be able to give people the death penalty without tremendous expense and time. Furthermore, the county decided that the financial strain of the inevitable appeals would have continued even. Now, there are a couple of things going on here. The family said, no, we don't want the trauma of the trial. Well, sorry, I want the guy dead. And you don't have to attend the trial. You don't have to be there when he talks about what he did to your relatives. I know it was awful. I know it was horrible, but you don't have to attend. To me, it's more important that this guy be dead and that this be a very, very convincing deterrent to any kind of future activity of this kind. So That's one aspect. The other is obviously the fact that he had been removed. He probably thought he could get away with anything. What else would he think? So that was another terrible mistake. And then this whole awful, interminable process we have in the United States, it takes so long to carry out a death penalty. Ordinarily, it takes 2 to 3 years between the crime and an actual trial. And then it takes the period of the trial to get a guilty verdict. That's 2 or 3 years. And then people sit on death row for an average of 20 years before they are put to death. This is a crazy system. And as a result, they're in jail for 20 years. And this is such a bother that people end up pleading and getting life sentences instead. I don't want to support this guy. He will get old. He will need medical treatment. If he gets cancer of some kind, we're going to have to pay for his cancer treatments. If he's got senility, whatever it is, whatever happens to this guy, we got to feed, clothe, and medicate this guy until he dies. I am sick and tired of that. I want these people dead. Sorry. Either that or permanently out of the United States in some way that we can ensure that they never come back. That's why we need the wall. That's why we need the way Trump would have handled this. Also, one of the great things that Trump has done is he's going to pursue death sentences against illegal immigrants who commit capital crimes. I haven't yet seen a case of that being attempted, but I'm all for it. Send them a very unmistakable message. Well, here's a different little bit of the consequence of our new president in action. On Monday, a day after Immigration and Customs Enforcement said in a statement that it had made 956 arrests as part of President Trump's crackdown on illegals. Actress and singer Selena Gomez posted on Instagram video to her 422 million followers, in which she talked about what was happening, and the poor girl wept. She was sitting in a beige-colored room looking into the camera, and she said, "All my people are getting attacked, the children." She was visibly distraught. Her face was red from crying. Her voice broke, and she wiped away tears. She says, "I don't understand. I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something. I don't know what to do. I'll try everything. I promise." And Selena Gomez's video was captioned with the words, "I'm sorry," next to a Mexican flag. Well, after her post, Selena Gomez was immediately hit with a great deal of negative feedback on all social media platforms, as she should be. Tom Homan, White House border czar, said, "We've got 250,000 Americans dying from fentanyl coming across an open border. Where are the tears for them?" Good for Tom Homan. I've never heard of a single thing Tom Homan has said that I disagreed with. Selena Gomez has since deleted her original post, but clearly she cares about her people, Mexicans, despite the fact that she is a natural-born American citizen, born, yes, here in the United States, as was her father, born in the United States. Well, we've got some notion of who she is. In 2019, she wrote an essay for Time magazine in which she reflected on being the granddaughter of illegals from Mexico who eventually got U.S. citizenship, probably in one of those ill-fated amnesties. Too bad. But as I say, by the time she was born, well, she was born probably of American citizen parents, and she was born in the United States and got birthright citizenship. She has an aunt, however, who crossed the border in the back of a truck, etc., etc., so she just loves the idea of being descended from illegals, I guess. And in 2017, she was an executive producer on the Netflix documentary Living Undocumented. Undocumented, mind you. This looked at the lives of 8 families living in the United States. She says, "I watched footage outlining their deeply personal journeys and I cried." That's what Ms. Gomez wrote about being a producer on a Netflix documentary. Now, this is just like what happened with that San Antonio City Councilwoman. This is really part of their heritage. This is like being on the Mayflower. This is like having fought in the Revolution. These people are sons and daughters of the American Revolution. They think that this is part of being an American, coming here illegally, and so they're weeping when President Trump tries to enforce the law. This just goes to show you how deep the rot is in the United States, where people really think that this is as American or even more American than any other way you could become an American. And I'm very glad that she got the terrible slap down she got when she posted this weepy video, and maybe this will teach her a lesson. Now, another great thing Donald Trump has done is put an immediate hold on so-called development aid. And former Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta, he had what I think is an excellent reaction to all of this. He criticized African leaders who have been complaining about the end, or at least a pause, on aid. Kenyatta was attending a regional health summit, and he's a fellow who served as Kenya's president from 2013 to 2022, and he talked to regional leaders at the East Africa Region Global Health Security Summit in Kenya. He called out other Africans for crying about the aid freeze. Why are you crying? He says. It's not your government. It's not your country. He has no reason to give you anything. You don't pay taxes in America. He's appealing to his people. What an idea. What an idea. This single African, Uhuru Kenyatta, I think understands human psychology and understands morality better than every Democrat who frantically votes for foreign aid. Kenyatta called Trump's move a wake-up call for African leaders. They should reflect and consider, okay, what are we going to do to help ourselves? What an idea. Now, the U.S. is the largest provider of global humanitarian assistance. We pay for around 40% of all the foreign aid that gets shoveled out of the doors of the developed countries. And the United States foreign aid industry and bureaucracy are not aligned with American interests and in many cases antithetical to American values, Trump said in the executive order. And when he ordered this pause on foreign aid, unfortunately, military aid to Egypt and Israel was exempt. I don't think there should be any foreign aid. If people in the United States want to spend their private money to help any other country they like, for whatever reason, they're free to spend their money, but my tax dollars should not be leaving the country. Dozens of senior officials within the U.S. Agency for International Development, they were put on administrative leave earlier this week. That's right, we don't need you anymore. Now, they don't like it either. The president of Oxfam America, that is a British charity. It stands for Oxford Famine Relief. That's how it got started. The president of Oxfam America says the aid community is grappling with just how existential this aid suspension is. Well, yes, it is existential to them. That's how they make a living. As I said before, I want these guys all on the breadline. Either that or making an honest living rather than sucking on the government teat and helping spend your money on things you don't want it spent on. And here's Jude Moore, a former Liberia cabinet minister. She called the cutoff cruel. And she says it hurts the U.S. because it makes no distinction between ally, partner, and adversary. I see. We're supposed to buy their friendship. Is that it? Okay, the people we like, they get handouts. The people we don't like, don't. Well, I hope that Donald Trump's actions will become a great model for other countries that splash out so-called foreign aid. Now, there is a Representative Dan Goldman of the state of New York, and he put out a note on X claiming that Trump's freeze on all foreign aid is an abdication of our duty as a global leader. Well, I happened to look at his comments, which were numerous, and boy, did he get a rousing earful. This is just a tiny sample of the replies, all of which were along these lines. Here's one. All you Democrats should donate your salary. Until you do, don't come crying to us Americans. Another. Cry more, loser. U.S. citizens are winning. Here's another. We've just learned how all these congressmen become multimillionaires on $170,000 a year. Hint, they skim it from foreign aid. I don't know if that's true, but I certainly hope Dan Goldman reads the comments to his X posts, because I couldn't find a single one that thought this was a great thing, splashing out our money. And there were hundreds and hundreds, so I didn't read them all, but I hope he reads at least a representative sample. And now it's back to Tiffany Henyard. I did a video about her some years ago when she first burst onto the scene. What a lovely lady she is. She is an African Americaness and is the mayor of Dalton Village in Illinois. She has also been the supervisor of nearby Thornton Township. Well, she took a bit of a tumble Tuesday night when a melee broke out after her boyfriend rushed to defend her honor. It all happened at a town council meeting, a packed town council meeting, because she is a local star. There are some people who love her, more people who actively hate her. In any case, it all began when a local activist, African-American fellow citizen, Jedediah Brown, who is a frequent critic of Tiffany Henyard, took to the podium and launched into an aggressive tirade against the mayor. He accused Henyard of sleeping her way to the top. Now, I'm not sure that being mayor of Dalton is, in fact, the top. Other African-American fellow citizens of ours have seemed to have gotten a little bit higher by sleeping their way somewhere. He also called her a half-assed mayor and even suggested she would never get married. Oh, this must have been the cruelest blow. He then asked the room to vote on a measure to put Tiffany Henyard's boyfriend, Kamal Woods, and her ally, William Moore, on leave from the town. And then he ended his comments with, "You gone, bitch." Well, apparently, the boyfriend took offense at this, and a brawl broke out. And, there's quite a rousing video of what happened. It looks like tag team wrestling to the 12th power. And as it all broke out, the mayor pushed her table aside and rushed into the fisticuffs. She can be seen bolting into the thick of it all, at one point losing her wig. That's a cruel loss of dignity. It's also reported that she lost a shoe and was thrown to the floor during this fight. Several television cameras in the room were smashed, and some people were seen jumping on tables. Wow. Yep, you get your money's worth when you attend a town council meeting in Dalton Village in Illinois. Well, it's not as though the Daltonites have been inactive in the face of her misbehavior, and I will explain. This will help explain why so many people don't like her. Monday this week, former Chicago mayor Lori Lightfoot, lovely Lori Lightfoot, finally revealed the findings of her independent investigation into the alleged wrongdoings of Tiffany Henyard. Yes, the city had the dough to hire her to look into the doings of the doings of Tiffany. And, for example, there were $780,000 charged on town credit cards in 2023. $780,000. With little or no tracking of what the money was spent on. At least 6 government credit cards. These are local town government credit cards. We used to pay for, among other things, glamorous getaways that Henyard took to Las Vegas in 2002 and 2023. Several of her friends traveled to Las Vegas on both these trips and also at the expense of the local taxpayers. They paid for the travel, their lodging, their meals, their entertainment, all on village and township credit cards. According to a report, over $50,000 was spent at local restaurants. Well, I guess that's important local business. Got to feed the mayor. Their purchases were made at Dick's Sporting Goods, Best Buy, Wayfair, Walgreens, Apple, and Walmart. And $218,000 was spent on Amazon, while Henyard was in charge. Again, no details as to what it was Amazon shipped. Now, were these important secretarial supplies, office supplies? Probably not. Henyard charged the town more than $7,000 for her hair and makeup team. That was at least one expense that could be itemized. Also, now this is quite interesting. The town of Dalton received $3 million in payments from the American Rescue Plan. That was a COVID stimulus bill. Hundreds of thousands of the original $3 million went missing without receipts. Hundreds of thousands, just gone. Now, it looks as though Henyard is trying to recapture the Democratic Party nomination for Dalton mayor in February. This will be exciting. I wonder if we'll have tag team wrestling when she comes up for that as well. And she will face off against a city trustee by the name of Jason House. As it happens, she lost the Democratic primary to lead Thornton Township. You see, she was doing both jobs, Thornton and Dalton. It was another one of those rowdy meetings, and she lost the Democratic primary for Thornton Township, and she later complained that this was caused by voter suppression. Well, just how her opponents managed to suppress the vote remains unreported. So that's the news from Tiffany Henyard. Now, she really is a remarkable creature. And as I say, I did a video about her, which you can find at the AmRam website. And I hope you might visit it from time to time because there are lots of things there in addition to my podcasts. Well, it looks like we've come to the end of our time and had so many more interesting things to say. Gosh, I just maybe need to talk faster or have fewer things to say. In any case, thank you so much for your attention. It is a joy and an honor and a privilege to be with you, and I look forward to doing this podcast again next week. Thank you so much.
This is Tedious on therightstuff.biz.
Yes. Hello and welcome, therightstuff.biz, the Daily Show. We're here.
Daily Show. The Daily Show.
This is the good stuff. The right
Apocalypse. Stuff. Mental state would be completely healed if you just believed and agreed with everything we told you. You wouldn't have to...
Yeah, the cognitive... listen.
You wouldn't have to run hamster... The hamster wheels you have to run right now. Like, you can't ever talk about women ever again. The hamster wheeling is just off the charts. The hamsters are going to have to invent new wheels.
Yeah.
So...
Oh, dude, so guess what? Like, how crazy thing happened, outrage. Democrats introduced articles of impeachment against Trump.
Oh, man.
How about that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, but it's stupid. It doesn't matter.
Of course, it's stupid. The other aspect of this entire like Trump like Zionism administration is going to be the totally inept and just retarded pushback from the other side. They are so off the mark. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea how to character, because it's just like the Code Pink movement post 9/11 is like they're just putting up a fake fight so they can lay down and get rolled over like a bunch of idiots. They're too
deep in their own bullshit to see what's going on. Why is it so hard for
people, man? Why is it so hard?
Because they want it. Because you don't understand, when you want victory so bad, when you want to be the winning team, you want to feel like you're on the winning team. No. That's what makes it hard, and that's where all
that's sort of what it is. But people fight the fight they want to have, not the fight that there is. And so that's true of Democrats. It's true of Republicans. It's true of Trump-tards, and it's true of whitetoids. It's true of people who claim to be white nationalists or anti-Semites or racists or whatever that get on board the Trump train. And it's true of the people that have decided that they like hate us because we tell you that, because we literally tell you the truth about Trump. They are having the fight they want to have. People have the fight they want, not the fight that really is there. Now, you can fight with us all you want, right? And that is probably fun, but like you won't even win that. Much less.
Well, no, you can't actually fight with us. You can spill your spaghetti, and I can use it as like a foil talking point to like do content with and make more money.
Like,
whereas
we're trying to
you're
fight
just doing it for free.
We're trying to fight like international Jew power. Okay, now you could laugh, be like, ha ha ha, you're going to lose it. Okay, fair enough. But you fight me and you lose.
Right.
So where does that put you?
In the pocket of international Jew power.
Right. Yeah. but even then, you can't win though.
No, you can't even win against Marcel.
I just want to preface all of this by saying I woke up this morning with my head still swimming from a Benadryl and melatonin infused.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
And whose fault is that?
McNabb is robo-tripping.
I saw this story and then proceeded to read an article and watch a video, and I thought I was still in the Benadryl.
Yeah, you weren't sure if you had woken up.
I wasn't
sure
am I still in reality or not? I was like,
am I in a fugue state here? Like, what's
Just don't handle any of your chainsaws.
Are you sure?
Right
wait,
now,
are you sure that are you yet sure that you are in reality? Have you
quite?
Okay, all right.
So I've seen the justifications for the thing that I read and saw, and I was like, I must still be in the nightmare.
Do we have video of the speech itself? That's got to be easy to find. I mean, there's clips floating around, but I want the whole thing. I mean, we don't have to watch the whole thing, but like, because it goes on. Now I can give you real quick a 2-minute. We can start. I've got 2 minutes and 30
if we
seconds.
got the video, let's just watch the video. I just want to see.
Well, here's one, and I don't know if it's all of it, but this is one. This is CBS News tweet. This is one. This was something to start with. This is 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
There it goes.
There might be more.
Oh, I mean, how much do you really need to listen to? I mean, I'm sure it's...
No, we need to listen to it. Like, come on, we're going to need to listen to it.
No, I mean, like, I'm sure, like, the 2-minute money shot is, like, all you need. Like, that's...
I think there might be a little bit more, though, than this. Because I think that he might lay out, like, more plans.
All right, okay. Why isn't it... okay. It doesn't want... Of course, the Jews are in my computer. Preventing me from
deport everyone from the region.
Oh, there's all right. The CBS News seems to have everything we need here. We've got everything. Okay, I got more
here it
stuff.
goes. All right, I got it.
Yeah.
It wouldn't ingest into the video. Not that I should care, but here we
I
go.
also strongly believe that the Gaza Strip, which has been a symbol of death and destruction for so many decades, and
Well, no, it's been an object of death and destruction that belongs to Israel. But the death and destruction. It's not a symbol. It is death and destruction brought
Lots
by
of death and
Israel
destruction has happened
with support from this regime. Like, this is the only regime in the world that really, like, if not for us, they wouldn't be able to do that. And people are jumping and applauding a president that's like just going to be like loud about it instead of doing it quietly, like the Biden administration.
Well, it's not even that, dude.
Yeah.
It's getting. Well, here's the thing. He's not actually loud about the fact. This is one thing. There are many of Israel glazers that love the fact that Israel goes hard and kills their enemies and destroys them and stuff, right? And they're like, oh, look, you fuck with Israel, you get it like 10 times worse. Ha ha ha. Like I'm gonna vicariously do my tough guy boomer crap. Tough guy extra crap.
Hey.
I'm going to do that I'm going to
extras are
vicariously
exempt.
live that out because I'm actually a neutered American who never gets anything politically, and I just do nothing but eat piles and piles of shit. But I'm going to pretend like this shit is fucking. I'm going to pretend like this shit is fucking shrimp scampi when it's served up to me by Benjamin Netanyahu. But like
really tasty red heifer shit.
Yeah, dude, this shit
not
is
the usual
like
bullshit.
It's like fucking gourmet shit, dude. It's like to these people, they think, I'll tell you, Jewish shit is like fucking sirloin steak to these people. Like, there are people like that, but Trump doesn't really do that. Trump does he actually skirts around the issue completely. He just says, "Oh, there's been so many problems, so much death." Well, you'll hear him say it, and there is more than what's just in this clip, by the way. There is a lot more.
so bad for the people anywhere near it, and especially those who live there. And frankly, it's been really very unlucky. It's been very unlucky. It's been an unlucky place for a long time.
See, he doesn't want to
Being
go
in his
into what's
presence
actually going on.
just has not been good, and it should not go through a process of rebuilding and occupation by the same people that have really stood there and fought for it and lived there and died there.
See, he doesn't
and lived
know what
a
he means.
miserable existence there.
So it shouldn't be occupied by the people that live there. So it should be.
It sounds like
it's very muddled on purpose, I guess.
He got muddled. It's not muddled on purpose. It's sort of, but it's a lot of Trump verbal diarrhea, right?
Yeah.
He's been given now. He's
reading
looking
now.
at notes.
Okay.
But he's ad-libbing to them too.
Okay.
He is being given notes by Bibi, right? Bibi has been like, "Here, Trump, this is your instructions." Or Bibi and his crew in America, which are handling Trump, have given him notes to read from, and he is ad-libbing because the whole thing of like. They're being shot at and killed and destroyed. It's so
Really
unlucky by the people who are the people shooting it? Who are doing that? Oh, and then he's like, and then he says it shouldn't be rebuilt, and then he says it shouldn't be rebuilt and occupied. So no, it's like it is muddled, but it's like it's muddled because he got close to almost talking about how like they shouldn't be there because they keep getting killed by Jews, but he doesn't want to say that. Right? He actually skirts around. That's the funny thing about Trump is that. A lot of the problem is that the Uber Zio show, like the full bore, like, yeah, we got Jews killed their enemies. That's not, people don't like that, right? That's not something that is very popular with a large number of people. It's only popular with a small number of psychopaths and Israel glazing psychopaths, like either psychopathic Jews or psychopathic, like, evangelical Israel firsters and shit like that. They're the only ones that like that. Trump knows that doing that shit would be wildly unpopular. So he's actually like soft pedaling what's actually going on and presenting this as like a humanitarian thing. He cares about Gaza. So yeah,
it's not hard to read between the lines on that one.
Huh? Instead, we should go to other countries of interest with humanitarian hearts, and there are many of them that want to do this. And build various
no one that wants to do this.
No.
That will ultimately be occupied by the 1.8 million Palestinians living in Gaza, ending the death and destruction and, frankly, bad luck.
Bad luck?
You rolled snake eyes.
Well, on some level, that's true. That like you were, I mean, not to give Trump any credit, but because it's not in the sense he means, but it's kind of true. You were unlucky enough to be born in an area
accident of birth. That's not.
I mean,
people are going to be born there. Like it's a place where people live. It's not luck. It's like it's someone's policy to destroy these people.
That's true.
It's someone's policy to. There's no luck involved. Accident of birth. That's like on an individual level. on like a territorial national level. Like you have nations and you have peoples. People are going to be born there unless you make them not born anymore. Unless you kill everyone. If you kill everyone, they will be born, and then you move in, and now your people can be born there. It's not luck. I mean, and this is just so. This is why I say this is sort of like I'm not really worried about him trying to muddle it. Like this is a brazen, over the top. It's an invasion. He's announcing an invasion and an occupation.
Yes, he's actually, and he goes.
This is a thing that like
too,
this is a thing that American presidents would not do, and this is out of desperation. And it's trying to move the ball forward on a conflict they're steadily losing. No one likes it, and the only way this works is if he keeps doing the American tough guy stuff, and it keeps having credibility. That's why.
Well, the Jews just lost the war, and this is something like. And I feel like you know how you always get the vibe when Bibi's like down for the count. It's like literally like this is he's like a wily like don't count him out, right?
No.
And you wonder like you kind of think that the whole thing of him in a lot of this, I think I actually have a theory on this, but I kind of want to maybe hold up. Maybe I'll do it now.
Just keep playing.
Okay. Well, one theory is that like Bibi is having problems because of him agreeing to the ceasefire deal. Right. He needs to he's having problems on the right flank of his own coalition in Israel. Right. I almost wonder if this is literally to give Bibi an argument to take back to Israel. Like, see, I told you, I still got America. You know, I don't know. I think that's at least one aspect of this.
Was having America ever in doubt for them? Like, do they believe I guess they believe your own kayfabe, like inside the Knesset or like in the ruling class? Like, do they? I don't know.
The crazy right wing of Bibi's coalition in Israel hated Biden and hated Democrats, and they thought they were in the tank for Palestinians, and they thought they can say. And I know it's like that could be like
seems like rhetoric. It seems like they're mad that he's not going as hard as Trump. Like Biden would never announce like we're gonna occupy and rebuild.
No,
Gaza.
This would never slip out of Biden's lips at all. But like that's kind of the point. Right. And the question is it fake or is it not?
Or Kamala's lips.
At some level, like whatever. Like they were frustrated. They were absolutely frustrated with the equivocal rhetoric because they feel like equivocal rhetoric ultimately leads to equivocal policy. And there's another thing where like by the Biden administration rhetorically, not in terms of how they behaved, they kept well within sort of like defined parameters of how this is discussed.
Right.
And this is kind of one thing that Trump does, and this is something I think Jews and Zionists have been frustrated with, and it's kind of like they did it one time before, or probably several times before, but one time before I can think of would be like they were frustrated with the sort of status quo diplomatic language that would be used around
they basically
conflict.
They want to be niggers about it,
and so they're like, well, let's just instead of like easing our way into instead of like Overton window shifting, right? Instead of like gradually shifting the rhetoric, let's just like break right through it because this is way out of the box.
The Jewish Kool-Aid man is like, oh yeah,
yeah, exactly, right. So Trump is like a big fat orange Kool-Aid jar, like
we're taking over Gaza.
Right, exactly.
Let's rebuild it. Oh yeah.
But it's very funny because he's like, it shouldn't be rebuilt. But he's like, it shouldn't be rebuilt so it can be occupied. It's like it's like what he's saying, and this is he's
we need to rebuild it so Jews can live there. Hears it. We need Jews to live there.
Yeah, he's not hiding it such that people don't hear it, right? It's like he's hiding it almost like for his own embarrassment, but everybody hears. So you're saying don't rebuild it, kick Palestinians out, and then when Jews get to take it, then rebuild it, with with like gaudy like Las Vegas Strip style architecture and shit. But yeah,
this could be.
Oh, sorry, Alex. What's up?
Just let it keep going.
Okay. Paid for by neighboring countries of great wealth. It could
neighboring countries of great wealth
be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12.
Saudi Arabia.
It could be numerous sites, or it could be one large site. But the people will be able to live in comfort and peace.
You mean like a camp where they can all concentrate?
Well, Gaza's already like. Why not just do that same thing to Gaza? Like, what is it that makes it?
Because of the foreskin covenant.
Yeah, right. We need more foreskins.
But, if you send them to Egypt or Saudi Arabia or Jordan, they're still well within the foreskin land.
Well, it's the later. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll just put it. Yeah, just put it off to later, right? Yeah.
and we'll make sure something really spectacular is done. They're going to have peace. They're not going to be.
I had no idea how retarded this statement was. This is amazing.
Shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
I read the headline and then started reading people's takes. Like I didn't listen to this because I just don't need to. But this is a. I went back.
Incredible people.
Just wait. It's not. Think about what he's saying.
It's amazing. All right, I got it.
And destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians
that's why you got to go back.
Go
back like 10 seconds.
Does he mean Israelis or does he mean Palestinians?
It's not clear, but I mean that's one of the problems. Like,
peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this.
Like they have been?
Civilization.
See, you have me go back to get context, then you talk over the context. All right, I'm going back further.
Peace. They're not going to be shot at and killed and destroyed like this civilization of wonderful people has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it. And
you mean you'll do a work with it, not a job. We'll do a work with it.
Responsible
this is the work right here. The work is right here.
All of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site. Level the...
okay, this is why Lewis was spurring about unexploded ordnance.
Other weapons on the site. Level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create.
All right, if I can steal one of Lewis's takes, is that one of the big problems is that the amount of munitions that Israel drops in the dud level, the amount of stuff that just like fizzles, that essentially arms Hamas because they just go out and they know how to deal with it. They're experts at taking Israel's unexploded shit, not blowing it up in place, but harvesting whatever the explosive, like diffusing and harvesting the explosives in there, and then arming themselves. Like it's a major source of their. It's
a major source of them to build those RPGs.
I mean, that's still very desperate. But hold on, let me just point something out. Is that the consequence of what he's saying here is you're going to take. So America gives Israel these weapons, right? These bombs, these munitions. They bomb the region. Once that stuff doesn't go off, then we send Americans over there to clear the bombs. Inevitably, some Americans will be killed in the process, right?
Well, basically, the idea from Lewis is that they're going to have American crews doing that, or these charity crews that these demining crews will be going in, and like the dare being like Hamas won't be dumb enough to like shoot at them.
Well, even assuming that doesn't happen, it still means Americans will be getting blown up by American munitions used on another country as part of an ethnic cleansing campaign.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I don't think American feet are going to be landing in
I don't think so either. I'm just saying that.
He was opining that like they could put blue helmets on the Americans and they could go do the bomb defusing to keep it out of Hamas's hands.
Yeah, so there's a few things there's a couple things you can glean here of what might be an actual policy hiding beneath, right?
Right.
That's kind of, we can do some hermeneutics here.
Hold on, there's like 10 seconds left.
Cherry picking in hermeneutics.
The last 15 seconds first.
Let's
finish economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job. Do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
If you go back like the same way, I mean, like it's going to get bombed by Israel if you go back? Like that. That's basically
the same way.
What does it mean? Like, what if you leave these people alone? What if you let them have their state?
That's the other thing. What if you just rebuild it for them? Now, in terms of the unexploded ordnance thing, this is absolutely right. We saw this happening. Okay, just so we watched this happen because there are times when we would do our Meet Hamas segments, when we would go through the Hamas combat footage, where you would see some of these tanks go up in explosions that are not RPG explosions, like those those RPGs they have with the armor piercing tip on them that are meant to hit the side of the tank, and it causes like a minor explosion, maybe disables the tank, maybe kills some guys, maybe not. Oftentimes, probably not, but it does make the tank so it's broken, can't move anymore. At least needs to at least be repaired. But we saw them with some of these IEDs that were like big fucking, obviously a repurposed US JDAM. And the fucking tank would go like, it would be vaporized. That shit would be blown to, and the crew, absolutely, whoever was in there is totally dead. And like they did this several times. And so if we're talking about, as we said, like the rate of bombs drop, we don't know how many. Now the data exists someplace. We do know that from my research on this, pre-October 7th, the United States had in stock probably 500,000 aerial munitions, 500, I don't know exactly how it broke down, between 500, 1,000, and 2,000. Those three categories, we had about 500,000 in total. I don't know exactly how many we shipped to Israel, and we also probably continued production of them. We are very good about the production of aerial bombs. That's one thing and also have huge stockpiles. And we sent lots of them. I mean, we can assume a rate during the war, during the heaviest days, 1,000 to 1,500 sorties a day. I don't know how many bombs they drop in a sortie, but like they would be doing that many missions over Gaza, and also a lot of it was over Lebanon, which is another reason why the Jews didn't want to leave Lebanon. Now, the other reason they didn't want to leave Lebanon, one, they wanted to get all their own unexploded ordnance, but they also felt like they had not found a massive Hezbollah base. Now, they did find one, but it was abandoned and didn't have anything in it. But they did find one large tunnel complex. And anyway, whatever. That's the whole, that we can't get distracted on that. But so that's absolutely true that they are worried about that. He is right. And the other thing I thought that I gleaned out of this was the whole, it can't be rebuilt, because this is something that is causing the Jews in Israel like major anxiety. Like they didn't win.
So much trouble to make all this debris and level the place. So much effort went into that.
Well, yeah, like you make all this effort. You level the place. You don't meet your like strategic goals. You like Hamas has not felt any attrition. There's just as many of them as there ever were. They're still seen as the legitimate rulers of that area by the people that live there. No matter how many fairy tales you tell yourself about, like people need to be free from Hamas. No, they don't. They love Hamas, and so you go through all this trouble just to build it back, and you have the same political situation once again. Like that's what they're trying to avoid, and that's what Trump's intervention right here is so and significant.
They're desperately worried about the rebuilding, because the rebuilding with Hamas still in power, this is going to be a struggle. This is actually going to be something interesting. Hamas is in
power. Like they cannot beat Hamas. Like Hamas has power. Like the people that live there. Like this narrative the Jews tell themselves and everyone else that the war against Israel turns Palestinians against Hamas. That's a thing you made up to try to trick people into like surrendering to you. Like no, like that's the power. They fight back against you, evil motherfuckers, the Jews and America, and they love them.
Now the only that was. They kind of got that a little bit in Lebanon, but that's because they have they have the Lebanese forces, Christian groups, which are consistently cucked to Israel, that they can use to cause like dissension in the ranks, because Lebanon is much less cohesive. The Gaza Strip is cohesive, like those people are together, right? Now there's probably a few naysayers here and there, but like they can just be told shut the fuck up and they don't matter.
Oh my God.
The main thing is here that like they're worried about the unexploded ordnance thing. They're also worried about and I've seen this. I read the Times of Israel probably more often even than like the New York Times, and you see them reporting on what the right-wing coalition is saying. They are legitimately having conniptions over the idea. It's one thing to sort of like, from their perspective, it's one thing to sort of like strategically agree to the deal to get the hostages, as they say, I say prisoners of war, back. And they're also worried because in order to get them back, they are releasing thousands. Like, this is what you don't get. This is the kind of thing that makes it funny. And this is why you know it's like a win for Hamas. Because in order to get back like 4 Jews, they'll give like 200 Palestinian prisoners. And Israel has like tens of thousands of these people, probably like 20,000 of these people in their jails. And these are like, and some of them are just like people they picked up through abuse. Some of these people are dangerous fighters, like, so they actually have sent back. For every one, they give Hamas like here's 100 like good fighters, like experienced fighters. Also, people who have now experienced Israeli prison. These are hard people, right? These are people like, and some of them are all fucked up because they've been tortured and starved and shit. But some of them are ready to go. So it's like, or maybe they just need a little rest and refit period. But the point is that like this is unequivocally a win. And so Hamas is there, they're in power, and then the idea that now because it's over, the Gulf states, Saudi, Qatar, the Emirates, and Iran will dump money into rebuild because they always do this, and they do this for optics. They won't support war and combat against Israel. They won't support direct harm on Israel, but they do have a history of dumping money into, as we said, like every, and not just them, like every Turkey too, like if you looked when Israel was attacking all the hospitals, when they were going through, like, because it was actually funny that the meme was like, people in Gaza had like great free health care because every Arab country sponsors like a big hospital as part of like their conscience cleansing for being like support Israel supporters. So they would pay, so they'd have like, oh, the Turkish hospital, the Indonesian hospital, the Egyptian hospital, like every one of these is like something funded by another government to assuage their guilt over supporting Israel. So they would finance something like that. So all those countries, the standard is, and it's going to be expected by the people, every one of them, all of them do this, right? This is going to be expected that they do this. And if they don't do this, and this is what Trump is trying to interrupt, I think Trump wants to use diplomatic power to, and I don't know that he's going to, the whole like American boots on the ground is silly. I think the thing he wants is to interrupt Hamas's expectation that after winning and getting their fighters back and giving back the Israeli POWs, that they will now proceed to the next phase where the Arab countries, the Gulf states, other Muslim countries, wealthy countries dump money in and they get to rebuild their cities. They get to rebuild their cities, their homes, their houses, their hospitals, their roads, all that shit, right? That they want them to be like, okay, now you won, ha ha ha. Sit there in your rubble, and then hoping that will make them leave. So I think what they want, I think this is Bibi's kind of like what Bibi wanted. It's like, I don't know that we're going to be talking about going in and fighting Palestinians or American troops going in and any of that, but they're worried about the rebuilding process. They're also worried about obviously the unexploded ordnance and things like that. So these are, I think, trigger points where we can sort of do a little hermeneutical analysis of what he's saying, some cherry picking, some interpretations, and think like, what's the real policy hiding beneath the verbal diarrhea? And I think that's probably one of the real policies is the pressure on these people. But that's also why, though, the Saudis came out in the middle of the night last night, like at their time, the time that this was said, it's like middle of the night in Saudi Arabia. They issued an announcement saying, under no circumstances are we going to be agreeing to a normalization deal with Israel that doesn't include a Palestinian state. So that's already off the table, right? And like, because part of this has always been, and this is sort of where Jews want Trump to be the Kool-Aid guy, busting through the wall of the previous expectations and norms of how this conflict goes, which is this is a cycle. This was the worst episode in the cycle, but it is like there's a cycle that happens, and the rebuilding process later, the donations, the money coming in to assuage guilt, to assuage popular opinion from these wealthy countries. The Jews are kind of sick of that, and they're like, can we just like it can't happen again now, right? Like it can't happen. We lost this humiliating war. God's like Hamas is out there mogging us. They're literally mogging them in those shows of force they do, and for them to then get billions in to rebuild their whole society, they're like no, and they're literally they're freaking out about it. Like they're losing their shit. They're having like aneurysms about it in Israel, and I think this is Bibi like doing this to try and like, I don't know, assuage that or make them feel better and probably try and leverage U.S. diplomatic power to actually interrupt that in some way or block those countries from doing that and hope that the blockade of that will mean that they'll have to leave or something. Because then it's like, well, good luck with your rubble. Like, you can't rebuild without outside assistance, and we're going to try and block that. So that's what I think is probably going to be a end result of this. But let's see. So play that next one. This is very funny.
Hang on a second. I was going to say there's this talk about like, well, we can rebuild this, make it into a profitable place, and I saw that Wilt Chamberlain had a take on that. He was saying the region could become a massive profit tax engine that subsidizes the federal government and reduces.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're going to cover that.
I mean, he did talk about it. Trump did say something about that. He did say that. Like,
that's all in the bullet pointed list of topics, but it's like a few down. So
I just retweeted this. I just followed you in Borza. I'm ruining my cozy, comfy internet wrestling community Twitter account to get back in because I can't. I can't resist I want some right toys to dunk on. Anyway,
Yeah, no,
this is basically this is it.
I'm honored that you invited me to be the first foreign leader to visit the White House in your second term. This is a testament to your friendship and support.
An old one or a new one?
For the Jewish state and the Jewish people. I've said this before. I'll say it again.
So have I.
You are the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House.
I've said it before. I wrote a song about it. Like to hear it go.
Yeah.
I should write another one and another one. We should play that today if we don't have to. I should play "Orange is the New White." All hail the Goy King of Israel is what I said in that song.
Yeah.
Was it just applause after that? As the orange idiot sits there. Actually, I shouldn't even like call him an idiot. Like you're the idiot soaking that up. Like you look at this.
Yeah,
moron.
he's not an idiot.
He's
smart.
like he's living his best life, and you're supporting this and telling me like, no, I can't see that. Oh, we got another link here.
Oh, we got two more after this.
It's just incredible. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, he tells you straight out.
Yep. Listen,
and he doesn't have to say that. He doesn't have to be Israel's best friend. He doesn't have to say it. He chooses to. So this is what we're doing.
He's going to be responding to some.
What he has to say. What he has to say is we're going to be deporting illegal immigrants and securing the border. That's the stuff he has to say to get you morons on board with falling for this. This is what the administration is all about. The occupying and rebuilding, like America owned, like Trump Plaza, Gaza Strip. Like this is what the administration is all about. That's its real goal. Everything else it's doing is throwing you bones at SOPs to get you to be like, you know what, it's so bad. To get you to support this. And it works. Right? And actually, that stuff's not even necessary. That's what's so funny. Like, all that stuff's not necessary. You will vibe with this anyway because you just feel like you want these empty... Like, you will vibe with this on the feeling that Trump is doing that. Like, it's just how it feels.
About this for a second.
He doesn't have to deport a single person. Actually, he might not be. He can just be set like...
For all we know, no one's been deported. They've been arrested. But, like, hold on a second. Here's a second. Think about this. Think about what Trump said about Greenland, Canada, the Panama Canal, the Gulf of Mexico, among other, like, retarded and obviously won't happen things. And these people vibed with it, even though it was stupid, because it was like Trump was going around big dicking the world, right? Yeah. Like, that was the idea. Oh, he's big dicking. He's doing big dick energy to Daneland, to take, like, Greenland from them, right? He's same thing. You know what I mean? I think that's what the country actually means. Anyway, to like them, he's gonna big dick the Mexicans with the Gulf of Mexico. He's gonna throw his weight around to Canada. So all that we're gonna colonize, we're gonna start colonialism again, we're gonna take land again, things like this is all in support of this eventually. So you can vibe with that, right? And now you want to vibe with this.
Well, that's all a distraction from we can't even take this land. We don't own this land. This land belongs to niggers and beaters. Yes. It's literally they're doing nothing to take over this land. You could walk out your door today, be carjacked by a nigger.
Well, that is Trump land. He's already taken it over. Sorry, not to undermine.
Well, I'm just trying to finish the bit. Like, you get carjacked, you defend yourself, and then you go to jail for murder, or you go to jail for whatever. That's Trump. Like, we still live in that paradigm. We still live in that law enforcement paradigm where you are a target. We still live, even though they don't call it DEI anymore, they live in a place where your white children have less of a chance to move forward because we're doing a post-racial meritocracy, supposedly, right now, which is still going to be weighted in the fucking direction of brownoids. We still live in a country where we're going to be, 50% in 15 years? Or I should say under 50%? I remember...
Under 50%, yes.
Yeah.
Probably less than that. I think we're under 50%.
Nothing. It's like, and how does Greenland make that feel better? How's the Panama Canal make you feel better about that?
Brown Indians.
Yeah.
Just adding a bunch of Eskimos.
None of this works. None of this adds up to anything. The only thing it adds up to is
bloviation. Just do a little bloviation on behalf of white people for once.
No, we don't do that.
One time.
See, that was sort of the pretense of the bringing back colonialism with we're gonna get Greenland, we're gonna get Canada, we're gonna get Panama, we're gonna change it. That was prep.
I don't want that. I want Indianapolis. I want Newark. I want Atlantic City. I want Jacksonville. I want our own cities back. I want our own land. He's doing nothing about any of that.
Well, of course not, because you being subjected to nigger violence is that's Trump rule. Like, that just is what it is. Like, there's no, I understand your point and I agree with you completely, but I would want people that have any expectations of Trump to understand, that is Trump rule.
That's what I'm telling them. We're not doing anything about that.
No,
and never will.
Not.
And the fact that these people can ignore things like that and simp and fucking spew fucking bullshit bile about winning with stuff like this, it's like you're a fucking moron. You deserve it. I don't want to live. I hate that I have to live around you. I wish there was some place to go because you want this shithole. It's like you want it. You think this if the shithole has this kind of media coverage and if it has like the New York Times sputtering because its faction of Jewish rulers is sort of like on the downside of the conversation right now. Like, do you think that's funny enough? That means things are going well. It's like, no, it doesn't. It just means the tunnel Jews are winning right now. This is a tunnel Jew. This is a tunnel Jew standing next to Donald Trump on here, and they're doing tunnel Jew shit.
What Trump is saying, this should be done for white people. White people should be given, and it doesn't have to be in another country. We have lots of places in this own country where we should be given a large plot of land that we could make it amazing with lots of money. Again, the point I'm making though is not even that he's not doing shit for white people, but he was setting a vibe tone, talking about this bullshit neocolonialism, and it's like prepping the ground. Like you vibe with this, you vibe that. He got you to vibe with 5 dumb things, and now he wants you to vibe with the 6. It's like and so there are people that have fallen for this, and they set the tone, they set the example for not thinking big enough. Because when anybody would come in and say, "You're just not thinking big enough,"
Detroit.
I want Detroit. This would be the fucking MK Ultra term they're using, and they're deploying it here. And yes, we'll talk about Will Chamberlain, but let's listen to Trump respond to journalists here because we got to get all of it, everything he says.
Okay.
Can a normalization deal, the acknowledgement of a Palestinian state? That question for you too, Mr. Prime Minister. And Mr. President, given what you've said about Gaza, did the U.S. send troops to help secure the security vacuum?
So Saudi Arabia is going to be very helpful, and they have been very helpful. They want peace in the Middle East. It's very simple. We know their leader and their leaders very well. They're wonderful people, and they want peace in the Middle East. As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire...
They don't need jobs.
He's talking about for Americans.
Well, like military
He's not
contractors?
talking about for Palestinians. They're gone. In this plan, they're gone. They've been removed. And he could even say, look, we can help our economy. They're saying this, as Alex is saying. Will Chamberlain is saying this. Like, just let him finish.
Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts. And
basically since we lost World War II.
I would say with Jews, this process is the process goes on and on for Jews. I mean, they tell you about it themselves, but that's because of how they are. Like that's on them.
This is a Jewish problem. This is the Jewish problem.
It is the Jewish problem right here. This is the Jewish problem, right?